Ladies and gentlemen, happy draft day. Welcome to Pregaming Pigskin, aka the Sports Empire Network's draft party, where we will be here with you all night talking about the first round of the NFL draft. I am your handsome host, Wire to Wire Gene. To my left, I have the man that's running the ones, the twos. He's chomping at the bit for this draft. That's Kyle Edwards, the Prince of Production.
What's going on, fellas? I'm so excited for this. I can't wait. We're only 25, 26 minutes out from the draft.
27 minutes and 32, 31, 30, 29 seconds away.
Yes.
And directly below me, I have, listen, this, in every prince and king, you have to have a jester, and it's the jester of the empire. I'm kidding. It's the TheEGodFrey, the Godfrey from Taking It Deep, Birds Deep. It's Matt Godfrey. What's up, Godfrey?
What's up? Oh, thank you. Doing good, man. It's draft season. It's an exciting night. My team's got 2 picks in the first round. A lot of action going on. It's the season of lies, but it is also the season of dynasty drafts. Your team, fantasy football, you name it, everything under the sun.
Almost 100% sure the Eagles will not pick 2 players tonight. Almost 100% sure.
There's a chance they could trade back in both picks.
I'm okay with that. They'll definitely pick someone tonight. Like, I'm good with them trading back from 10 to 15, 16, 17, getting a Brian Branch. I'm good with that. Nolan Smith. Obviously, I'd like Jalen Carter. That's who I want, but it's not an Eagles show. It's a draft show. But we'll talk about the Eagles a lot tonight. We'll talk about the Patriots, as my man Kyle Edwards. It's a lot of talk. Did you hear about the huge trade rumor for the New England Patriots? Talking about trading up to number 2?
I have not seen that one. Okay. I mean, if they do it, because I've been saying it's going to be probably an unprecedented thing with Belichick, because it seems like Robert Kraft putting some pressure on him to do some big things. If they pull that off,
they're talking about it. Mac Jones, a first, a second, next year's first, next year's second for number 2 overall.
That's a big, bold move. Hey, I'm here for it.
Would you be okay with that? And it was C.J. Stroud. If it was Will Levis, you can't be okay with that. You'd be upset, right?
Yeah, it's got to be
C.J. Stroud.
I could be okay with it. Yeah.
C.J. Stroud doesn't seem like a Belichick guy.
Yeah, the test score thing, possibly doesn't, but hey, if it's as long as it wasn't like Will Levis, sure, Will Levis could be great, but that's not what I would want to see right now.
Well, maybe the Raiders make a play for Mac Jones and trade their 7th pick, and then the Patriots bundle that and move up.
Yo, Anthony Price just hit our first topic.
Anthony,
I appreciate you. Is the full figures out on that contract yet? I know what the total is, but like the year-by-year cap hit, the bonus money.
$185 million guaranteed.
I know that. Let me see something.
Let's see what the yearly cap hit. Let's see if there is something out there.
It fell short of Deshaun Watson. It blows by Jalen Hurts is 110, but
All right, so it looks like it's got it broken down on Sport Track right now. Okay, so 2023, they don't have anything else but 2023. No, they don't have anything. It's still listed as the have the contract, they have the average years, but they don't have what the cap hit would be.
Yeah.
The base salary right in 2023 will be 32.4 as of right now. That's what they're looked at. It really depends, right? If the ownership is spending the money and it's bonus money, kind of like the Eagles did with Jalen Hurts, where the cap hit doesn't hit, I'm all right with it. I'm okay with it. The way they structured the Jalen Hurts contract was genius. I heard Giants fans saying that Daniel Jones took a team-friendly deal, and it made me laugh because you guys seen the figures difference between Hurts and Daniel Jones, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys see the cap hit by year?
They could get out of it. Not like a long-term deal, though.
All right, so I'll pull it up. It's the side-by-side Daniel Jones versus Jalen Hurts cap hit. And it's actually embarrassing for Giants fans. I'm going to pull it up.
How he was a magician with this contract. I mean,
100%. I have it in my phone. I will have it for you guys shortly.
Although you have to say Jalen was willing to do it. I mean, I do like his comment. Money's nice, but championships are better.
It's accurate. Okay, I got it. You guys ready?
Yep.
2023. Daniel Jones is a $21 million cap hit. Not bad. That's not bad at all.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. Jalen Hurts, $6 million.
Embarrassing.
2024.
The winner.
Daniel Jones is a $45 million cap hit.
Okay.
Jalen Hurts, 13. 2025, Daniel Jones is a $40 million cap hit. Jalen Hurts, 21. 2026, Daniel Jones is a $56.5 million cash hit. And Jalen Hurts, 31.7. To me, it seems to me like Jalen Hurts took a very team-friendly deal, and Daniel Jones got as much money as humanly possible.
Well, he knows he's only getting paid once.
You're right. I agree with you.
Yeah, it seems like Hurts is trying to go with like the Brady model.
Yeah, you know what he said, right? Money is nice, but championships are better. That's like the line around Philadelphia right now.
But that's the mentality like you should have. You know, you're dealing with 53-man active roster. Got to be able to pay everybody if you want to have a great team around you. Yeah, it's cool if you can make 50, 55 million, but then fans or you as a player can't then come out and complain about not having anything around you. Because if you get your money, that's money's being taken away from some other position or whatever. So you have to live with that.
You mean like Aaron Rodgers taking $60 million and then having to trade Devontae Adams?
Exactly.
It's funny because all the guys are walking out right now to the draft. Jordan Addison came out in this ridiculously weird pink suit, but they're all getting called out one by one through Kansas City. I like the way they're doing it in Kansas City this year. It's the outdoor-indoor arena. Looks pretty cool. Paris Johnson looks like he's a bodyguard. See the kid from Ohio State, the offensive tackle. Like, it reminds me a ton of Jason Peters the way he walked in there.
So, I mean, hey, as a tackle, that's basically what you are. You are a bodyguard.
That's correct. But we got to talk about the Lamar contract.
Yeah.
My first initial opinion is this. Let me ask you a question, Kyle, because I don't want to come from an Eagles perspective. Chat, Anthony, Jury, Daniel, Berry, anybody that's listening. Do you, for the next 5 years, would you rather have Jalen Hurts or Lamar Jackson?
Well, I mean, I've seen Jalen Hurts take a team to the Super Bowl. I haven't seen Lamar do that yet. So just going off of what I've seen so far, I would say Jalen Hurts, with Lamar getting this money, he can't be a one-and-done guy. He can't sit here and have only one playoff win. If you wanted the money, that means you want the responsibility. You are as a quarterback in an organization that's about winning. You got to make a Super Bowl. You probably have to win one at this point with the money you're getting if you're getting more than Jalen Hurts and all that. So hopefully Lamar is ready for the pressure, but I would take Hurts because I've seen him do it. Lamar has the potential, just haven't been there yet.
I think the Ravens caved.
It seems like that because we were like under the impression that they held this line that they weren't willing to cross. They made their offer before the season. Lamar said no. They were ready to move on, but now Hurts gets his money, and all of a sudden it's they're progressing towards something. If I'm a Ravens fan, I would really look at this and be like, why did it take this long if this is where we ended up anyway?
Yeah, I'm sure if they offered him this contract 7 months ago, he would have played in the playoffs.
But it's like, what changed from then to now that now you're willing to give it to him?
No idea. Well, I will say this. Lamar Jackson and Ravens fans should be sending Howie Roseman like baskets of like goodies. Because this is the reason that the deal got done. The Jalen Hurts contract doesn't get done. The Lamar Jackson contract doesn't get done.
Definitely seems that way, yeah.
Godfrey, your thoughts?
I always maintained that they were going to eventually come to an agreement. I think they both need each other. I think in his heart of hearts, Lamar knows he needs that system to be successful on the football field. And I just didn't see a team investing the capital that it would require to trade for him, because they would have to, either have a system in place that fits his style of play or completely revamp their offense to fit his style of play. So I think Lamar won 7, 8 rounds in a 12-round fight, and the Ravens won 4. So that's the split for me. He didn't get the Deshaun Watson money, but he got more than I thought the Ravens were going to give him. And I just, I know he's never going to admit it, but I mean, not showing up in the playoffs when you almost could have beat that team with Tyrell Huntley at quarterback. And if Lamar was there, I have to think they had a better shot at beating the Bengals on the road. I wonder how the locker room is going to feel about him now that he has all the money. You're going to have to carry the load. Can you be that guy? And, that ups your responsibility and level of leadership as a quarterback when you have that much money and that big a piece of the pie of the cap. Can he carry that weight as well now? It's a little bit different of a role as a leader when you get paid that much on a football team and you're the guy.
Kyle?
Yeah, I mean, I agree completely with Godfrey here. Like, with this money now, it's like you have to win AFC North titles. You have to be a legit player in the AFC playoffs. Next year, you brought in OBJ. So Ravens fans always are saying all he needs is a good wide receiver. Well, you went out and you spent, $18 million on OBJ with his injury history and all that. So he has a weapon. I'm assuming at 22, they'll probably take another wide receiver if one's there available. So it looks like.
What do you think about the D-Hop talk? Do you think that DeAndre Hopkins is an option for them?
I don't think D-Hop wants to go there. I think that's all smoke. I mean, why would he want to go there? I
don't think D-Hop has really an option.
I mean, he may or may not, but I mean, I think if they didn't sign Odell Beckham, I might buy into that. I just don't. You're going to have. Listen, Lamar's a good quarterback. He's very good at some things. He's not good at feeding multiple receivers. It's not going to happen. And you're going to have an unhappy receiver room if you have Odell Beckham and a DeAndre Hopkins in that room, unless they go like 14-2 and they're winning and they have to shut up and be quiet.
Yeah, it's a fair point. Look, I'm not disagreeing with anything that you guys are saying. I'm just asking the questions that a lot of people are asking at home. I think if you're a Ravens fan, you got to be happy, though. You're walking into a season with your franchise quarterback, and you have Odell Beckham Jr. to add to Rashad Bateman, who was a first-round wide receiver taken just 2 years ago. You can't be unhappy at the situation. You got Roquan Smith locked up. They're not in a bad position. I just feel like that they're not a Super Bowl team, and I just don't think they'll be a Super Bowl team the way presently constructed. I look at that team and I say, how are they going to beat Kansas City? How are they going to beat Cincinnati? How are they going to beat Buffalo when the games matter in January? Not in September, not on October 16th, in January.
Yeah.
Anthony, you like Zay Flowers? Zay Flowers to me is, and this is just my personal opinion. Maybe I'm just a little off base here, but he comes off very unpolished. I don't think he's elite, and I don't think that I don't think he's like a great receiver that's going to change your receiver room. I don't believe that. You've seen a lot more of him than I have, Kyle. What are your thoughts?
I mean, for me, what I give Zay Flowers credit for is if you play BC, you understand. Not a lot of skill position guys that you really have to worry about. BC's an O-line, running back type of school. Zay Flowers just found ways to get open. He put up good numbers. So I think I give him a lot of credit for that. You know, Anthony Price saying he's like a Tyler Lockett. I'm not mad at that comparison. I mean, I don't know. It's just he was at least an exciting player to watch at BC. Like I said, don't usually get talent like Zay Flowers at BC. I am interested to see what he looks like in the NFL. You know, he had what he was like 160 pounds that he put on some weight and some muscle to make himself look better. So maybe if he was going to a different quarterback than Lamar, maybe. I just wondered how Baltimore would use him necessarily if they did take him. Because to kind of piggyback off of you where you said about DeAndre Hopkins, Baltimore's been known for defense and running the ball. If all of a sudden they have OBJ, D-Hop, and some other young wide receiver, is Harbaugh completely changing his philosophy all of a sudden?
I don't think that there's any chance they do both.
Right.
That's Zay Flowers and they get a DeAndre Hopkins. I think that's a one or the other type thing.
That's what
if I'm the Baltimore Ravens, man, I just drafted. It sounds terrible. I would draft another offensive lineman and protect Lamar and continue to build on that run game. You have Odell Beckham Jr., who's a very talented receiver. Rashad Bateman, who was a first-round draft pick. Well, I had a first-round grade on.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know how he would look outside of Baltimore without Lamar Jackson, but I had a first-round grade on the guy. You got Mark Andrews, who's a top 3 tight end in football.
Yeah.
There's no arguments there. So, like, what are we talking about? We need to give him another weapon. We gave him Hollywood Brown before Hollywood Brown requested out of there. Odell's on a 1-year contract. Why don't you see what happens?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I got a great idea for him.
Sure.
He should learn how to pass outside the hash marks.
Yeah, that's his biggest issue. That's the biggest issue you run into with Lamar is him throwing the ball outside the hashes.
When people don't recognize that flaw in his game, that tells me that you just play fantasy football and Madden, and you don't actually watch the games.
Yeah.
Because, and I bring this game up all the time, to nauseum, the game with Brian Flores against the Dolphins, where everybody thought that they were going to wipe the Dolphins, they washed Lamar in that game, and he did not adjust and at all. And for a talented defensive coordinator, I'll say an average defensive coordinator, it is easy to scheme him because you don't have to worry about 100% of the field. It's that simple. And you could be the most elementary fan of football and see that if you're just watching the game. There's a reason why, like I said, Mark Andrews is great, but there's a reason why he has high production with Lamar, because he lives inside the hash marks. It takes it, when you're trying to save time with a game-winning drive down the field, you have to be able to throw an effective out route and be able to get out of balance and give your receiver time to make play. If that's a part of his game that's missing, and that's why you don't see him make many comebacks when he's behind 2+ scores. You have to have that ability to push the ball down the field when they know you have to. That's simple.
I couldn't agree with you more. Godfrey, I could not. I wish I could argue with you. I wish I can give you the game I look at, and it wasn't just a Miami game to me. I knew what Flores did. It was nickel double A, run man-to-man, and you're going to pass the ball to beat us, and you're going to throw outs. They were all playing, like, honestly, they played that game like I play Madden. They played literally nickel double A, man-to-man cover 0 all game. Sent the house at Lamar, made sure he didn't run the ball. And the cornerbacks played inside leverage the entire game to make him throw the ball to the outside, and he struggled. The game I look at was a game versus Pittsburgh in which he had 4 interceptions, and 3 of them happened in the first half, and they were all to the hash marks. They were all out patterns that Pittsburgh was essentially giving him, and they were jumping them. I remember that game distinctively. I think that's something that can be talked about also.
Yeah, my bankroll and my betting account suffered because I had Lamar's back with my bet that night, and I lost woefully. I did not see that coming, so I was shocked, and so was my wallet.
My buddy had them in the survivor pool.
Oh my god!
It was like week 13, I think it was. It was like 4 guys left.
Was that the first win of the season for the Dolphins, or was that
no?
That
was the year they started out 0-6, and then came back and finished like 6-10.
Okay.
Flores did a great job with that team.
Mm-hmm.
I really think he should be a head coach somewhere, but he turned down the Arizona job. He wouldn't even interview for it. I wonder why. Kyler Murray. But speaking of Kyler Murray,
that's a trash organization too. I'm sorry.
We're going to talk about that. Yeah. We'll be talking about every organization in the NFL tonight because we'll be covering all 32 or all 31 picks that are made tonight. There's one pick that is forfeited. That would be the Miami Dolphins due to the Brian Flores situation. But let's talk about Bryce Young. A lot of people's NFL comp for him is Kyler Murray. I don't think that's a fair comp. I said last night on my show that it's okay to comp him to Kyler Murray as far as their size goes. But what I see when I see Bryce Young, who will probably be the number 1 overall pick this year, is a more athletic version of Drew Brees. The guy scored a 98 on the S2, which replaced the Wonderlic, which is the test that CJ Stroud scored an 18 on, and people are super upset about that. Scored a 98 on the S2. Nick Saban was just on ESPN just an hour ago talking about he has eyes in the back of his head. He knows where every player is on the field. He is the point guard. He referred to him as the point guard of the Alabama offense. They speak volumes of this man's intelligence on the football field. He has the accuracy. He has the arm strength. He has the mobility. And to me, and I've said this for weeks now, he's been the surefire for months. I said it for a year. A year ago, I think it was the day after the national championship last year when Alabama played Georgia. I said that Bryce Young and Will Anderson will be the first and second picks. And I got to clip that. I have to clip it because I'm telling you, I said it, I called it, and I think that's exactly what's going to happen tonight. I got Bryce Young going 1 and Will Anderson going 2 to Houston. That's my projections for the first 2 picks. Your thoughts, gentlemen?
Well, I mean, I think it's interesting that they're comparing Bryce Young to Kyler Murray, but just the way you've described him and as we've seen from Bryce Young, I feel like if Arizona had that in Kyler Murray, they'd be in a better position than they are right now. Kyler Murray seems, very immature, whereas Bryce Young, I feel like he could probably command the huddle, game 1, and you'd be fine with it. Kyler Murray, I got to worry, if he's going to fight, get into an argument with the coach on the sideline, will he make the right decision? Yep. I don't think I have those issues with Bryce Young. So I mean, I know you asked this like a couple of weeks ago. I said CJ Stroud. I mean, I've come to the other side and realized that Bryce Young probably should be the first pick. Now, we know some of these NFL teams like to overthink things, but yeah, I mean, he's a guy that you would want, especially for a Carolina team where it seems like they spend a lot of time building that defense up, and their biggest question marks at quarterback. Why not get the guy who's probably the most pro-ready, hit the ground running, and see what happens next year? So, I mean, yeah, I probably agree with the more athletic Drew Brees one more than Kyler Murray, but yeah.
Well, we got some breaking news here. I have to let this be known.
Okay.
BetMGM just released the odds for the number 2 overall pick, and CJ Stroud is now minus 2,000.
Yeah, it sounds all right.
It sounds like the Houston Texans have now made their selection to follow up Bryce Young with CJ Stroud.
And I think they will trade with the Cardinals to take Wes Anderson. and the Cardinals will trade back to get out of that pick because they've been talking about that. Rumored to be talking about that. Remember, this is a season of lies, so don't hold me to the stake on this.
What do you mean? Godfrey, I'm not following what you're saying there. Will Anderson?
Will Anderson, I think the Cardinals are going to trade their pick to the Texans.
Why would they do that if the Texans take C.J. Stroud at 2? The Cardinals aren't taking a quarterback.
No. The Cardinals have been wanting to get out of that pick. And
you're saying you think the Texans trade that pick back and somebody else takes C.J. Stroud at 2?
Yeah, they're still taking a quarterback. No, I'm saying they're going to take the quarterback and they'll trade with the Cardinals to get that third pick.
So you think Houston's going to get the second and third pick in this draft?
I think it's possible.
You're out of your mind.
Why not? I mean, I
think it would be incredible. They haven't picked 12, so they'd have to move up from 12 to 3, which means you're giving a ton of draft capital.
Yeah.
I think, and it's funny, Kyler Murray right before the draft and all week has been lobbying for them to take an offensive lineman. He wants Paris Johnson out of Ohio State to be protection for him. He's been lobbying for that. So if Arizona trades out of 3 and someone trades up, I love the fact that C.J. Stroud might be going 2 overall. I think that's incredible for the Eagles' sake. Because if the Eagles want as many quarterbacks as possible taken ahead of them on the draft, they want as many quarterbacks as humanly possible taken before 10 because they don't need one. If you're an Eagles fan, you want C.J. Stroud, you want Will Levis, you want Anthony Richardson, you want all those guys to go top 10. How many quarterbacks go in the top 15, Kyle?
Let's see. I say Young, Stroud. I feel like probably seems like maybe Levis. I wouldn't be surprised if Hooker made his way into the top 15. Seems like he's bouncing all around draft boards. So I'd say 4.
So you're going 4. Godfrey, how many quarterbacks do you think go in the top 15 of this draft?
That's a tough one. I say 3. I see Hooker again.
I'm with you. I think Hooker and Anthony Richardson will slide.
I see Hooker going to Tampa Bay.
At 19?
Yep.
That's what Chally had last night on our show.
Mm-hmm.
We did our mock draft last night on Wire to Wire. He had Hendon Hooker landing in Tampa Bay, which I don't think is a bad landing spot for him.
Well, I mean, they're not doing anything this year. Tampa Bay can't expect to compete. If I was Tampa Bay, I would trade one of my receivers in Godwin or Evans and try to get some draft capital, start rebuilding from there. They're not going to compete this year. And you can let him sit, let his knee heal. You can let him learn, and then you move on into the next season. This is obviously a reboot year for them. So it's the perfect opportunity to let this kid come in and not be rushed in right away to expect him to perform week 1.
Well, gentlemen, the draft is here. In 30 seconds, the draft will start. And on the clock will be the number 1 overall pick, and which I think will be Bryce Young. I really believe it's going to be Bryce Young going to Carolina.
The Raiders move up and select Darius Hayward-Bay. I'm just joking.
That's actually really funny.
I was at that draft, and I was like, Raiders being Raiders.
Yeah.
That was a horrible pick.
Here we go. It's starting the draft right about now. They're doing the intro on ESPN. I'm watching the NFL draft countdown presented by ZipRecruiter. I can't wait this is going to be incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Bryce Young, man, I think he has all the intangibles. Yeah, I think he has a high IQ at quarterback. I think I just worry about the physical part of it.
Okay.
But as far as the head and intelligence, I think he's by far the most football smart player in the draft, in my opinion. I don't think you could take anything away from him there.
What do you make of the C.J. Stroud 18?
I think it's a red flag. I think if I was a GM, I would have to dig into that deeper because, especially if I was someone that was on him, because what I'm afraid of, and this is the Anthony Richardson problem, C.J. Stroud is light years better than Anthony Richardson is. When you're at the pro level, can you process the reads quick enough at the quarterback position and get the ball out of your hands in a timely manner to the receiver, the right receiver, meaning not the cornerback on the other team. So, I mean, that's what you got to worry about, because that's a hard thing to teach, right? Like, that's an instinct, in my opinion. And that's what makes me worry about him. Can he overcome it? I think so. Systems matter. If he's in a team where they want him to perform right away, or there's not a good support staff, where it's a bad coaching situation, that could probably wreck someone like CJ Stroud.
So I pulled up the S2 test score. The S2 defines what was once undefinable. The S2 eval uncovers an athlete's invisible skill set and the whys behind their performance. It basically 5 components make up the complete picture of human performance. Why physical attributes such as strength and speed help prospects stand out, it's their unique cognitive abilities and in-game decision-making, their instincts, that truly separates the good from the great. So the S2 works, essentially, it's to test his cognitive skills to see how quickly he processes information. Measures an athlete's game speed, cognitive ability down to the millisecond. To score ultra low on that, I don't necessarily know if I'd be thrilled with that. I don't, it's not like
it's definitely troubling. It's one of those things that if he were to drop, that'd be a very valid reason for him to drop. If somebody takes him high with the hope that, maybe it's just a bad test day, sure, knock yourselves out. But it's going to follow him for his career. If he makes a bad decision, like first game, throws a couple of interceptions, people will point back to, oh, the guy who scored 18 on the S2. Maybe we should have seen this coming. So hopefully he uses it to like motivation, become better for it. But it definitely would make me hesitate a little bit.
So what's popping, Timmy Todd? Appreciate you stepping through. Anybody that wants to join in the discussion for your team, just message me or Kyle, and we will send you the link. You can hop on. This isn't just a draft watch party. We're going to discuss and break down each pick of the first round. I'm super intrigued on what happens. I can't be more excited over how this draft starts.
Yep.
So, they're doing all the intros for the draft now. Draft countdown presented by ZipRecruiter. I'm watching it now, and we will discuss each pick as it comes up on the board. But what do you think of Bryce Young's fit to Carolina?
Like I said, they in a division that's been awful, especially last year, with no Tom Brady. Looking at this right now, maybe Derek Carr is like the best quarterback in the division right now. With the defense Carolina has, I think Bryce Young's a really good fit there. And
they signed Adam Thielen to be the veteran presence.
Right.
They got DJ Chark to be their number 2. They have their second round draft pick from last year, Terrace Marshall. They have Hayden Hurst. They signed him over from Cincinnati to be a tight end. Last year, they drafted their left tackle and Ike Ekwonu, who had a decent rookie year. It doesn't seem bad. It seems like a good fit in the organization. I think they signed Miles Sanders this offseason, so you have your running back.
Yeah. There's definitely worse positions a young guy could go.
100%.
So I think Bryson would be happy to go, Carolina.
Yeah, I think Frank Reich is going to be motivated to be successful. Not that he isn't.
To prove Indianapolis wrong.
Yeah, because this is the last go around for Frank Reich. If he can't make it successful here, he's not getting another head coaching job.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that's exactly what you're going to see from him. And I think he's a good head coach. I really believe that. And the one thing he lacked in Indy was quarterback. He came in there and Andrew Luck retired. And, went through Luck his first year, took him to the playoffs. Was game away from the AFC Championship game. Next year, he had Jacoby Brissett, or Philip Rivers, then Jacoby Brissett, Carson Wentz. Last year, Matt Ryan. 5 years, 5 different quarterbacks. I think I had that actually backwards. I believe it was Luck, Brissett, Rivers, Wentz, Matt Ryan.
That sounds right. Yeah.
I think
play each other. They play each other as well. Colts and the Panthers face each other this year.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah.
The last 2 Eagles offensive coordinators, Frank Wright versus Shane Steichen. I think a lot of Eagles fans will be very interested to watch that. I actually really, upset for the Colts as a whole. I'm not a Colts fan of their franchise as a whole, but I will be rooting for Shane Steichen. Did a great job in Philadelphia. But I'm upset for Colts fans because I really thought C.J. Stroud would be the perfect fit for a Shane Steichen offense.
Mm-hmm.
Really believe that. The way he developed the offense around Jalen Hurts, and a lot of that had to do with Sirianni, I get that, but Shane Steichen did a hell of a job with Jalen Hurts these last 2 years. The improvement from 2021 to 2022 was incredible. Are we in agreement there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up? What's popping? Con, man, appreciate you checking in. How you feeling? We will start the draft shortly. Looks like the Carolina Panthers are about to be on the clock. The whole 10 minutes they start their broadcast, and we want to get as many commercials as humanly possible in.
Yeah.
But we will be doing a full draft party, breaking down each pick and as they come in.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some surprises in this first 10 picks. I really do. I'm really interested. I'm more interested to see what the second pick is. The Colts have to take a quarterback, right? The question is, what are the Texans going to do? That's going to shape the next nine picks, really. And it's not a foregone conclusion that they take C.J. Stroud number 2.
I mean, at minus 2,000, it almost is. Somebody in Vegas knows something.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes right now is coming out with the Super Bowl trophy. The draft is in Kansas City. This should have been a red flag for me before the Super Bowl. I didn't put 2 and 2 together. The Eagles had the draft after the Super Bowl, after the draft after the Super Bowl. If I'm not mistaken, this kind of makes me feel a little bit sick to my stomach about Super Bowl Sunday. Am I wrong to think that?
I mean, no, not from a fan's
I guess I'm
perspective.
bitter. But the Eagles win a Super Bowl. They get the draft that year. Obviously, you knew that the draft is booked a year and a half in advance. So it's not like they just, they won the Super Bowl. They booked it.
Right.
The Chiefs win the Super Bowl. They get the draft there this year. I don't know what happened with the Cowboys. They didn't get the Super Bowl the year they had the draft in Dallas.
It's the Cowboys. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Just taking an unnecessary shot at Con, man. Just love them. Just kidding. But Travis Kelce's holding the Super Bowl trophy up, talking to the fans right now. And, very shortly, the Carolina Panthers will be on the clock. And we all expect it to be Bryce Young. I don't think the thing should hit the 7-minute mark. The Carolina Panthers have had to know what they've been picking for months.
Yeah.
Well, a month.
Don't trade up to 1 unless you had a guy in mind. So
100%. I think they did a great job of disguising it for weeks.
Mm-hmm.
They're talking about C.J. Stroud. Even some people are thinking Will Levis. The Will Levis thing went from plus 4,000 to plus 400 right before draft night.
Yeah.
Who's this guy on stage in the cheese hat? Who's this regular dude? Is that like the plumber or something? Like
that might be like their super fan.
That's
Danny, if you're hop in whenever you want. I know your Dolphins don't have a pick this year because they
that's
cheated.
the guy from Modern Family.
How is it?
Oh. Okay. Now that makes sense.
I didn't know if he was like a super fan. Right now, currently, the Carolina Panthers are on the clock. The clock is ticking, 9 minutes and 20 seconds left. Let's see if they get their pick in before. Now, let's examine the trade. They gave them the 9th overall pick, a second rounder in 2023, a first rounder next year, a second rounder in 2025, and DJ Moore. It's a haul to go from 9 to 1.
Yeah.
So first and second this year, first next year and a second the following year, plus a fifth. They just randomly threw a fifth in there.
Right.
Well, that's the kind of trade where if you're wrong, you're fired. So that means
Yes, absolutely.
you better damn sure. I mean, that's your job. I mean, that's because that is a haul. And if you're wrong, that's not easy to recover from.
There's 4 guys in this draft that I'm absolutely sure about. Like, I have no doubts whatsoever about, and Bryce Young's one of them, man. I watched this kid play at Alabama. We talk about that Georgia defense last year. The Georgia defense 2 years ago that won the national championship, their first one, with N'Kobe Dean, Jordan Davis, was the best defense I've ever seen in college football. Look around the NFL right now. On that Georgia defense, Nolan Smith was on that Georgia defense. He'll be drafted in the first round this year. Jordan Davis, Devontae Wyatt, N'Kobe Dean was drafted in the 3rd round. Quay Walker, Keely Ringo. If you just gave an NFL team that entire defense, it would be one of the best defenses in football.
Mm-hmm.
And in the SEC championship game, Bryce Young absolutely shredded that team. Shredded them.
Rumor out there that Tennessee, Arizona talking about Hopkins involving the number 3 pick. I don't know what kind of package that would involve, but
I can't. I would love that. I need a trade to go down on air.
Yeah.
I need to hear it. I need it to happen. Like, I need to. Like, I was live. We were live streaming when the Eagles traded and got Devontae Smith. I was also live. Like, there's a lot of different times I've been live and caught really good and really bad moments. Man, I really love Carolina's coaching staff. They got Josh McCown to come in and be their quarterback's coach. Frank Wright's their head coach. I love what they did. I like the direction Carolina's going in. Tom Brown's their
Caldwell's an
offensive
assistant.
coordinator. Jim Caldwell's his senior assistant, which I love Caldwell.
Yeah.
So let me ask you guys a question. Have you seen a Josina Anderson report?
No.
No, I haven't.
It says no substantive Trey Lance trade talks have occurred over the last 72 hours. That's the quote. The Texans have been one of Lance's rumored destinations, but Anderson reports that they have yet to reach out to the Niners. It remains highly unclear if the Texans might take a quarterback on Thursday evening. If they pass, perhaps a Lance deal becomes more realistic. Lance could be a fallback option.
Not a real thing at this point. I'm telling you, when a guy goes to minus 2,000 odds, you just book it. Something real weird's got to happen for them not to take CJ Stroud at 2. I thought it was going to be Will Anderson up until 10 minutes ago when I seen the update from BetMGM and their bet odds.
Yeah, I think that's smoke from the 49ers because I think they want to get away from Lance, but there's no way they're going to be able to, as he sits right now, to be able to come anywhere close to recoup what they paid for him. It'll be pennies on the dollar.
I'm just watching some of these Bryce Young highlights, and his poise in the pocket is just – it's something. This is the play. Oh, man, I'm watching right now. Trevon Walker, Jordan Davis, Devontae Wyatt, they're all coming after him. Ducks in through the pocket and he throws. N'Kobe Dean's got him lined up. He's caught in between him and the running back. He pitches to the running back, and just like that, it's 10 yards. It's just a thing of beauty. Watch. And if you want to know how good Bryce Young is, you're a Panthers fan and you're watching this stream right now. I don't need you to watch his highlights. I just want you to watch one game. 2021 SEC title game, Alabama, Georgia. Just watch that game. That's it. That's all you have to do. You don't have to go through 100 highlights. You don't have to see any. Watch that game. Georgia was a 6-point favorite in that game. They were undefeated. They were the best team in the nation, and Alabama smacked them. You know, want to hear something else wild? Bryce Young won the Heisman Trophy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Last year. This year it was kids coming out next year, which is actually funny. But Bryce Young, that was the year he had Jamison Williams and John Mechie. He had wide receivers. This past year, he will not have a wide receiver drafted in the top 2 rounds. That was on his team. And he still made it happen with that Bama team. Yeah. And they asked Nick Saban about it. They asked Nick Saban about what type of guy Bryce Young is. And Will Anderson. He goes, well, they knew they were going top 5, presumably top 5 in the NFL draft. And both of them still played in that bowl game because they knew how much it meant to their teammates. So I think that says a million about him. He actually made a claim that all players should be playing in their bowl games. But the Carolina Panthers draft room, they just called it in. There's 3 minutes and 42 seconds left. You'd see them on the phone. It looked like they were on the phone calling the commissioner. I don't know how they haven't had this pick in already, but I guess they're, taking their time, being on the clock. It's fun for them.
Yeah.
Comments on Bryce? Comments on the Panthers?
I think it's. I mean, you got to make that move. They paid to get up there, and I think he's got the best success or best rate. I think he's got the best chance to be a really good quarterback in the league out of everybody in the draft. So listen, there was a lot of smoke put out there about they're looking at Will Levis or I never believed that for a second. That's and speaking of the odds makers, you're talking about them, Gene. I think there's a lot of fuckery, if you will, that goes on with like people talking about who's going to get picked or not to mess with the betting market, because I bet you there's people that put money on like, Levis might go number 1. Let me get that plus money. Never in my wildest dreams was Levis going 1. There's no
Where
scout.
do you think Will Levis goes?
Man, I think if they weren't insane, he should be in the second round, but I think he'll be in the top 12 somewhere.
So 4 to Indianapolis, 8 to Atlanta. I mean, these are possible destinations for him. I'm just trying to see where you have him drawn.
Well, I mean, if Stroud, it depends. If Stroud gets picked in the next pick, which it sounds like he will, I think the Colts are going to go for him at 4. I mean, if I were the Colts,
what about the Raiders? Do you think the Raiders draft a quarterback 7?
I think they're a wild card. I mean, I really do. I mean, the Raiders are always a wild card in the draft. I mean, I think they could. I think you could see the Falcons doing that. I mean, Desmond Ritter's not the answer. I think the Falcons are going to make a play. I was talking to Gene off the air. I could see them making a play for Tannehill. I mean, there's going to be a surprise trade somewhere. I just
Arthur Smith's bringing in ex-Tennessee players,
Oh, wow. Hold on. Live news. The pick is in, and I have news for you guys as soon as this is done. This is news that just broke.
Okay.
Carolina Panthers, we're just going to read off the Bryce Young selection as they go out. Bryce Young, quarterback, Alabama. He is the number 1 pick. Breaking news that just came through.
Wow.
Just seconds ago. The Eagles and the Cardinals settle a Jonathan Gannon tampering investigation with draft day trade. The Philadelphia Eagles and Arizona Cardinals have settled a tampering investigation with an exchange of draft picks. In exchange for an ending a dispute over the Cardinals' hiring of Eagles defensive coordinator Jonathan Gannon, the Cardinals' new head coach, the Cardinals have agreed to trade that will send pick number 66 in the 2023 NFL Draft to the Philadelphia Eagles in exchange for this year's pick number 94 and a 5th rounder in 2024. So Howie Roseman does it again. He picks up the 2nd pick in the 3rd round for a 5th rounder.
Wow.
That's what the smart teams do.
Wow. And wow. I didn't even know there was a tampering case going on.
Yeah. The funny part is they said that they tampered with Jonathan Gannon, but in reality, Howie Roseman, the whole report was Howie Roseman said you're staying in Arizona after the Super Bowl to interview. Mm-hmm. So he had to know about it. Jonathan Gannon said that he was planning on coming back and being the Eagles defensive coordinator, but Howie told him to take the job in Arizona. And then they charged him with tampering? Like, that is hilarious to me. I can't believe that just happened.
Well, I mean, we talk about it. Arizona as a franchise it's a dumpster fire right now. Like, everybody's going to try to take advantage of them. I feel like throughout this draft process and everything, maybe this is the first instance of it, but yeah, that's hilarious that it played out that way.
You think that the Arizona Cardinals, and I'm just throwing this out there. I don't want to take away from Bryce Young's moment. We've been talking about Bryce Young being the number 1 pick forever. The Houston Texans are on the clock. They have 5 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. But do you think that the Arizona Cardinals kind of swindled this deal with the Eagles, saying, hey, we'll give you draft compensation if you basically help Gannon accept this job? Do you think that's a possibility? Because the report is Howie Roseman told Jonathan Gannon, you're not getting on the team plane. You're interviewing for the job here in Arizona. You're not leaving here. And then 2 days later, he was the Cardinals head coach.
Maybe that's them saying, hey, maybe Howie's saying, like, yeah, I know. You know what I mean? You're not slick, I know. You know, and that could be him just letting them know, yeah, I know what you're up to. So
we expect this pick now to be CJ Stroud. The pick is in. Houston has put their pick in, and the commissioner will be at the podium in just seconds. Bryce Young's still giving his interview. This was quick. I love after the first pick, it starts going.
Yeah.
The pick is in for the Houston Texans, and I'm expecting – I thought just 25 minutes ago, I was telling you this pick is going to be Will Anderson Jr.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's going to be CJ Stroud now. Just based off the betting thing. Do you think that's the right pick for Houston?
Unless you want to suffer. Well, if their plan was to go Will Anderson, hope that they're bad enough next year and Caleb Williams is in their plans next year, fine. But I can't, go into next year thinking, oh, Davis Mills is our number one guy. Seen enough of him. So either they were going to do it with the second pick or 12th. One of these is going to be quarterback, and I think second one makes more sense because if you don't take Stroud here, if you're at 12 and you're stuck with a board where it's, I don't know, Anthony Richardson and maybe Will Levis and you're not in love with them, then what do? Then you maybe reach in the second or third round for a guy, hope he's...
if I were the Colts and Stroud goes at 2,
mm-hmm.
I'm trading back and trying to get Hendon Hooker.
100%.
And
I agree with you.
And
the question would be, and this is funny because I think at this point Danny, I don't think it's Will. I said Will 25 minutes ago on this show, and then the odds from BetMGM changed to -2,000 for CJ Stroud to go second overall. And if he goes second overall, how far does Will Anderson slip? Because Kyler Murray made it very clear that he wants an offensive lineman. That the Arizona Cardinals trade back. If they want an offensive lineman, you got to get draft capital. Yeah. Trade back. A lot of Tennessee Titans have been in the market for this third overall pick. We'll find out shortly. The commissioner is about to come to the podium, and the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. They have 7 minutes and 42 seconds left for their pick. So the commissioner is about to come to the podium now to let us know the second overall pick is. I am tuned in right now.
Yeah. To answer your question, I think I find it hard to believe Will Anderson would drop past 5 at Seattle, I think.
But does that mean Jalen Carter could fall? Because you look at 6, 7, 8, 9. Chicago at 9 is taking an offensive lineman to protect Justin Fields.
If they're smart, yeah.
So here's the pick.
They better.
Commissioner's at the podium now, and the pick is in.
Please be something messed up.
I love this. This is so much.
Please.
If you're watching me at home, I hope you can tell how much fun I'm doing with this. All right. Roger Goodell with the second pick. The Houston Texans select CJ Stroud, quarterback, the Ohio State University.
Okay.
I'm telling you, man, Vegas isn't wrong. When they make a move and it makes somebody -2,000, you know what's going to happen.
Oh, looks like we got somebody.
Is that Chris Charlton?
Yeah.
What's up, Chris? Welcome to the draft party, brother.
Yeah, what's going on?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Chris is a fellow Eagles fan from Philadelphia. CJ Stroud just went second to the.
I seen that, and I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Is he the Ohio State quarterback that finally doesn't suck?
I don't think Justin Fields sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, me neither. I don't think he's, but I'm saying, like, they're not very good at putting out quarterbacks. I mean, they've tried and failed.
I've had that train of thought before, and as an Eagles fan,
So
I said that about Jalen Hurts, and I was dead wrong. So, I mean,
so I got
Understandable.
a real response for you.
Okay.
Do you think Joe Burrow is a successful quarterback?
So far, yes.
Do you know where Joe Burrow came from?
Yes, I know he was in that Ohio State quarterback room. I absolutely believe that.
I think Justin Fields, Joe Burrow, I think a lot of these big name teams that used to rely on getting the 5-star lineman, the 5-star running back, the 5-star wide receiver, and then putting the game manager around. What I'm talking about is Ohio State and Alabama, what they did for years. I mean, you got to think back to the A.J. McCarron days, right? When Alabama was winning national championships with him. I think those days are over. I think
I feel like A.J. McCarron was a proven winner too. You know what I mean? Like that guy was a winner.
But he sucked in the NFL.
But he sucked. So this is another thing I wanted to ask you. So me and my cousin had this discussion today. So I'm not big, like with Will Levis coming out, I'm not big on taking quarterback or any position player from these smaller schools who don't really play nobody. Like Kentucky is not a football program. Let's be for
team though. They played SEC teams. I think Kentucky looked terrible versus good teams this year. And if you've listened to me on Will Levis, you'll know that my take on him is Jay Cutler. He reminds me so much of Jay Cutler, and I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. I think it's a good thing if you're drafting the 3rd round.
But I don't understand. I don't understand why he went out this offseason and got jacked like he was playing tight end. Like, have you ever seen an absolutely jacked quarterback, dude?
Combine hero. Him and Anthony
This
Richardson.
dude is ripped up, dude.
Yeah.
So what I was saying, this is what I was saying about these smaller school guys. Do you think that there's more chances of a guy from a big school being a bum because he was surrounded by such great talent? Like Alabama is a track team. You know what I mean? Like they're all track teams. You got 5 guys
now produced a few good quarterbacks.
Right.
That's the USC argument. USC quarterbacks that come out of USC, they have the fastest team, the best offensive line, the best running back, and their quarterbacks normally don't pan out. I.e. Sam Darnold, Mark Sanchez. Yes, that's it. You make a point when you say that.
And then I'm saying, like, when you got these guys from a smaller school who look like they could be good but have no talent surrounding them. You know what I mean? So do their numbers kind of mean more because they did more with less is what I'm asking.
Okay, so that's a fair point. It's a fair question, and I'll let Godfrey and Kyle answer it. But I will say this before they do. There's been quarterbacks like Josh Allen that came out of Wyoming that took a little time to develop out of a small school.
Right.
And there's also been quarterbacks like Carson Wentz that came out of North Dakota State that looked great. Then he got injured.
But also had to get thrown right into the fire as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to happen. You get drafted in the 1st round. I think the worst thing that can happen to Will Levis and Anthony Richardson is to them get drafted in the 1st round. Godfrey said that last night, and I couldn't agree with him more.
I know.
Hold on. There might be a trade. Adam Schefter is – hold on one second. I'm not –
I saw a rumor that the Titans traded for Stroud, but I think it's bullshit. Just saying.
I seen that
come up with the number 3 pick. Hold on. Hang on. Houston will move up to number 3. Jesus, Godfrey, did you call this?
There we go.
Yes.
Will Anderson.
Godfrey's the insider.
That Houston looks like they're moving up to number 3 to take Will Anderson Jr. You
Will Anderson, 100%.
There you go.
100%. 100%. D'Amico Ryans really, really like this guy. Really, really like this guy. And that's a defensive player that he feels like he can build that defense around.
Yeah, the Cardinals like that kid. Oh, God damn it. Now I got to remember his name.
Paris Johnson, right?
No. Well, I mean, maybe they'll get the offense.
I am so floored right now.
So what's Houston give up? 12?
Yeah, well, they're going to give up 12. But
Tyree Wilson. That's who they like. They like Tyree Wilson.
Tyree.
I keep hearing that the Cardinals like Tyree Wilson.
I like Tyree Wilson to Chicago.
Yeah, I think Chicago's got to go. They got to go offensive line.
Trade alert. Let's see what the trade is. I am so floored right now. The Arizona Cardinals trade the pick to the Houston Texans. You said this before the draft. God.
That's crazy. I can't believe he called this.
And I was
Sometimes it's
almost
better to be
laughing
lucky
at
than
him.
good.
I'm like, there's no way.
Absolutely, Godfrey. I believe you, dude.
Listen, you read a bunch of like mock drafts, and then people have different ideas, and you're like, I could see that, I can't see that. So it's not my original idea.
Have we seen a team with 2 picks in the top 5? I know we've seen guys with 2 picks in the top 10 or top 8. That had to be a 1 next year as well, right?
The Jets had like 4 and 6 the other year, 3 and 6.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, when they took what's it called? When they took Sauce, right, last year.
That was 4, and they had 4. They took Sauce, and they had 6. The Giants and the Jets had sandwich picks.
Mm-hmm.
But,
yeah, that's close enough for me. That's yeah.
But is this Will Anderson Jr. or is this Tyree Wilson?
It has to be Will Anderson. No way.
It's got to be Will Anderson.
Man, you're going to get C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson in one draft. I don't know what they gave up, but D'Amico Ryans is walking into a much better situation now.
They're for real. They are for real right now. They're trying.
Someone needs to get me the details of this trade.
I'm going to get a first. They're swapping first. They're going to get
and the 1 next year.
12, and then I'm thinking a 1 next year, maybe even a second this year.
Oh, it's got to be more than just a 1 next year. To move from 12 to 3.
12 to 3 is a huge jump.
That's a huge jump.
Yes.
That's the San Francisco jump for Trey Lance, right?
The commissioner's at the podium right now, so hang on right now. That is the jump for Trey Lance. You're absolutely correct. And
that cost 3 1s.
Yeah, 3 1s. That was 3 1s. And they're going to give up on him already. 1 year in. It's unbelievable.
Wait, they traded Lance?
No.
Not yet, but it's looking that way.
The Houston Texans with the 3rd pick. Here we go. Hold on. It's got to be Will Anderson.
Will Anderson Jr., baby.
Has to be. There's no way in hell it's not.
It's got to be 100%, dude. I can't see them going any other way.
Will Anderson Jr., that's correct.
Yep.
So does this open the door for Indy to take
Will Levis? Will Levis.
I would trade back from them, but we'll see.
Indy can't afford to trade back and swing and miss, dude. They're been in bad shape quarterback wise. Their fucking offensive line looked garbage last year. I know they got a lot of dudes paid on that line, but they looked horrible.
I mean,
so maybe that's why Will Levis got jacked. Maybe Indy told him, "Hey, you might come here," and he's like, "I got to protect myself."
Listen, it sounds funny, but you said Will Levis got jacked. Who's the most jacked quarterback in the NFL right now?
Can't call it. That's what I'm saying. I don't even. Probably
500 pounds.
But yeah, from the waist down, definitely. But I'm talking Will Levis is.
So hold on, Chris. If that's the most jacked quarterback that squats over 500 pounds in Jalen Hurts, his offensive coordinator is now the head coach of the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah, Shane Steichen, yep.
Maybe they're going to use Will Levis in the
same type of way.
Hurts type role.
Okay.
I'm just so like Kyle, I've not went to you in a little while. What are your thoughts on this?
I'm still like you with the whole Godfrey thing, but if I'm a Texans fan, after the embarrassment of the past couple of years with their hiring process and everything, I feel like they got it right with getting D'Amico Ryans. He's already made an impact. You've got your quarterback. You got probably the top defensive guy in the draft. If I'm a Houston fan, I'm smiling right now. That division outside of Jacksonville, kind of up in the air. We don't know what Tennessee's doing.
Yeah, part of my reasoning for it happening too was, I mean, D'Amico Ryans is he got a 6-year contract?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're going to let him put his fingerprints all over this team.
100%.
I mean, and he's a defensive guy.
And by the way, I think Will Anderson Jr., I've said this on previous shows, and I'll say it again. I don't think he's just a defensive player. I think he's a Hall of Famer. I think they just drafted a Hall of Famer. I've been on this kid for 2 years now. He is.
This guy's a franchise cornerstone right now.
I'm a huge Will Anderson guy. I wish that you guys could rewind all the way back to the wire to wire 2021 SEC title game. The day after, it was like December 8th or 9th episode, and I said Will Anderson Jr. will be a top 2 pick. I was third. I was off by 1. But I said Bryce Young and Will Anderson Jr. will be the first 2 guys off the board.
Singing his praises.
I mean, listen, they got a good
Danny
secondary
Dempsey
already.
asked, did the Texans steal the draft? I can't say they have until I see what they've given up.
Right.
To move from 12 to 3, I just got to see the haul. Someone can type the haul in and let me know what the haul is. I want to know what the haul.
Does that trade have to start? Sorry, Dad.
I'm looking at trying to find out the haul, and it doesn't.
It has to start at Trey Lance numbers, right? It has to start at 3 1s.
I think that at this point, I think the Arizona Cardinals knew they were going to trade back because they want an offensive lineman.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I think that they're a lot more willing to trade. I don't think it'll be anywhere near the Trey Lance numbers. I think you're looking at a 12 this year, a first next year, a second this year, and a second next year. That's what I'm guessing. I could be completely wrong, but I think it's a first and second this year, a first and second next year.
Let's call it like it is. The 49er, John Lynch has been getting away with murder by making horrible moves in certain instances, and especially when it comes back to the quarterback room. And when you look at that Trey Lance trade, it's easy to have 20/20 vision, but he was a guy that was coming off not playing a year of football. They were talking about Mac Jones at 3. You didn't need to move up that far for either of those guys, and then you don't get Justin Fields. Imagine Justin Fields in that offense. And they're like,
Schefter tweeted the details. So he said the Cardinals get 12, 33, a first and a third next year. Texans get 3 and 105.
Okay, so it was a first and second this year, and I understand
that was cheap.
Well, no, it wasn't. 33 is basically a first. Yeah. 33 is the highest second round pick you can get.
Well, it's basically 32 because
correct.
Miami's
correct. So I don't think that. I think that's exactly what I said. I said first and second, but you're essentially giving him a 12, a 33, and then a first and third next year. You said
first and third next year. That's what I was getting ready to ask.
That's really good. I think that's a fair trade for both teams. I think the Houston Texans get what they need, and I think the Arizona Cardinals got a nice haul back.
So now let me ask this: does Arizona at some point in this draft a quarterback?
No, they're not going to draft. Maybe in the 5th or 6th round, they'll draft a backup quarterback, but I don't think that. You know who would be a really good fit for them, and it might. It's funny. We might have to clip this later if I'm right, but I really think Stetson Bennett would be out of Georgia. Would be a really good professional winner to back up Kyler Murray and help him in that quarterback room and to be that backup quarterback. I think
Kyler Murray.
Scott, I'm sorry.
Kyler Murray always cracks me up because with this whole, even like when they got into the whole contract situation, I was screaming to oh shit, Anthony Anderson 4.
Oh, hold on, we're doing so, Chris. I don't want to be rude when I tell you this. We're doing a live draft watch party, so I need you not to read the picks out before they get.
I'm sorry, guys. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The Colts pick is in, and it's Anthony Richardson out of Florida. This is, in my opinion,
a
terrible pick.
That was worse than Shalley's pick last night for Will Levis at 4. But you know what though? I got to say this. I think it's an awful pick at 4. I don't know if people are going to go up that high for him, but Shane Steichen, they're thinking he's going to make him Jalen Hurts. I think that is a bad comp. They were nowhere near each other's in college as far as performance.
Yeah.
Like people say that comp with Jalen Hurts, and they're like, "Oh, the kid can kind of throw, kind of run." Well, that was Jalen Hurts. We'll turn him into something. Like Jalen Hurts balled out in Oklahoma in his last year. Okay, like this guy didn't ball out.
But if you take him at 4, doesn't he have to start day 1?
They're starting him day 1. I mean, well, listen, he's going to have stiff competition from Gardner Minshew, so.
That's what I'm worried about with him.
I'm joking with the Gardner Minshew comment.
Seattle is making a trade.
I was hoping
Anthony Richardson at 4. I would have never thought that. I thought so. The prediction of 4 quarterbacks taken before pick 15. I said 3. I'm going to be dead wrong because there's no way Will Levis makes it past 15.
Yeah.
And it could be 5 quarterbacks with Hendon Hooker.
I'm telling you, someone's trading up for a quarterback right now. I guarantee it. Someone's trading up with Seattle for a quarterback.
Somebody's trading up for Levis right now. Absolutely.
I think it's Tennessee.
Yeah,
They
makes
the
no
most
sense.
Yeah.
It doesn't make
sense. And I
sense.
love this for the Eagles. They could sit pat right now and maybe get Jalen Carter.
So now with Indy taking Anthony Richardson, I was hoping he kind of went to Seattle maybe because this way he could sit for a year or two behind Geno, learn from a guy that like Geno was a runner when he came out and stuff like that, played the same kind of style. I was hoping that kid wouldn't have.
Geno was a better Anthony Richardson is not
as good of a passer.
I'm going to tell you something right now, though. Shane Steichen doesn't have to change his system one bit.
No, that's exactly what I was saying is that I was hoping he wouldn't have to start from day one because I think with 2 years of sitting behind a real quarterback that I think this kid could be really good.
Yeah. He better have Anthony Richardson spending the night at his house. Like Shane Steichen, like he better be living with him. Like, yeah, you're not getting an apartment. You're living in my place. They better be coaching every moment of the day, every minute, every second.
This is insanity, man.
This is what we expected from this draft. A lot of unpredictability.
Well, you got it so far.
Yes,
you have a trade for the number 3 pick already. You got Anthony Richardson going 45 picks too early. This is insanity. You got Seattle on the clock now with 4 minutes left for the number 5 overall pick. I am so
speechless right now.
Yeah, no, it's great though. This is exactly what you want to see.
This is what you want. This is absolutely what you want. And I believe there's still tons of trades to be made this round as well. So let's see where Seattle could go. All right. I think Seattle maybe takes Jalen Carter if they sit pat with this pick.
All right, we'll see what Seattle goes with next.
I mean, this has to be. Wait, did they trade up? Did Seattle trade their pick?
We don't know yet. It's not traded yet.
Yeah, it's been wild already. Did these?
Okay, so Chris, we got Ian waiting to join on. Appreciate you joining us right now. We got a 4th guy from the network to join in.
Sounds good, guys. Do your thing. I'll check back in.
Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you.
So long, guys.
Take care.
Yeah.
So let's bring Ian in.
Got Ian in, guarded 3 waiting.
Hey, yeah, there you go. Good, cool. Hey, what's up, guys?
Ian, what's your squad, brother? Are you a Seahawks fan?
I am not, but just these Houston picks, it's got me intrigued. So, but
who's your squad, Ian?
Well, we're not picking until day 3. It's Denver.
Okay, you're a Broncos fan. That's fine.
Third round, yeah.
Always love to hear where you're coming from, the hate in your division. I always like to see who you're rooting for, who you're rooting against. Appreciate you joining in the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Can you fit guarded 3 in there, or is that going to work or not?
Let's see. Yeah, we also
have, I'm running the Pro Football Focus mock draft simulator, and it updates with the actual picks. It actually has the Eagles 66 pick in there. So they're projecting that Jalen Carter is the next pick off the board for the Seahawks if there's not a trade.
Is that Ian, your background, man? Are you in a like a bar or?
Nope. Studio. Say hi, guys.
Yo.
What's happening, fellas?
What's going on?
Yeah, welcome to my college sports emphasis class.
I love it.
Okay. Okay.
Yep. So this is what we do, and we get credit for class for this. So it's always a good time.
Isn't that so? What do you think about the pick with Will Anderson? The Texans trading back up to 3 after taking C.J. Stroud. What do you think about that trade? It's a number 12, number 33, a first next year, and a 3rd next year. What's your thoughts?
I think Arizona's stockpiling. They're getting ready. I also think that they weren't 100% set on one particular player either. Obviously, Anderson was probably going to be the move here one way or the other. But I do wonder if Arizona was potentially looking at grabbing a quarterback with Kyler Murray's injury still bugging him there. So I just wonder if that was a potential move back. But I think both teams won it. I mean, the Texans, they just burnt their entire draft, but they got one of the best quarterbacks and they got the best defensive player, potentially the best player in the entire draft in back-to-back picks. So I don't see either team really losing out on this.
I think the Texans
Godfrey, sorry.
just made themselves a very legitimate defense. One thing that Lovie Smith excels at is building a good secondary where he goes.
Lovie Smith's not on that team.
I know, but he was with the team last year. So he helped build a good secondary. So when you add a rusher like that to an already stout secondary, in my opinion, with you got Stingley on there, that's going to be a tough defense to deal with. Off the bat,
agree with you more. Stingley had a good year before he got hurt. I thought Derek Stingley looked really good at the cornerback position.
Yeah, I mean that makes him legit. I mean, even more legit. I mean, that's shocking that they did that, but I wasn't surprised. I mean, I did call it, but I was like, are they really going to do that? I mean, the Cardinals were desperate to get out of position, and they love that guy. If I'm going off Pro Football Focus, and I'm kind of mock simulating a draft. I mean, in my prediction, I think Will Levis is going to the Raiders or the Falcons. He ain't getting past 8. The Anthony Richardson thing blows my mind, though.
The pick is in for Seattle, so
it has to be Jalen Carter.
They made their pick. You think it's Carter? It could be Tyree Wilson.
My grandma was able to run on the Seahawks last year.
Well, we'll find out right now. The commissioner's at the podium, walking out now for the Seattle Seahawks pick.
Gene, I think you hope it's Wilson's because you know what you want. you want Jalen Carter and Kelly Green. That's what you want.
I do, not Kelly Green, but yeah.
Kelly Green's in this year, man.
I agree, but we'll see. All right, here we go. Seattle's pick is in.
Has to be Carter.
Well, we will announce it as soon as the commissioner does. Here he comes.
Who's that assurance salesman?
I really wish they wouldn't do this. I'm about to turn the captions off. With the 5th pick in the NFL draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Devin Witherspoon, cornerback out of Illinois. I thought that was a crowded cornerback room to begin with. I don't understand that pick. I really don't. I know Carroll loves secondary, but that's not the pick I would have went here.
I think Jalen Carter is going to become an Eagle now.
Detroit isn't a name where he's been linked to.
I mean, I could see them taking it. D is something that they can lose. D-line is one of their needs. I mean, if he gets past the Lions, I'm going to say Jalen Carter might be an Eagle. I mean, I could see the Bears taking him too. I definitely think Will Levis is going to be a Raider or a Falcon. I just see it. And I could see Will Levis going to the Falcons because of the type of offense that Arthur Smith runs. Yeah. He likes to do a lot of play action, run the football, and he wants someone that can throw the ball down the field. Will Levis does have an arm. Can he develop this kid? Oh, that remains to be seen, but I could see him fitting that system with the skills people say he possesses. We'll see if the upside comes true. I mean, 8 is early for him, I feel, but man, Anthony Richardson went at 4 for the love of God. Like, I can't even believe that.
An absolute stud, man.
Yeah.
I had him as my best corner on the board. I had him ranked ahead of Christian Gonzalez. The guy is just all world. He can tackle, he can cover, he can hit. He is a physical cornerback.
I hoped he was going to be there. At
my mock draft simulator had Devin Witherspoon going to the Lions.
I don't think it's a horrible pick, Dan. Danny said it's another horrible pick. I don't agree, and we'll get you in, Dan, as soon as we have a spot that's open. I appreciate you joining us. Brett, guard a 3, guard a P. How you feeling, Brett? Appreciate you joining the draft party.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel really good. It's been a wild draft. I've been keeping up with it. It's been a lot of fun, that's for sure.
I don't know about the Seattle. The Detroit Lions have the whole world in its hand. I think it's 6 right here. If you add Jalen Carter to that Aiden Hutchinson line.
I mean, I think that's a no-brainer. for them. But who knows? I mean, there's. Oh man, I still can't get over Anthony Richardson at 4. Jim Irsay must have been doing lines in Josh McDaniel's wife's bathroom again or something before that. Like I
mean, isn't Irsay the perfect guy to make a move like that though? Like,
yes.
So,
you ever see the Draft Day movie, Kevin Costner? I could see Irsay playing that character based off Jim Irsay. That's what I could see. I mean, you know, the HBO version.
How about the CEO, Anthony?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's going to make a splash in this draft, Sonny.
Ridiculous.
Anthony Richardson really caught me off guard. I did not expect him to go 4.
Nobody did.
Yeah, nobody.
I don't think Devin Witherspoon's a bad pick if he's an all-pro corner. I just don't like the fit for Seattle. I just don't understand it. You know, last year they had was he second or third in Rookie of the Year voting?
Yeah, so my thing with Seattle is this. The reason why I thought Jalen Carter was the perfect pick because of where he ended up, everybody and their mom was able to run the ball in the Seahawks, okay? Everybody and their mom. So I hope they have a plan to stop the run because, your corners, you had some good corner play, but guess what?
Well, they had Tyreek Woolen. They had Kobe Bryant, who had Tyreek Woolen was second or third in Defensive Rookie of the Year voting. You have Kobe Bryant there, who had a very good rookie season. Mike Jackson was good last year. Like, I don't understand what Seattle just did there.
Detroit getting a QB, I think, would be a wise move if they believe in who's left on the board.
Oh, they can't get Will Levis here. Will Levis, you got Jared Goff already.
Yeah, but he's not going to be there after this year. He's definitely not.
What's Sean? What did he say? Does Detroit go quarterback?
Yeah, does it go Kobe?
I don't think they go quarterback. I think if CJ Stroud's sitting here, you can have this conversation. I don't think it's a conversation.
The simulator says Jalen Carter is going to be a line.
It's going to say it to everybody. He's the best available player.
Right. But what the simulator has adjusted, because I restarted after every pick.
And it just keeps picking Jalen Carter.
It says that, but it also says Will Levis will become a Raider.
Okay.
And
I don't think that's a good fit for. Do you think that they signed Jimmy Garoppolo as to be a placeholder for Will Levis for 1 year?
No, but this is also the coach that got rid of Jay Cutler for Kyle Orton. So
okay.
I mean, don't let's not forget that. Hey, Brendan Marshall, Jay Cutler, you're young in your prime. Get the fuck out of here. Kyle Orton, Brandon Lloyd, you're my guys. I mean, let's never forget that.
Brandon Lloyd.
Oh yeah. I mean, but would you gun you had Brandon Lloyd or Brandon Marshall? Which Brandon you going with?
Exactly.
I mean,
this is been such a fun draft to cover so far.
Yeah.
This is wild to me. Like
Brett, I need to get your opinion on the Houston trade.
I love it. I honestly love it when you can get the best player in the draft and a franchise quarterback all in the same draft. Like, I know the price honestly, it seemed reasonable to me. Like, it didn't seem like that, it didn't seem like an overpay, especially when you're getting a player the caliber of Will Anderson.
Yeah.
Personally, I absolutely love what they did. And I think they have a great foundation now for their offense and defense for years to come.
They have 3 picks in the top 3 in the last 2 years.
I'm going to make a wild prediction here for
trade. There's been a trade. Hold on. Yep. The Philadelphia Eagles. I'm calling it. Detroit Lions have traded their pick. Oh, the Arizona Cardinals have moved up to take the Detroit Lions pick. This is absurd. This draft is nuts.
Oh, my God.
What the Philadelphia Eagles did years ago. They traded out of and then moved back up.
You can't not trade back not to get Jalen Carter, right?
I think they traded back to get the offensive lineman before he went. I think this is the offensive lineman out of Ohio State.
Paris
Johnson, yep.
But I don't see him going off the board before pick 9.
I don't care what. It's true. Yeah. If you don't think you're getting them and you think Las Vegas and Chicago are both slated, so they only gave up a second-round pick. This is a great trade for the Arizona Cardinals. If you break down what the Cardinals did, going from 3 to 6, they picked up 33. No, they gave up 30. Oh, they gave up 34. Yeah, they picked up 33 instead of 34. They picked up a first and a third to move down 3 spots.
Jonathan Gannon's such a tool.
You looking at the image?
Yeah, like what a tool. I'm sorry. I just
pick is
whatever.
in for the Arizona Cardinals, man.
And it has nothing to do with him losing a Super Bowl. That wasn't just him. It just like I'm not a fan of him after what he said about like criticizing the Philadelphia media. And like I had like 30 sacks. I'm like, okay, man.
Here we go. The Arizona Cardinals. I'm going to read it out for you guys.
Has to
Detroit
be.
Lions have traded the 6th pick to the Arizona Cardinals. And with the 6th pick, the Arizona Cardinals select Paris Johnson Jr., offensive tackle, Ohio State University. I'm not, guys, I'm live. There's nothing around me. And I'm calling
There's no way. Jalen Carter's going to be an Eagle. There's no way. There's no way he's not. I don't see him going in. All right, maybe the Bears.
No, the Bears have to take an offensive lineman.
I agree, but
they're just going to kill Justin Fields. I don't understand what they're going to do.
They're going with the Andrew Luck plan.
If Carter keeps dropping, one of these teams might be like, I mean, that guy's pretty good.
Howie will move up. Howie will move up to get him.
Howie will move up to get him. If you see a trade for 7, 8, or 9,
it's probably the Eagles.
Yeah. They won't trade for 9.
But they don't have. I don't think they
Howie
have
never
to.
trades up 1 pick.
All right, so this is what the simulator says. I recalibrated after Paris Johnson went. It has
Let me guess, Jalen Carter.
No, Will Levis going next to the Raiders, and Jalen Carter going to the Atlanta Falcons at 8. Tyree Wilson at 9, and then the Eagles are on the clock at 10. I've been basing it off the Eagles. Spoiler alert, I'm an Eagles fan.
Yeah.
He was projected to go 3rd. Who's
the new GM for the Cardinals? Is it Kyler Murray or Kyler Murray?
I mean, Kyler Murray made the decision. He said, I want an offensive lineman to protect me. And he got one. This is the enforcer. This guy looks like Jason Peters, man. He really gives that look to him. That big, strong enforcer, quiet.
But dude, Peters is a tight end in Oklahoma, though. He can catch. No, just. You ever see footage of him playing tight end in Oklahoma? It was ridiculous. I was like, that guy, what the fuck? That guy was a tight end? It was ridiculous.
Yeah. Arizona's happy with it. Look at Gannon smiling and hugging people.
So I was saying that, Will Levis, I remember I was saying that earlier tonight, Will Levis could be.
You still have to call tonight, Godfrey. Calling the 3rd pick.
Nothing's going to beat that.
I can't. I swear we need to clip that. I don't know how that happened. That's absurd. That's one of the best foreshadowing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, well, broken clock is right twice a day. But I will tell you, I mean, Jalen Carter's just sitting out there. If the Raiders don't take, I mean, he's within reach. And the Eagles, I would like him at 10. Everybody said there's no way he drops to 10. And I'm hoping he's getting some of that Nakobe Dean magic the Eagles got last year with him. Not the 3rd round, but I mean, he's within reach, and Howie has talked about Jalen Carter.
Sean Karcher's a fellow Eagles fan. He says, I totally see the Eagles passing on Carter, kind of like we did with Kyle Hamilton last year.
I don't see you can't pass on him at 10.
I love Jordan Davis, but I'll tell you right now, if you take Kyle Hamilton instead of Jordan Davis, I think the Eagles look better.
Possibly.
Yeah, they have no second. They have no safety right now. They have not one on the roster. Gardner Johnson's gone. Epps is gone. They have nobody. Kayvon Wallace is slotted to start at safety.
Who's that white guy that played? I forget his name. Who was his name? Someone brought him up to me the other day. I can't remember his name. But I was like, he doesn't deserve space in my head. It's just the way I operate. I forget his name. What was, you know who I'm talking about? Was it number 35? He played in the second.
Who you're talking about, bro.
For the Eagles. It was a white guy.
Dude, it's Reed Blankenship. Relax.
That guy. Yeah. Someone brought him up to me like, oh, we got Reed Blankenship. I'm like, you're serious? You're serious with that right now? I'm like,
no. All right. Well, 4 minutes left for the Raiders. The Raiders are the only team in the first round where I could see them accidentally letting the time run out.
It's my favorite game every year. Who do the Raiders reach for this year?
I love it. Christian
they do it all the
Gonzalez,
time.
Cornerback out of Oregon. That would be their reach this year. I think. I don't know. We'll see.
Christian Gonzalez is considered pretty good, though. I mean, some people had him ahead of the Witherspoon.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't. A punter. No, the Raiders do it all the time. But Mayock's still there, right? No? Or did he get fired?
He got fired, man.
Yeah.
Who's their GM now? Christian Gonzalez. They're showing photos of him. They think he's going.
I mean,
they're showing a lot of photos of Christian Gonzalez right now. I'll tell you that right now. I don't know who's going, but there's 3 minutes left and the pick isn't in. This day is the reason why the Raiders have been a laughing stock for the last 20 years. Thank you so much, Chase. I agree with you.
Well, I mean,
Guard a 2, no, guard a 3.
if Al Davis were still there, it'd be speedy wide receiver here.
You really don't have one in this draft.
Yeah.
There's only 2 minutes left on the clock. Could the Raiders let the time run out on their pick? I could see that.
He would draft Nolan Smith and convert him to receiver.
The pick is in. The pick
All
is
right.
in.
Here comes Stenson Bennett. No.
Oh my God!
Oh
If that
my!
happened-
I would die. Atlanta. Could Atlanta be where Will Levis goes, Brett?
I mean, I could see it. It'd be worth a shot. I mean, I think that'd be better than running Desmond Ridder out there.
They said that Bijan has been linked to Atlanta.
I like to point out that Devin Witherspoon, I believe, was recruited by Lovie Smith when he was at Illinois. He came in 2019, I believe. So
Well, here we go. The pick is in. The Raiders. That right now, currently, the Atlanta Falcons are on the clock, waiting for the commissioner to come out to read the pick. Mel Kiper seems to think it's Tyree Wilson. I guess
I think that's a reach.
You would pair him, Tyree Wilson.
I think he's good, but I'm Lewin. He slipped down.
It's not reach, bro.
We'll see. I think there's other guys that are better on the board. I mean, you're going to take him over Jalen Carter? Really? Okay.
I'm see. The problem is this: Tyree Wilson has no off the field issues, and he plays a more valuable position, which the edge rusher.
Yeah, I hear you on that, and you're right. But this is what I was pointing to earlier when we were talking about or on the phone. Like, I think this is making Jalen Carter slip, coming in out of shape.
That is a great line. Can you please put that up by Chase? If I was 5'10", a 4'3" athlete, and the Raiders were on the clock, I'm calling the local Toyota car dealership and asking for a job.
That's funny.
Oh, that's amazing. The Raiders pick is in. The commissioner will be out shortly.
That's disrespectful to Toyota.
Although we did go an hour and we're only 7 picks in, which is insanity.
Right, it seems like so much more has happened, but yeah.
The trades have been amazing. Last year there was only 2 first-round trades.
Yeah, last year was like vanilla ice cream.
Yeah, it was terrible. This year has been 3 trades already, right? No, or 2 trades.
I mean, if I'm the Eagles and Jalen Carter's not there, I'm trading back.
100%. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'll take Tyree Wilson if I'm the Eagles. I'd be happy to take him. You haven't done your homework on him. Kid's very good. I just didn't think the Eagles had a shot at getting him. I think you have 2 guys. You haven't done your homework on him if you don't think he's
I'm not saying he's not good, but every top I saw him linked to the Cardinals, and everybody had him mid-teens. I saw some
commissioner. Hold on, let me read this pick out real quick.
Let's see if the simulator's right and Will Levis is a Raider.
That would be wild. I think you'd hear a little bit more, but we'll see. But the 7th pick in the NFL draft, Tyree Wilson, edge rusher out of Texas Tech University. So you have Atlanta, Bijan, Chicago, Skoronski, Eagles, Jalen Carter. I'm not saying it can happen, but it can happen.
It can happen.
I just want to read this. 906, Tyree Wilson was just taken off the board. Bijan, Skoronski, Carter. If I get this right, someone's got to buy me something. Buy me a car.
I'm telling you, man. I think so. All right. So the simulator, before I reset it with the current pick, they had Tyree Wilson going to 9 to the Bears, Jalen Carter to the Falcons. So I'm going to reset it right now because it automatically adds in the actual picks when you do it. Going to enter the draft here and tell you guys what they have going next. So next, as I predicted, they have Will Levis going to the Falcons. I think Will Levis is going to be a Falcon. And they got Peter Skoronski going next, which means Jalen Carter could be an Eagle. I don't think Howie passes him up.
You can't. You can't. The guy, especially with Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean in the building, if you don't think he's been talking to them about what Jalen Carter could mean to this football team.
Listen, you got Fletcher Cox is going to be gone after this year. All right. Brandon Graham's probably going to be gone too. So you got to go him or Nolan Smith, in my opinion.
If the Eagles stay pat at 10 and Jalen Carter's there and they don't take him, I will be upset.
Yeah, I think you could get away with trading back a few spots, but you might miss out on Nolan Smith too. We'll see. I wonder how early one of these tight ends will be taken, but
could Bijan go to Atlanta? That's been
possible.
Linked to Atlanta the last few days.
I mean, with Arthur Smith, it's definitely possible. They're like a very run heavy play action offense. The problem is
their top running backs are Cordero Patterson and Algier, who they I think drafted a couple of years ago or last year.
Fourth or fifth round pick. Tyler Algier.
I wouldn't hate.
Yeah, but here's the problem with that. You need someone to sling the rock. So my prediction is, and this is wild, if they take Bijan Robinson, they're going to trade for Ryan Tannehill. I know it's out there, but I'm sticking to it. He's got 1 year.
They got Taylor Heineke.
You kidding me, right? I mean, okay, sure.
They can call Baltimore about a Pro Bowl quarterback's new Puntley.
Oh man.
Oh.
See, they've doing this a lot on ESPN. The cameras are all over Will Levis.
Yeah.
They just had and then they got it on Jalen Carter now. So we don't know.
I can't believe Anthony Richardson goes before Will Levis.
They're going to commercial and then they'll read out his pick. They'll pit their pick.
I mean, all right, look, you can go Bijan here if you're the Falcons, but you need someone to throw the damn ball. Like, that's not going to, I don't know. I mean, if this was 1998 and you wanted to run the shit out of the ball and have a guy that could throw you 18 passes, that might work. Not even then, I don't, if you got a guy that people are grading out high, I mean, I wouldn't even be mad at him, although I think it might be a reach if they went Hendon Hooker right here. But, I mean,
I think I have Hendon Hooker rated ahead of Will Levis.
Same.
So, I would not be opposed to that, but I think this would be a reach to all people's mentality of where these quarterbacks and players are going. But once again, is it really a reach until after their careers, like 3-4 years from now? You kind of look at what they like. Yeah, it might be a reach tonight, but if Hendon Hooker turns into a Pro Bowl quarterback, is that a reach?
No, not really. I mean, listen, when Trubisky was picked, and the people are lying to you if they said they knew Mahomes would be who he would be when the Chiefs traded up for him, right? I mean, and they traded up for him, and look where he's at now. So, I mean, it's true.
I'm so intrigued where Atlanta goes here because Chicago, I don't understand how Chicago doesn't go Skoronski. He's already in Northwestern. He's already a Midwest kid.
Makes too much sense.
Am I correct? And it protects Justin Fields.
The
they
criticism,
have no offensive line there, guys. I want to do something for you just for the heck of it. Okay.
Yeah. By the way, the criticism on Skoronski is short arms, and he doesn't grade out well as a tackle. They say, and he's better. Probably be better as a guard. I don't know how true that is, but that's the knock on Brian Boldinger, people like that.
Braxton Jones, Cody Whitehair, Lucas Patrick, who I love, by the way. He's a former Green Bay Packer. He's a mutter. I love the guy. He can play center, right guard. Lucas Patrick is underrated as their center. Nate Davis and then Tevin Jenkins, who they took last year as their right tackle. It just makes sense to get the left tackle. You have a center. You have a right tackle. You get the left tackle.
Is Skoronski going to play tackle? I mean,
I would imagine you would.
Yeah, Skoronski.
I mean,
So they'll probably at least start him there, and if he doesn't work out, you can always move him next year.
If they don't, I'll put it this way: they don't take him 8 or 9 if they think he's going to play guard.
There's
no way. Be special to be a guard taken in the first round.
Yeah.
What was Landon Dickerson? The grade out as the best guard in football last year for the Eagles. He was a second round pick, and he has the ability to play center. He's a 2. Tyler Lindenbaum was a center. He went 26. You don't take a guard top 10 unless they're Zach Martin. I'm serious. I don't like. That's not. You don't do that. It's just. Where do you think your Packers are going, Brett?
I think the Packers have to go with tight end.
Dalton Kincaid.
Hang on. Oh, sorry.
I hope that the Eagles take Carter because I was arguing with my friend, a friend of mine all week. He's like, no way Carter falls. No way Carter falls.
Here we go. Here we go. Here's the pick. The pick is in. The Atlanta Falcons are – the Packers don't go wide receiver, Danny, and they never have.
But they should just to stick it to Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, my God. That would be hilarious.
I think we might be – I don't know. Maybe it's Bijan here.
We'll see. Here comes the commissioner to the podium. They're doing
Carter is a UGA guy, so I mean, right down the street. Why not?
I mean, it could be. I just hope not.
It'd be too smart to take Carter. They're not going to do it.
Okay. For the Atlanta Falcons, I'm joined by Christian Shane of Big Brothers. Oh, that's great. That's awesome. Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Kansas City.
We might have a trade. I could be wrong here.
It says the Falcons pick is in, so we'll see. Somebody just said the Eagles traded up.
I think we have an Eagles trade up. I think the Eagles might have. Wow, what are you going up to 8 for, Howie? I want to know what this is.
They traded to 9. I don't know why they would trade from 10 to 9 unless they know what Atlanta's pick is and they're worried about Chicago taking them. Yeah. I just don't know why would you go from 10 to 9 if they're not going to take the guy you want? We'll see. We'll see what it goes. It says the Atlanta Falcons select. Is it Bijan?
I need this kid to talk faster.
Bijan Robinson, running back out of Texas. So Jalen, if the Eagles are at 9 and they take Jalen Carter here, can you is this not the win of the draft right now?
I'm gonna have to stop the camera to ejaculate real quick. I'll be back.
There's no way. The Eagles trade up to 9. If they don't take Jalen Carter, I'm going to throw something.
So I think that's the only reason you trade up to 9, go from 10 to 9, is to make sure the Bears don't steal him from you.
I'm so glad Bijan Robinson went to Atlanta. I'm so glad. The people that were Bijan or bust in Philadelphia were driving me nuts. I got news for you. I want to say this on draft day. Bijan is a very good running back. He's the top 3 running back in this class. My whole opinion is Zach Charbonnet is the same guy, just as good, and he's going in the end of 2nd or 3rd round. I really believe that. The Bijan or bust guys drive me insane.
My thing is with Atlanta and all of the probably holes that they have.
Philadelphia's on the clock, man. This is absurd to me.
It's taking a running back the best thing to do.
They must think that Carter was going to go to the Bears. I don't know.
Yeah, but the Bears played them because there's no way they were taking Carter. And they're like, oh, well, if you give us a 4th rounder.
We don't even have a 4th rounder. That's what I'm saying. What the fuck are they giving?
Well, they just picked up that 3rd rounder. I hope they didn't give that 3rd rounder.
All right. Well, I know who they picked, but I'm not going to spoil it because they're probably behind. But I know who the Eagles picked. You want me to tell you, or you want me to wait?
I mean, I want to watch it. If you don't.
Okay.
Mind. You don't seem excited though.
Well, I'm acting. But I'm just gonna play this sound effect. That's party. It's party time.
Don't tell me. I don't want to know.
Oh my God!
The Philadelphia Eagles have moved up to number 9. Stop it, Godfrey. Jalen Carter is number 1 player on their board.
That's champagne. You hear that champagne?
I said that sounds like the Eagles are getting Jalen Carter. Oh my God, I hope so. This is so ridiculous. I hope you're, and if you're messing with me, bro, I'm gonna be even more mad. Why do you know this? We're live. Why are you watching your phone?
I'm not watching my phone.
I can't stand you, Godfrey.
Man, this is Oh, that was my mistake. Don't interpret that.
The Eagles are. Look at Howie Roseman. That shit-eating grin. Oh man!
Come on, motherfuckers! Why are we so far behind? This streaming shit's for the birds. What the fuck, man? Like, is this what football season's gonna be like? YouTube? God.
So Schefter says the Eagles traded pick 10 and a 4th rounder to move up to 9.
4th round has to be next year. They don't have a 4th rounder.
4th round next year, yeah.
I'm okay with that.
I think Howie was okay with that after we got to the 66 and we robbed the Cardinals for it. So I'm playing
for nothing. Yeah. They got the 66 for nothing.
So I'm playing this drum roll until you guys know. How long are they going to talk to Bijan? You're not coming to Philly. It's over. You're going to the ATL. There's going to be 10 in the box.
Did you watch it on your TV? Like it's already done? You already seen the or is
my draft simulator and Pro PFF is telling me.
Okay.
Can you turn that thing off, dude? I want to be surprised.
You don't even know yet. For all you know, we could be going Christian Gonzalez.
Bro, I swear to God, if they take a cornerback, I will break my laptop. I'm done. You have Darius Slay and Bradbury locked up for 3 years. Why in the world would you take a corner?
For all you know, they could be going Nolan Smith. I mean, there's many ways that they could be going here.
Bijan Robinson said he wanted to play with Jalen Hurts, and Eagles fans clamored to that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so glad he's in Atlanta.
Eagles fans love to get pandered to. But listen, that's all right. I feel vindicated. The Bijan or bust people just got busted in their face.
Yeah, I'm with it.
Someone busted a nut in their face.
Jesus Christ, this is now an X-rated program. I guess we're after 9 o'clock. We can just say anything.
Yeah. Listen, we're no worse than WWE. All right, so I just want to know when the fuck. Why do I?
Here we go. Commissioners at the stop it.
All right.
Just 2024 4th. That's all we gave up.
I'm
perfectly fine with that.
I'm playing the drum roll now.
Pick, by the way, they gave up a 4th round comp pick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm playing the drum roll now. You let me know when you find out, and I'll stop. Announce it.
I'll announce it as soon as the commissioner announces it. This is what a watch party is, sir.
Okay. Well,
welcome to a watch party. Been here all night.
I'm gonna have some tweets for YouTube TV. That's all I know. I'm gonna like YouTube. Is this what it's gonna be like when I'm watching a live football game on your subscription? I'm gonna be delayed by like 90 minutes.
Dude, your fantasy football team's up 17 points. The game didn't start.
Yeah, I'm
yet.
putting a live bet in.
Happened?
Putting a live bet in on shit that happened 10 minutes ago.
Commissioner still didn't walk out yet. They just have the Eagles green on there.
The selection's in, right?
Yeah, here you go. Here comes the commissioner.
Oh yeah. All I know is how he should be arrested. Because he's
Jalen Carter.
That's right.
Let's go.
Woo!
Let's go. Oh my! How do you pulled that off for a 4th round draft pick?
This is what well-run teams do, though. Like,
listen,
you know how to work the draft board.
You want to talk about the Georgia Eagles? Oh,
so now you're gonna have Nakobe Dean playing behind it.
Name.
Nakobe Dean's gonna be playing behind both D tackles he played behind in college.
Yes, you got Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis with Nakobe Dean. I watched this happen. It was the best college defense I've ever seen.
And to emphasize how that's important to a middle linebacker, Ray Lewis, I think, threatened to leave Baltimore until they drafted Haloti Nada. And then he was happy because he needed a D tackle in front of him to help him do his job.
This guy is an absolute monster. And for all the guys that want to Bijan Robinson, I want you to understand you just got friggin' Aaron Donald 2.0. Dude's a monster. And the only reason he fell is because he was racing a car on January 15th. He didn't beat somebody up. He wasn't carrying a gun. He was racing a car.
Yeah.
Shout out to my my fantasy football friends that are watching and tuned in. They're getting a live look at Godfrey and my dynasty baseball friends. I told them in the chat that I was going to come if Jalen Carter got drafted. I said that, and I'm not ashamed of it.
They've replaced Javon Hargrave with Jalen Carter.
Take that, 49ers, with your Brock
Oh.
Purdy.
I'll say it. I think that might be the steal of the draft. What just happened? Carter at 9? Ooh.
All I'm going to say is this. I hope he doesn't get in trouble. And if any dealership tries to sponsor him with a fast car, I'm going to punch you in your face. So all right.
What a draft pick, man. I am so happy with this. And they still pick 30. They didn't give up 30 to get Jalen Carter, which everybody in Philadelphia would have been fine with.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
if you traded 10 and 30 to move up to 5 to get Jalen Carter, you'd been like, okay, that's fine. I'm good with
now
it.
I could have saw the Bears taking Jalen Carter. They do need defensive help too, right? So
I guarantee you this picks Peter Skronsky. I don't know yet, but I guarantee you this picks Peter Skronsky.
I'll say I'm a Packer fan. I'm going to be mad at the Bears if they don't get Justin Fields more offensive help. Shoot. I love Justin Fields. I want to see him succeed, but Chicago.
They already got him DJ Moore to add to it as a wide receiver. You get him an offensive lineman right here. You have a right tackle that you drafted in the first round last year. You have a left tackle you drafted in the first round this year. And you have a center that's a plug-and-play guy at Lucas Patrick.
Oh, yeah. I'd say get Skronsky, and Fields is going to be in good shape next year or this upcoming season.
Local Northwestern kid, like, come on.
now I think the story now, though, is where does Will Levis land? Does he go to Tennessee?
Tennessee at 11. It makes too much sense.
Yeah.
They didn't even have to trade up for him.
Yeah, he
You know
fell for
Chicago's
themselves.
not taking him.
Does he go to the Packers? Does he go to the Patriots? Does
He's
he
not
go
going
to
to Packers.
I think Green Bay ends up going tight end to help out Jordan Love this year.
Dalton Kincaid. Dalton Kincaid just seems like a Packers guy.
I say
What-
the only player I could see them going over tight end is if Skronsky fell to 13, because I think Bakhtiari's gone after this year. So if
Yeah.
you're looking for a Bach replacement, I
All
could
right,
see if Skronsky fell, but I see him going tight end.
You don't
I-
draft a player at 13 that doesn't play. I
the thing
hate
about
that
tight
part.
ends, though, I mean, if you really think about it, how many come out and do well in their first 2 years? Not many. I mean, Kyle Pitts had an okay first year. He was all right. I mean, I think if you're drafting a tight end in the top 15, man, I think that's a waste, personally. I just really do. I know you're saying he's going to be special right away, and I just don't know if I just don't see tight end playing out like that. I mean, just think about all the great tight ends in the past year. Not many of them were good their rookie year.
They just asked Jalen Carter what it means to play for what it means to play for the Eagles. Jalen Carter said, "You got the best player in the draft." That's what he told the Eagles.
Sounds
All I
like
know
a
is,
motivated man.
Bro,
Whoever's
what
in
he did.
it-
Are you watching these highlights? Anybody else watching this right now?
Yeah.
I am.
Oh Lord, Tennessee, just where are you going, bro? I don't. That's Hendon Hooker right there. Oh man,
I just can't believe they got Jalen. I was talking to a buddy of mine. We talk football every night. My buddy Bill. If you're listening, you should be listening. Don't be a bitch. You never listen. But anyway, my buddy Bill was saying, "There's no way Jalen Carter will fall to 10." I'm like, well, listen, all you need is a couple wrinkles. This is how I felt. You just need a couple wrinkles in the top 10 picks for him to fall to the Eagles, and the wrinkles happen. Anthony Richardson, Wes Anderson with the trade up, and Anthony Richardson was the big
stop
wrinkle.
calling him Wes Anderson. He's the best player in the draft. It's Will
Well, listen,
Anderson Jr.
Wes
Stop
Anderson-
calling him Wes. His name isn't Wes.
But my question is, have you seen Scream? Because that was a hell of a movie, and I believe Wes Anderson made those. Not Will Anderson, though. Was it Wes Anderson?
That's Wes Craven.
Oh, okay, whatever. He's a Wes.
Yeah, you know.
Wes from The Challenge is next. All right, so the Chicago Bears are on the clock now to pick us in. This has got to be Skronsky. And then 11 has to be,
Will Levis.
yeah. And by the way, remember 25 minutes ago when I told you Bijan, Jalen Carter, and Skronsky? Just because the Eagles and Chicago flipped doesn't mean I'm not absolutely 100% right here.
Mhm.
I'm not. My hands are up. This is just me.
They got to go offensive lineman. Have to. I don't know who, but they have to. They have to.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just, especially with Carter off the board. I know you need defense, but the Bears have a lot of picks, and like, you just have to protect Justin Fields, man.
They took Darnell Wright, the offensive tackle from Tennessee. I'm okay with that. Darnell Wright's a stud too. I think Darnell Wright's just as good as Skronsky. I think he might be better. He's a little bit more athletic. And I think they went with Darnell Wright out of UT because Justin Fields is a mobile quarterback and Darnell Wright can move. He's probably he's used to protecting Hendon Hooker. He already has that ability to protect a mobile, scrambling quarterback. I actually think this is a better move than I thought. This is a great pick. This kid's nice, man. This kid, Darnell Wright, is nice.
It could speak to the concerns, Skoronski's arms. Maybe teams view him as a guard. And like you said, Gene, you're not going to take a guard this high in the draft.
I think the only problem is I think Darnell Washington played right tackle for so you still have a left tackle. Because last year they took Tevin Jenkins, right? I'm pretty sure they took Tevin Jenkins last year.
Now the Eagles have the 30th pick?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. You didn't get traded? All right, that's weird. I'm just doing my mocks. All right.
No, last year they took Tevin Jenkins, who played right tackle for them last year.
I guess
one of them
had left. Yeah, one of them has to.
I think Will Levis is sliding.
Right playing left tackle.
Will Levis is sliding, and I think I don't know if he's going to go here. I don't know where he's going to land, but I don't know if he'll go to Tennessee. Maybe they're a little gun shy at quarterback with guys that are unproven after the Malik Willis experiment, right? I mean. Or do they have other picks in the first round here? Maybe Tennessee moves back up in the first round later on to get a Hendon Hooker. I mean, Hendon Hooker's still on the board. I really think he should be going to Tampa. But, I mean, how would you feel about – I'm just going to put this out here, Kyle. Just a wild guess. Or just a wild theory here because, it's the draft. Patriots draft Will Levis and trade Mac Jones to Oakland.
Well, Jory's on the clock. I hope she's watching. She's on the clock right now.
Mm-hmm.
She's a Titan fan.
I mean, Godfrey, the fact that you asked it and what you do with pick number 3, now I'm starting to wonder if this is actually happening.
I'm not going to lie to you, bro. When Godfrey predicted the trade to number 3 before the draft started, I'm still blown away by that. That has to be one of the greatest predictions ever caught.
I read the theory somewhere else, and I kind of bought into it, but it seemed like plausible. I didn't know definitely, but that's why I was brought up. Like I read a lot of mock drafts today. I took off work to prepare, and I just didn't want to work today. Fuck work, but and it talked about that, and I was like, really? I'm like, it might have been Daniel Jeremiah, and I'm like looking at that, I'm like, and the only reason I thought it was possible is because they were linked to that kid, the kid from Texas Tech, wanting him, and they didn't even take him. But it just seemed like whatever I read, the Cardinals wanted to trade out of 3.
I think that the Houston Texans did a masterful job. I think the Cardinals did a masterful job. I think for what the Cardinals were trying to accomplish this draft, they basically went from 3 to 12 back up to 6, picked up a first-round draft pick next year, moved up a slot in the second round this year, picked up a third-round draft pick next year, and got the best offensive tackle on the board.
I have a future.
Like, how do you if you're a Cardinals fan, you have to be happy about that.
I have a futures bet for you. I wonder what the odds are, and I'm going to put myself on a limb out here right now. In the division's week, you might see the Jaguars and the Texans fighting it out to win the AFC South.
I think the Jaguars win the AFC South the next 3 years. I think in 3 years from now, you start seeing Houston like becoming a formidable team with Bryce Young and Bryce Young, CJ Stroud and Will Anderson Jr. But I think that Jacksonville Jaguars team is too much on the rise right now.
All right, well, let me give you a comp here, right? The Eagles had really good cornerbacks last year and got a lot of pressure on the quarterback, right?
Yeah.
The Texans are going to be able to do that from day one.
Will Anderson Jr. doesn't automatically make every single defensive lineman a half better.
No, but a good defensive line in general, right? Well, it's a plus secondary already, and when you add that to the defensive line, it's going to make them more of a plus secondary.
I follow what you're saying, but there are other three defensive linemen are Malik Collins, who's been a complete disappointment, Sheldon Rankins, who's long in the tooth, and Jerry Hughes. I don't think they're going to be getting a ton of pressure at the quarterback with those three outside of Will Anderson Jr.
Well, it depends what their learning curve is. I mean, listen, if Will Anderson is this good as people are writing him up to be, right? I mean, I would like to call this, I'll term this the Reggie White effect, right? Clyde Simmons was a great DN, but I'm going to have to say that he benefited from them having to focus on Reggie White, and Reggie still got through. So, I mean, we'll see. I mean, we got to see him play first, right? But the way everybody's talking about this kid, I would expect him not to have to take a whole year to acclimate. He should hit the ground running. He really should. I mean, you're using things like future Hall of Famer. I'm not expecting him to get 22 sacks the first season, but he should be getting some heavy QB pressures like right away.
Mel Kiper Jr. seems to think the Titans are going to take Skoronski.
Okay.
We'll see. The pick is in, so the commissioner will be going to the podium shortly. It's really funny. The Titans fans, there's Jaguars fans right behind them holding up to Duval County and the Jaguar behind all the Titans fans as they're on the camera. I think that's hilarious. They have a
I have a Titans fan in my chat, and he goes, they're like, where are you? He's like, I'm on an airplane looking for an emergency exit. So I don't know if he knows who's picked.
He must. I mean, if you know you're
on an airplane, he has no idea. He's just nervous. He's a Titans fan. He has no idea.
Well, with the 11th pick in the NFL draft, the Tennessee Titans are selecting right now. Roger Goodell is walking out. Hopefully, the ESPN app doesn't update like it did. It did. Peter Skoronski, offensive tackle out of Northwestern. I guess they're going to protect Tannehill. I don't like the pick at all for them. I think that's – and he's listed as a guard now. You're right. They look like they're going to use him as a guard. He was listed as a tackle/guard going into the draft. But if you're taking a guard at 11, man, Derrick Henry's on the move, bro. The Eagles can get him for nothing.
That's why I think Tannehill's on the move, because Derrick Henry's on the move. Why keeping him? I mean, it's not going to hurt him. If they could get something for him now, they're not going to get shit next year because they're going to move away from him.
Are you ready? This is your division, Brett. I need to hear more from you. Got to interrupt me or something, man. You got the Lions on the clock, and then you have the Packers.
Oh, I'm excited. Like I said, I'm thinking we're either going Dalton, or my other guy I've been keeping an eye on for the entire time is if we got Jordan Addison, I'd be psyched.
I just can't see the Green Bay Packers.
All right, well, I'm gonna tease you guys right here. I'm gonna tease you guys. I'm not gonna tell you what it is, but my simulator is telling me, and you're gonna be surprised by the next pick. That's all I'm gonna say.
So it's already in. You already know it.
Yep. And my simulator also has the next pick being something that will never happen, but if it does, my mind will be blown.
I'll say Packers won't go wide receiver. I know it; they never do. But
so do you think the Detroit Lions take tight end Dalton Kincaid? Is that what you're kind of throwing at me, Godfrey?
No, not even fucking close.
Well, the only reason I say that is because it's something I wouldn't have thought of, and the Detroit Lions just gave up on TJ Hawkinson last year.
Okay, well, you're gonna. This is gonna blow your mind. I think. I mean, I think it is. I mean, it depends where you have this position ranked when it comes up. I'm not high on this guy as I am high on other people, but
it looks like Brett knows what it is.
I don't, but I'm excited to see what it is.
Yeah, from that description, I got to see what this is now.
Right?
I'll tell you it's not
Branch.
I'll tell you it's not Will Levis.
Okay, well that's fair.
Yeah.
I don't think they should. They already have Will Levis. His name's Jared Goff.
The simulator though has the Packers picking Will Levis, which is a simulation, not actual.
That would be so wild.
Well, I mean,
Brett might break his computer.
Didn't Jordan Love come from Kentucky, or was he Memphis? It was Kentucky, right? Jordan Love, or was he Memphis?
He was Utah State or something.
No, Jordan Love was Kentucky or Memphis. I think he was Kentucky. I remember random shit like that. I'm telling you, I think he was Kentucky.
I thought it was Utah, but
I thought it was Utah State.
Maybe I'm wrong.
you are.
It was Utah State. Okay, whatever. Who knows who Utah State is? Fuck those guys.
Oh wow!
What the?
This is a reach and a half.
Told
Oh,
you.
Detroit Lions take Jahmyr Gibbs, running back out of Alabama. You want to talk about a reach? This is a reach.
I mean, most people
told you.
thought bottom of the first round, top of the
Listen.
second round, maybe.
Jahmyr Gibbs, I have him personally as my 4th ranked running back on the board, personally.
Yeah, I have him as 4th too.
And I just don't.
What's your top 3? Who do you have as 3rd? I know you
Israel.
have Charbonnet with Bijan, right?
Yeah, Israel from Pitt. I love that skin.
Okay.
Israel Chanda. I'm definitely hurting his name, but it's closer than getting Wes Anderson for Will Anderson, though. So you got to give me credit there.
Bro, so they have Montgomery on their roster. They just signed David Montgomery. They still have Swift on their current roster.
Well, Swift's always hurt, though.
I'm going to tweet
And now
Swift.
they have Jahmyr Gibbs.
I'm going to tweet Swift. Hey, Swift, I know a great real estate agent.
Yo, DeAndre Swift's gone. I just don't know if David Montgomery's happy that he signed there now at this point.
Jackson.
True, yeah.
I think David Montgomery got that offer, and he felt that was where he's going to top out money.
I think we all need to pause and let Brett sink in. I need Brett's live reaction. Brett, here's what I need you to do, or I'm throwing you off the live draft.
Okay.
I need you to keep your eyes on the screen. I don't want you to know this pick until it pops up on the screen, and I need to get your live reaction.
He doesn't know yet?
Ready? Phone's off.
I love it. So you have no idea who the next pick is.
I have absolutely no clue what's coming.
And I love that. That's what I want right now. So my next question would be, give me 2 players you'd be happy with.
Except my top 2 right now are Kincaid and Jordan Addison right now.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Give me 2 players that you would be mad about if they took.
Part of me was I really thought I saw some people linking us to Brian Branch. I think that'd be a reach right here for a safety.
I love Brian Branch, but I get it.
I think he's good, but I just think there's better options as to what Green Bay needs. So I wouldn't be thrilled with that one. And,
here's one I think that might go to your team because you just lost this position recently. What would you feel if Christian Gonzalez, the Oregon corner, slipped and they pair him with Jair Alexander?
You know what? I would actually be kind of. I think it would be a fun pairing.
I'm glad you guys brought that up.
Get Rashawn Gary back healthy. We'd have a great secondary and pass rush combo.
I have a little stat for you concerning the Green Bay Packers I would like to share with you. 9 of the last 20 first and second round picks for the Packers have been DBs.
Yep, 100%.
14, Clinton Dix. 15, Demarius Randall, Quentin Rollins. 17, Kevin King, Josh Jones. 18, Jair Alexander, Josh Jackson. 2019, Darnell Savage. 2021, Eric Stokes.
Why did you have to bring up Demarius Randall and Quentin Rollins? I still have nightmares watching them try to guard Julio in an NFC Championship game.
Listen, it cannot be worse than the Eagles taking Jalen Reagor a pick ahead of Justin Jefferson.
I think the closest I ever came to breaking my TV over the draft is when we traded out of that 27th pick and gave it to the Steelers so they can get DJ Watt. Because our pick came up and I was like, "Oh, we're getting Watt. We're getting Watt," and then we traded out and got Kevin King instead.
What would be the biggest fuck you pick to Aaron Rodgers right now?
Oh, wide receiver, easily.
Someone just said in my group chat, they're like, I think that would be if they pick a wide receiver, I'm gonna laugh.
Honestly, I would die of laughter too. That would be hilarious.
Do they take the first wide receiver off the board? It wouldn't make any sense.
Jackson Smith and Jigba or Addison? Brett, do you like in Jigba or Addison?
I like Addison.
I agree with you.
I think in Jigba, I think he has all the talent in the world. I just don't know if he's going to show up to play.
Looks like Tarzan, plays like Jane.
I'll say that's my number one receiver, honestly, with this draft.
I didn't put Jackson Smith and Jigba in my top 5. Control was so mad at me.
He was.
There's a guy that I don't have in my top 5 that a lot of people do as far as receivers. And that's Quentin Johnson.
Yeah.
I don't like the way he catches the ball. Too many body catches.
Quentin Johnson reminds me so much of Alshon Jeffrey, and he's just a quicker version of him.
Yeah, he's quick on the outside. I don't know, man. I don't know.
There's a lot of players that I watch, and I'm like, I see this player in them. The Packers pick is in. I don't agree with you, Dan. Dan said Zay Flowers would be the best. I don't agree. I could be wrong. He just looks so unpolished, man.
A lot of receivers these days are just so small compared to what they used to be. I mean, size-wise, it's a trend. If you really look at the size of some of these receivers,
we're about to get the pick from the Green Bay Packers. It's going to pop up on the screen. I just need Brett's reaction, man. Brett, I need you to sit up a little bit. I need your face in the middle of your damn camera.
Say it with your chest.
Uh-oh. Oh, never mind. They're showing the Aaron Rodgers trade. I thought there was a trade.
We're drafting Aaron Rodgers. What? I'm so happy that saga's finally over.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think you guys got good compensation for it, too.
I think so,
Beckett's
too.
going to turn into a first, 100%.
Yeah.
With all the guaranteed money he has next year, he's playing next year.
You know, the Jets formulated his money on next year. They're going to pay him $100 million next year.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's wild.
Rodgers is a dickbag. Let me tell you something. He hasn't really been motivated since he his motivation was to outperform Brett Favre.
Hold on, I need Brett's reaction. Hold on. There it is. Oh my God. Yeah. Lucas Van Ness, defensive end from Iowa. Brett. I love it.
You're not entertained? Are you not entertained by that pick?
No.
Dalton Kincaid is sitting on the board. He's a perfect security blanket for your young quarterback. And you take – listen, Lucas Van Ness is a good edge rusher. Let me just be clear here. He's a good DN, 6'5", 272. He could play interior on nickel sets. He could play outside. He's a very good defensive lineman. It's just, didn't you guys just take a defensive tackle last year? You took Quay Walker, who's the worst of the two Georgia linebackers that went last year. And this kid's not fast. He's not speed driven.
I would say our last 4 first rounders have been Rashawn Gary. We got Devontae Wyatt, Quay Walker, and now we're
actually true story. Luca Van Ness was actually training for his pro day with Gilbert Brown, former defensive tackle of the Packers.
I'm sure. He's good.
He's definitely good. He's a good player. He's going to be a 5-10 year starter for you guys.
You're just saying he's not fast.
Trade alert.
Like he was running wind sprints with Gilbert Brown at a Burger King parking lot.
The New England Patriots are on the clock. I need Kyle, put your phone down. This is the same thing.
My phone's been down.
All right, good.
The
I
only thing
need
that's
your
freaking me
live
out right now
reaction to the
is
Patriots.
everybody says, "Oh, Patriots need wide receiver." Not one's been taken. Christian Gonzalez, who I did not.
Who's going to pop the cherry?
For the Patriots.
Trade alert. Hold on. There's a trade.
And that's
the New England Patriots trade back to the Steelers. They're trading back 3 spots to Pittsburgh. Joey Porter Jr.
Yeah,
this has got to be Joey Porter Jr.
Obviously who it is. Yeah, it has to be him. Yeah, I was just saying, the way this board's gone.
Is Joey Porter Jr. better than Christian Gonzalez?
I think this pick's for Joey Porter Jr. If the Steelers trade up to take Christian Gonzalez over Joey Porter Jr., Joey Porter Sr. might be
the building tomorrow.
Well, they didn't give up their 17th pick, so I want to know what they still have their 17th pick, the Steelers. So I would
just didn't update yet. It's got to be. That's what it's got to be.
All right, I'm moving
up. Yeah, they're moving up.
There's no way they could keep 17 with that. So maybe New England thinks.
Oh yeah, you're right. Okay.
Gonzalez is there at 17. Get some. They probably wanted I don't know.
They probably picked up a second-round draft pick with that for 3 spots.
Which Belichick loves second-round picks.
I just think there is. All right, I'm gonna make it a prediction right now. Washington's taking a quarterback. I don't know who. It took her Levis.
I could see it.
Do they believe in Sam Howell?
Quarterbacks in the top 15. That's what I said, right? I could still be right. The Jets aren't taking one. The Steelers aren't taking one. It looks like I'm right. I just didn't think it would go this way. Brett, can I get your reaction?
Reaction to Green Bay?
No, yeah, to your Green Bay pick.
So, like I said, I think he's going to be a great player. I think he's going to be a great player for the next 5-10 years. I just think as of right now, it wasn't the right pick. I think that Jordan Love needs a security blanket on offense. Like, he needs a tight end. I think that's going to really hurt this offense this year. So I think any of the top 2 tight ends in this draft were the right pick there. Even trade back to get one, but
let me let me make you feel better.
Roderick Jones, the Georgia offensive tackle.
Let me make you feel better, my tasty little friend. Listen, you can get a good tight end in the second round. Tight ends, based off the way this board is playing out, I think they're going to slip. I think they might slip to the end of the first or into the beginning of
the Cowboys are taking one at 26. And I think Michael Mayer is the perfect fit for them. So you picked up a 4th round draft pick. That's a terrible trade.
Oh, 17, 4th round. Well, you know.
I don't like that at all.
Steve Belichick is probably the GM now.
I think the Patriots have like a bunch of picks in that area too.
I mean, I get it, but like, why you drop down 3 spots to pick up a 4th? I feel like the value is so low there.
Belichick's going to draft a quarterback that runs the Statue of Liberty play.
Jordan Addison's got to be the pick for New England.
I mean,
they
say their need is QB. So this is what the mock says. In the simulator says their need is QB, tackle, and edge rusher.
Yeah, that's what they're. Yeah.
Now, why does it say QB? I guess that's representing a backup they need.
Well,
I mean,
they're going to Mac Jones and Bailey Zappi are going to compete for the starting quarterback.
Bailey Zappi he's going to compete for being the person.
Steelers pick right now. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, Godfrey. The commissioner's at the podium, which means it's going to pop up on our screen. And we've been pretty good at giving these away as soon as they come out. The Steelers take Broderick Jones, offensive tackle out of Georgia, to protect Kenny Pickett. So it's not for Joey Porter Jr. Broderick Jones is a very good offensive tackle.
That's the right pick. Their offensive line stinks, and they needed to upgrade it. I mean, I just would like to point out, look at the drop-off in production, just from a fantasy perspective with Najee Harris. He got a lot of his production with Ben Roethlisberger there and being able to check down and throw the short pass. They couldn't do that in Pittsburgh, whether it was Kenny Pickett or Mitchell Trubisky, and his production fell off fantasy-wise and didn't have as good of a season. You know, and I got to tell you, like, they need to shore up that offensive line. They really do. So that is a good pick.
He's a quick tackle, too. I watched him play. He's a downfield tackle. You're going to watch him a couple of these plays with Kenny McIntosh in the backfield. This is actually a perfect play. I don't know if you guys are seeing the stream, but blocking in space, he's just very, very good on these stretch plays.
I'm going to make a prediction here. I think that the Jets might trade back unless there's a tackle on the board they want. They really needed to go offensive line here. I don't know who's left.
Which is probably why Pittsburgh traded up in front of them.
Correct. I mean, I don't know who's left for them to take in the first round as a tackle. I'm looking at my let's see.
They said the best fit for the Jets is Kalijah Cansey. He's projected to go like 27 to 31.
Pro Football Focus Simulator, and this is a simulation, not the actual pick, has them taking Christian Gonzalez.
Well, I mean, I don't know. They have a very good secondary to begin with.
I'm upset about the pick that they're predicting that the Patriots take at 17. I was hoping he would slide, and it's probably not going to happen to the Eagles at 30.
Ryan Branch is a perfect Patriots guy, but I really believe that.
Pro Football Focus thinks they take Nolan Smith.
There's no way that they take a cornerback. They have Sauce Gardner and DJ Reed.
They also predict
them taking a corner here.
They predict Will Levis goes to Washington.
I could see that. After the Jets make this pick, you said 3 too, right, Godfrey?
Say what?
You said 3. One of you guys said 4. One of you guys
I said 4 quarterbacks in the 15.
So you said 3 in the top 15, right, Godfrey?
Yeah, I was
wrong.
wrong.
You would be correct.
Yeah, I didn't think it was.
Will Levis, the Jay Cutler slide has started. I'm gonna start calling him Jay Cutler.
Well, no, we only got 2 in the top 15, right?
No,
No,
3. C.J. Stroud, Bryce Young.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Anthony Richardson went 4.
Even the Texans that faked me out. I'm like, oh, that's right. They picked twice. Okay, yeah. Christian Gonzalez to the Jets. Would that be an awful pick?
Yes.
All right, that's where the Pro Football Focus Simulator says they're going next. We'll see what is the pick. If they draft a receiver, it's a disaster. Joe Douglas should resign right now. Right now, it's a disaster.
Well,
I mean,
they
listen,
could draft a wide receiver because they only have Corey Davis and Alan Lazard outside Garrett Wilson. Where did Elijah Moore go?
Cleveland.
I didn't know that. When did he move to Cleveland?
I forgot all about him.
I think that's a steal by Cleveland, but that's I mean, I think Elijah Moore played better. He was frustrated because of the quarterback play, as everybody was with Zach Wilson.
Yeah,
and I think
Aaron Rodgers hates rookie wide receivers, though.
They brought in it. I mean, the biggest tell that he was going to be traded Jets when they signed Alan Lazard. I mean, really? You paid that much for Alan Lazard? I can't. I mean, come on, man. I listen. That it's like, I don't know. He should have a guest house on Aaron Rodgers' property. Like, hey, man, where are we going this year? I mean, because the thing about it is they had to make a move like this because Saleh and I can't believe I'm forgetting his name. Oh, Douglas. They know their job's on the line. If they don't win this year, they're fucking gone. There's no doubt about it. I mean, is it fair? I don't know, but I mean, they didn't get the quarterback, and the question is how much were they involved in Zach Wilson?
Do you think the Jets could go Nolan Smith here?
They say their needs is tackle and linebacker. They got to go offensive line, but I feel like if they don't, I hate
that what they say their needs are. They have Quincy Williams and C.J. Mosley as their linebackers right now.
Yeah, they need.
Why is that a need over John Franklin Myers and Carl Lawson?
Yeah, well, I think
You're gonna find out shortly. They have 3 minutes left for their pick to be in.
I can't believe who the simulator says they take Jackson Smith in Migba.
And Jigba. Couldn't you please? I hate that you get.
That's a hard name, dude. Come on, give me a break. That is a hard fucking name.
I just call JSN like everybody else.
Jigba.
Howard Cosell's in his grave right now, and he's like, "What? How do you say that name? What?"
If they take Jackson Smith and Jigba, that's a Garrett Wilson pick. Garrett Wilson went to their front office and like, this kid's just as good as me.
You can't be making picks though based on what players say though. I mean, that's
well, that's the thing with Rodgers too. The kid's going to drop one pass and then he's not going to get targeted for the next 8 weeks.
I think the way that what's funny is I think the way that wide receiver room is built, if Rodgers starts popping off on them like he popped off on the receivers in Green Bay, they're going to revolt against him. They're going to be nah. Like I don't see them taking his shit. Like the wide receivers, the young wide receivers in Green Bay had to take his shit. I don't see it happening. I feel like they're going to pop off on him, and they're going to have a full blown mutiny on their hands if that happens. So. I think this Jets situation has a potential to be a horrible fucking experiment, or, they get into the playoffs, but I still think they're the third best team in the division.
What surprise? What slide is they have Nolan Smith on the screen right now, by the way, for the Jets, which makes sense. What slide is more surprising to you? Christian Gonzalez, who's ranked as the number 1 or number 2 corner on the board, still available.
Yep.
Or Will Levis? Which slide is more surprising to you?
Gonzalez.
I had to go Gonzalez.
Yeah.
I think NFL GMs are very smart. And I think that a lot of experts and mock draft analysts have really projected these players to go higher, but these GMs know what they're seeing.
They're throwing smoke out there for sure. Gene, let me ask you. So these are the tackles left on the board. This is I don't know if this is too much of a reach for the Jets, but you got Anton Harrison from Oklahoma, okay. DeJuan Jones from Ohio State, Cody Malk from North Dakota State, Matthew Bergen from Syracuse, and Nick Solidary.
None of these guys are first round grades.
Yeah.
Okay. So then they got to trade back.
Well,
You talking about the Jets?
Yeah, they have to.
No, the Jets' pick is in. You're about to find out who their pick
Oh
is
man,
right
if
now.
they take a receiver, I'm gonna laugh my ass off. That would be a disaster.
Jackson, Smith, and Jigba.
So
I think it's Nolan Smith. That's my pick. Nolan Smith out of Georgia.
it breaks my heart. But
It's who I
so
think it's going to be.
simulator update, and you'll like this one, Kyle, or maybe you won't. They have this is a simulation now, not the actual pick. They have Gonzalez going to Washington now, and now Will Levis going to New England.
Kyle's not gonna like that.
Yeah, I'm not liking that.
Mm.
You just drafted a quarterback in the first round 2 years ago.
Yeah.
They also have Michael Mayer after the Patriots going to the Lions at 18.
Danny Dempsey is convinced it's Dalton Kincaid.
Yeah.
He might have seen it already. Hopefully he's just giving us a guess and it's not like him telling us.
Dalton Kincaid looks like he sells State Farm.
I say hasn't seen it yet, which is great. I appreciate that, Danny. I appreciate you not giving us the picks if you've seen it already.
I mean, to go off of Daniel's point here, like you have to figure Aaron Rodgers has his fingerprint all over this pick. So if Aaron Rodgers wants a tight end, the Jets are taking a tight end.
Well, I just got a preview, and I don't think you guys are going to have a fucking clue who it's going to be. So that's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
Okay.
You say that every time, and I feel like I get pretty close. Although the Jahmyr Gibbs one, you were 100% right.
I don't know if you're going to be close on this one because I haven't heard this
away.
guy's name out of a lot of people's mouths, and
Brett, stop eating your dog.
I think that reaction is going to be what Jets fans have. But we'll see. I mean, I could be,
but we'll see.
I could be totally wrong, and maybe I didn't do my research on this guy, but
I mean, if that's what you're saying, kind of alluding to,
I mean, I could be wrong.
Boo this pick then,
but I feel like
I hope they boo the kid.
Joe Douglas.
There's a kid out there making the pick. I hope they boo him. I would love that for Jets fans to boo the kid.
I've been there for that, dude. I've been there for that. I've been there for the "We Want Bush" chant. The Sanchez trade, I was live there for that, and Jets fans booed the shit out of this little kid that was getting presented like a door prize by Kyle Brady. They were like, boo! I was like, damn.
That's great.
They say Eagles fans are rough. That's bullshit. They haven't been around Jets fans. I'm sorry.
Oh,
man.
yeah.
It's a Make-A-Wish kid, too.
I think it was a Make-A-Wish kid. They didn't
I
give a
hope
shit.
they boo him. I swear I hope this is a bad pick and the Jets fans boo him. Hold on. I might turn the volume up on my TV. Hold on. Can you hear that?
No.
I can hear it. Can you guys hear?
I cannot.
Yeah, I don't hear it.
Here it comes. I want to hear him boo. I really do. Thank you, Mr. Goodell. They're all cheering for him right now, and then he's going to read the pick, and they're going, boo! Come on, Jets fans.
Oh.
Get a new haircut, kid.
What?
That's what they're probably going to say. Did you see the pick? Is that why you're saying that?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
I told you.
I did not see that.
Oh, I'm waiting for the
What
boo
is
now.
going on in this draft?
They're booing him.
Yeah, they should.
It's a New York tradition at this point.
They just booed the kid.
Listen, all I know is Joe Douglas is channeling his inner Chip Kelly.
Is
With
this
that,
not
that
the-
is Marcus Smith-esque.
Yes.
Okay. When I saw that pick, I was like, maybe I don't know who the fuck this guy is. And
Will
yeah,
McDonald is fast. He's an outside linebacker in a 3-4 system. He's a fast guy. I
mean, let me ask you a question. How did you feel about Jermaine Johnson's performance in his first year?
He was okay.
All right. So, Joe Douglas is going after another guy in the first round that might be an okay defensive end. You can't have that.
Jermaine Johnson was more of a physical presence, where this kid's way more of a speed rusher. I honestly think he might get lost. He might play just nickel. You might see him on third downs a lot. Will McDonald might be just your third down. Like he's a speed guy. He's going to get blown off the ball on run plays. I really believe that. He's not a great run defender. He's just a speed guy. I think the right offensive lineman is going to blow him off the ball.
I hate to do this to you guys, but you're going to probably be wowed by the next pick as well.
The Commanders?
Yeah. I mean, again, this might be Will McDonald territory. I could be wrong. We'll find out.
Well, the Commanders are known for doing this stupid stuff, so I'm all right with that. I love when the Commanders make dumb picks. I don't think Will McDonald's a terrible pick in the NFL draft. I just don't think he's number.
Was he a
15.
first-round pick?
I don't know if I had it this high.
You don't use a first-round pick on a strictly third-down pass rusher, though.
That's what he projects me.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, bro. No one's perfect, and I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not the end all.
I mean, he could be the second coming of Mark Gastineau. Who knows? Or not. He could be the second coming of Willie the janitor. That
Greeny is not happy with it. Greeny is a Jets fan. He's on the stage and he's not thrilled with it.
Yeah, well, he was acting like a total nerd tool cuck fanboy when they
They're making it look like the Commanders are taking Will Levis.
I kind of hope they do because I couldn't handle if the Patriots.
They also have Hendon Hooker on the screen. It looks like they're really trying to foreshadow a quarterback here.
No, it's more head scratching than that.
Oh Lord,
I love this. I love when you say that because to me, that's great as an Eagles fan. When these good players keep sliding down boards.
I mean, again, this isn't a guy I really heard of. So I don't know. I don't know if it's me. I don't know if it's me. Okay. I don't know if it's me or
was he taken in our draft last night?
No. Wait.
Oh, Jesus. That's great.
Lord.
Wait. If he did, it was like late round, like late first round. If he did, I don't remember hearing this guy's name unless I might have went ADD and I was eating food or something. I don't know if I missed that, but
that's fine.
I was still trying to recover from Shally's pick at 4 for Will Levis the whole night. So I just was like, this is. I thought Bill was drunk.
Will Levis is still slot. I mean, he had right. They picked the quarterback at 4.
They did.
And I would take Will Levis over Anthony Richardson. I'm just being honest with you.
Me too.
So
listen, when we look back at this first round tonight, that is the reach so far. That is the number one reach. I'm sorry. 4 for him. I mean, did they feel someone was going to that reminds me a lot of the Trey Lance pick. Like I don't think anybody was going to go for Trey Lance that high up. I didn't. There's no way in my mind. For me in that draft, it was always Lawrence then Fields, no matter what.
Yep.
But the fact that they had jumped over I thought when that trade, I was like, oh, they got to be getting Fields. I actually put money on it. I'm like, there's no way they're going to get like the Mac Jones or fucking Trey Lance who played at North Dakota State over Justin Fields. That would be crazy. And they did. I was like, what the fuck?
Guys, if you look back at that draft, and you look at the Justin Fields draft, I know that Trey Lance and Zach Wilson went ahead of him.
Wild to me. And you know what? It's so wild. I keep forgetting Zach Wilson was the second pick in that draft. That's how out of
right.
Like I keep forgetting that because it doesn't compute in my brain. I mean, I'm not a big college football guy, but I do know that through their whole careers, Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields were right there with each other as far as pedigree. Yep. The whole time.
Well, there's a difference. One's black and one's white.
Yeah, well.
Sorry if I'm being honest.
You know, I'm really more. I will. Dude, can we get a live draft feed to Zach Wilson's mom? Like, I want to see what she's doing on the Jets picks.
Oh my god!
I mean, she's single, right? I'm single. Holler if you hear me.
Godfrey, you're definitely a pleasure to sit here and talk to.
Dude, she was talking about the trade, man. She is listen, the funniest thing is when her hot friend was talking about her son, and she's like, "That's my son." Like I was like, "Oh wow, you're bringing cougars in to go after your son." That's.
I'm super excited to hear that you got the Commanders on the clock now. Then Kyle might see his team make a pick, or they might trade back again. You never know. They like picking.
I mean, the way this is going, I could see them trading back again because maybe the guy they think will just be there in a couple of picks later.
Well, I think.
Well, here comes a pick from the Commanders.
Tell me if
Emmanuel
I'm wrong.
Forbes.
Yep. So I was
Are
right.
you out of your mind?
Oh, wow.
Is it? So I was right. That was a reach.
He was picked 24th last night for us. He's not a bad corner. I just can't see how he's taken over Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
What did Christian Gonzalez beat somebody up before the draft?
Maybe they call
Emmanuel
him.
Forbes isn't a bad corner at all. He went like 25th for us last night.
Oh, so he was.
in our-
So I
yeah.
was right. He was toward the back end of the draft. Okay. Yeah.
But
Yeah, because most people had him in the mid to late 20s because it made sense. Porter gone, Gonzalez
do you
gone.
think a lot of these teams didn't work out Christian Gonzalez because they didn't think he'd be there?
Now I'm kind of hoping the Patriots kind of take Gonzalez here. I'd be happy with Gonzalez or Nolan Smith, to be honest with you. But
Yeah,
let's make it clear. Gonzalez, Nolan Smith, or one of the top 3 receivers you're happy with.
Yes, absolutely.
Who are you unhappy with? Cole
please be
Strange?
Will Levis.
Jesus. Yeah, Will Levis. I do not want to see that name.
Would you be happy with a cornerback?
Yeah.
If it's Christian Gonzalez.
Yes.
Got a high first-round grade. I think Christian Gonzalez is the second.
I think he's a shutdown
I think
corner.
he's the 3rd best corner. Yeah. I had him ranked 3rd. I had Joey Porter Jr. ahead of him. I really like.
Well,
Joey Porter
Belichick likes a shutdown corner, so if he's that good, I don't know how he's not a Patriot.
I love Danny. Danny Dempsey's in the chat.
Yeah.
Is he still? He's not in the waiting room, is he?
He is.
Yo, Brett, do you mind hopping off so we can let Danny on for a little
I
bit?
didn't realize he's in the waiting room. My bad.
No, you're good. Let's get Danny on here. Danny, if you're in the waiting room, hop on.
What's going on, Dan?
What's up, brother?
I feel like the Commanders' draft room sounded something like this when they made that pick.
The Patriots pick is in.
I mean, look at it. They just showed the Commanders draft room and, a couple of handshakes, but it seemed pretty tame.
Very tame.
I don't believe that's the pick they want.
Christian Gonzalez went to the Patriots.
Let's go.
You got to be happy with that, bro.
I'm loving that.
Value.
I'm loving that pick because that fits New England system completely.
There's a couple guys that keep falling, like Gonzalez fell. I mean,
he's a good fit for that Patriots system.
Yes, absolutely.
He's a perfect fit for it.
Yes.
I hate that pick.
Danny's a Dolphins fan. He when I grew up,
I feel bad for you.
Let me just be clear. I grew up with Danny, and he was a Dan Marino fan. Like a 100% Dan Marino guy. He was such a big Dan Marino fan that he made me a Dan Marino fan. I had a Dan Marino number 13. If you've seen my recent video at my birthday, my 13th birthday, I'm wearing the Dan Marino 13. He's a Dan Marino guy, and I gotta respect him. He's been loyal to the Dolphins his whole life.
31 years.
Respect, man.
Well, Danny, you'll love to hear that. I think the Dolphins, if Tua is healthy, is the best team in the AFC East.
Yeah, that's a big if though. If he's going to go with like 10th concussion, we have no one to protect him. Everyone's hurt. We have all the Ferraris, but no gas.
That's all right.
That's a really good line. You got to do this more often.
Listen, if you have a Ferrari with no gas, if you position it in a club at a good place, you still can get laid by having a Ferrari. Just to let you know.
Yeah, but you got the Bills, you got the Pats, you got the Jets now. You know what I mean? Everyone's priming up. Yeah, everyone's crazy about Jalen.
If I'm being honest with you, I think that the Dolphins are the 4th best team in that division.
They are. Like I'm not trying to be a homer. They're a 4th best team on paper right now. Right? Football's got to be played.
I mean, until then, when I say that, that's if Tua's healthy. When Tua was healthy, it was looking a little bit different than that. I mean,
I got news for you. The
Bills lost a lot.
Dalvin Cook will be their starting running back this year.
I hope so, but also you got to think Tua is the 3rd best quarterback in that division, and QBs run this league.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. There's no doubt about that. Josh Allen and Aaron Rodgers are clearly.
Let's play what if here. What if the subpar season for Aaron Rodgers was not an aberration and it was more of what's to come?
Well, it wasn't a subpar season for Aaron Rodgers. The amount of drop balls that happened in Green Bay this year was absurd.
True.
Yeah, I hear you on that.
Also, I'm looking at the schedule for the AFC. The Dolphins are the 2nd hardest. They got to go Kansas City. They play the Eagles. They played Jets twice, Patriots twice, Bills twice.
Yeah. I mean, the thing about schedule, though, that can change drastically with one injury.
Lions
you-
are back
as
on
you
the
know.
clock, by the way. Lions, any chance they take Will Levis here? Do you think he might go to Tampa at 19?
It has to be Nolan Smith, right? Defense. Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
Right, that's what I would Dan Campbell because he's.
I don't know why you don't take Dalton Kincaid here and replace T.J. Hawkinson.
I love,
especially now that Jamison Williams is out for 6 weeks. What for gambling?
Yeah.
The
How
the
did
mock
some
simulator.
other player get, popped for gambling after we just saw with Calvin Ridley?
Kyle, that's the best question you asked because
What are we doing here?
Puff puff pass.
Some of these players, man, I just don't get it.
So the mock simulator has, this isn't an actual result, but it has the Lions taking Nolan Smith, and then Will Levis going to Tampa.
I could see that.
Yeah, Will Levis.
Yeah, I wouldn't be mad at that.
Seattle picks 20 too. Seattle's pick should be really interesting.
Yeah. Also, I'm
20
surprised that I'm the kid from the DN. Was it Murphy? Is Murphy's last name?
Oh yeah, Miles Murphy from Clemson. Yeah,
I'm surprised he's still out there as well. And
he's not that good, bro.
You don't think so? I mean,
I told you when we did it on Birds Deep, I said he's slow in the feet, and I think he's going to get swallowed up by NFL tackles.
so you don't think he's
really good in the ACC, but he's not. I'm telling you, bro, he's just not. The kid, man, I'm just sort of drawing a blank. This whole night's been. There's another kid in Clemson. I'm just forgetting his name.
Oh, Brissy or whatever.
No.
Well, I hope you're right, Gene, because the mock simulator has Miles Murphy going to the Cowboys.
No way.
That's what it has. I mean,
Well, the interesting thing is, like, a lot of mock drafts early on had Miles Murphy as like a top 10 guy.
That's why I paid attention to him.
Brian Brees is who I was trying to say. Brian Brees is their better defensive lineman, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And I think Brian Brees made Miles Murphy look a million times better. But if you're asking me to take one Clemson defensive lineman, I'm taking Brees over Murphy any day of the week and twice on Sunday.
Yeah.
I think
the pick is in. God.
I think the Eagles are going to trade back. The more and more I look at it,
I told you I don't think the Eagles pick twice tonight.
Yeah.
They'll pick up capital and they'll save that first round money. They do it all the time.
That's why he's the best GM in the league.
Well, I mean, the way this board's going, like, there's gonna be really good players.
Yeah, I mean,
Branch is still on the board at 30. I think the Eagles need to jump on him. And if I'm the Eagles, I'm jumping up to get Branch if he's there at 26.
The mock simulator has him going to the Jaguars at 24.
Everyone has him going to Jaguars 24. He's a perfect fit for that system. He's basically a nickel cornerback that plays safety. He's a CJ Gardner-Johnson with a better head on his shoulders.
Yeah,
That's
if I am the so if Hendon Hooker doesn't go to Tampa Bay, I think 100% the Vikings should pick Hendon Hooker at 23.
I agree with that. I think that'd be a good spot.
You only got one more year, Kirk Cousins.
Yeah,
right. I mean, you're going to have to get a quarterback next year. I mean, I think their team's too good to be in the Caleb Williams sweepstakes unless they tank. There's no way. I mean, it's supposed to be a heavier QB draft next year.
I hate Mel is best available because Will Levis is not the best available.
You're right.
NFL draft has him the same one, best available. He's not the best available at all.
I think Anthony Richardson should have went 4 though. That's just.
Listen, I watched Anthony Richardson play every game. He has, like you said, Gene Tarzan plays like Jane, no leadership. He's going to lose it if he gets hit. Anytime I hit in the mouth, he couldn't make the precision passes on him.
Bro,
you're a Dolphins fan, right?
That's versus Kentucky. Kentucky got beat 54-6 by Tennessee. Okay?
You're a Dolphins fan?
Yes.
So let me ask you a question. You're not too confident in the long-term longevity of Tua, right? Because of what happened last year, correct? Yeah. Now, I know they forfeited a couple picks. You got to be pissed about that. But, I mean, shouldn't the Dolphins be drafting an assurance policy at quarterback if there's someone good available, like a Levis or a Hooker in the second round? Because I think if Levis isn't picked at pick 19, he's not going to get picked in the first round. I don't see anybody else taking him after 19.
Miami has to draft the right tackle or insurance policy for Tua because everyone's like, Mike White. Mike White threw like 6 touchdowns and 12 interceptions.
Here comes the Lions pick.
The great white hype.
I want to say something about Will Levis and Anthony Richardson as soon as this pick is done.
I still can't believe he went at 4.
It's
Anthony Richardson?
Yeah, that's fuck.
What? So I just want to say this out loud because Kentucky lost to Tennessee like 54-6. Tennessee allowed 49 points to Bama, who has no wide receivers. They allowed a ton of points to South Carolina and Spencer Rattler. Tennessee's defense wasn't top in the league. They allowed tons of points. Wow. This is an interesting pick. I like him a lot. It's just a reach. He's a very good linebacker. I get it. Jack Campbell. No, but Jack Campbell's a middle linebacker. He's instinctual. I really like this kid a lot. I think it's a reach. He's a second-round guy, but, man, he's a middle linebacker. I guess they don't have the confidence in Rodrigo I thought they would after last year.
Maybe that was a little bit
Watch
of
this kid,
hard knocks
Jack
hype.
Campbell, though, bro. He is he's the Buckus Award winner for the nation's best linebacker, and he's very smart kid. He's got Luke Kuechly written all over him. And if he turns into Luke Kuechly,
then you're fine with the pick.
Yeah. But like he's a poor man's Kuechly, right? 6'4", 250, quick, instinctual, very good middle linebacker, quarterback of your defense. He is going to help that defense 1,000,000%.
Is that Will Levis?
We're happy with Rodrigo.
Yeah, well, I guess that hard knocks hype wore off, huh?
He had a good year last year, though, bro.
Yeah, well, my thing
is
my thing with that is if he's a reach, why didn't the Lions not wait till pick 34 to get this kid?
I don't know. Maybe they thought someone else would take him. He's definitely a quarterback of your defense, and if you're looking for a guy to call the plays out and be to play chess with the other team's quarterback, he can be that guy 100%.
If Will Levis isn't taken here by the Bucks, he's going to the second round.
All right, so I want to read this to you real quick. Will Levis played against Anthony Richardson last year. Okay? Number 12, Florida played number 20, Kentucky. Will Levis's stats versus Florida, who was not a good offense. Georgia put up 54 versus them. Or not a good defense, sorry. Will Levis was 13 of 24 for 202 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick, sacked 3 times with 1 lost fumble. Underwhelming. Would you say that would be accurate?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to read you out Anthony Richardson's stats versus Kentucky. And Kentucky is a team that got boat raced up and down the field defensively. Anthony Richardson was 14 of 35 for 143 yards, 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Okay, so let's take it a step further. He must have did it with his legs that game, right? 6 carries for 4 yards, no touchdowns. They lost 26-16.
It's top 5 pick right there.
I just don't. Shane Steichen has to really believe that Anthony Richardson is going to be Jalen Hurts. I think the one thing that you miss when you're measuring Jalen Hurts is that Jalen Hurts isn't coach's son. He's a hardworking kid that lives and dies in that gym. He's the first one in, the last one out. He's a playbook guy. He's a team guy. He's an attitude guy. Anthony Richardson's not that guy. So if you're projecting one player to be the other just off of physical attributes, you have to have the work ethic that goes with it. The Tampa Bay Bucks are picking right now. Pick is in. And we will find out right now where he goes. The Chiefs are going to have their choice of the best receivers. Just like the Baltimore Ravens are. They don't need to make that trade for DeAndre Hopkins. They can draft another wide receiver here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but why go right? I mean, I don't know, man. You talk about having all the Ferraris without the gas. I think having a bunch of wide receivers right now with Lamar, unless he changes his game, is the same thing.
Kalijah Kancey, defensive tackle from Pitt. This guy's an absolute animal. He was projected late first round, but he's been flying up people's boards. The more tape you watch on this kid, the better. Kalijah Cansey is a very good player out of University of Pitt.
Hendon Hook. I mean, I still think that the Vikings take a QB, but I could be wrong here.
But I think if they take a quarterback, they take Will Levis. They don't take Hendon Hooker.
That'd be such.
They have to go Will Levis. Who do you think Seattle goes here?
Well, I think Will Levis is going to win the Malik Willis Award this year. Remember, Malik Willis was supposed to be like, top.
They said he was going to go 8, and he went in the 3rd round.
And he got beat out by Joshua Hobbs that was bagging groceries.
This guy's
the week
NFL
before.
comp is Aaron Donald. That's ridiculous. I get it. He's an undersized defensive lineman out of Pitt. But, can we stop that? But you can't comp somebody to be the greatest defensive tackle ever to play the game. Come on, dude. Stop.
You can't compare them. No one knew who Aaron Donald really was until he became Aaron Donald.
I get it, but you can't. Kalijah Cansey's a good kid, man. Strong, 280 pounds. And they're showing their tape how they're very similar. 6'1", 281 versus 285. Both ran the same 40. Kalijah Cansey's got 2 inches shorter arm length, which is huge. Aaron Donald's already got small arms. And Kalijah Cansey's 2 inches shorter. I don't know. I can't comp a guy to the best defensive tackle ever to play the game.
Especially in the draft.
Yeah.
I like the pick for Tampa Bay, though. They're building for the future. You're going to give Baker Mayfield a shot. You're not putting a quarterback in the room. I like the pick to Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They know they're going to stink this year. And if Baker Mayfield isn't good, they're in the Caleb Williams sweepstake. Why reach on a quarterback here?
But who wins that division? That division's
Carolina.
I think Carolina does.
Maybe New Orleans with Derek Carr.
Oh, Jesus. That cap room.
Facts.
I don't know how they do it.
Well, I mean, the Falcons did all that work in the offseason to still have Ritter be your starting quarterback. I don't understand that at all.
They believe in him. That's something we don't know. Hopefully.
Bro, I told you Desmond Ritter was trash before this draft.
You've been all over that, yeah.
I watched him play versus Alabama in that. And I'm telling you, I watched Ritter play all year, but he plays in a very weak conference. So his numbers looked a lot better playing in Cincinnati's in the
they were in the
they're not the Big East. They're in the
AAC.
Yeah.
I think they're in the Big 12 now or something. But yeah, when he was there, it was AAC.
But all year he's playing against Houston. You know what I mean? Not great football programs. He goes up against Alabama, and he was scared. He was throwing off his back foot. Will Anderson wasn't even near him. He was scared the whole game. I'm like, this guy's not a first-round quarterback. He is not an NFL prospect. He's not an NFL quarterback.
That's why I can't wait for Anthony Richardson to get popped in the mouth and the Colts fans be like, what happened to this guy? He's so talented.
I think that the Colts are doing their best Eagles imitation. They got Steichen. They got Anthony Richardson, which they want to comp to Jalen Hurts. They have, a young wide receiver, a good running game, a decent offensive line, a decent defense, and then they build from there. That's what they're trying to do. I just don't think Anthony Richardson's the guy.
I want the Eagles to get Nolan Smith at 30. Be a miracle if that happens. But
I would take Brian Branch over him.
You got to go Brian Branch, but if they get either one of them, Howie steals the draft again.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the Eagles have exclusively drafted out of Alabama and Georgia the last few years.
Yeah. So
not a bad place to go.
No.
While we're waiting for a pick, I want to bring up a sleeper of mine that I think could be a sleeper, but he has an issue that I think could be coached out in the running back section. Okay. I like Dwayne McBride out of UAB.
I don't trust running backs that play for UAB.
Okay.
Sounds
well,
terrible,
his problem is this is a late round pick, by the way.
Okay.
So his problem was fumbling, but I really think you can teach him. He was productive. I think you could teach him how to, do it high and tight. There's been running backs who have had to be taught that before, like Tiki Barber. Right. Yep. Yeah. And I could see someone taking him in the later rounds. He's a bigger back. I like him. My team, I want to see get a running back. I want the kid from UCLA.
If Seattle doesn't take Miles Murphy here, I don't know what
could Seattle go wide receiver?
No, there's no way. they're saying best fit is Jackson Smith and Jigba. But if I'm the – why is Seattle not trying to stop the run? They drafted another friggin' corner already.
So
I get Devin Witherspoon's a very good corner, but, like, you have Tyreek Woolen, you have Kobe Bryant. Like, well, how many corners do you need in Seattle?
All of them.
Yeah. Just run dime all day.
Looks like they're calling a trade out.
Uh-oh.
Maybe. I don't know. Oh, they're saying Dalton Kincaid.
Yeah.
They're saying he took a lot of visits in Seattle.
Okay.
Okay.
Dalton Kincaid's not a bad pick for them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. I'm just not big on tight ends that early unless
Bro,
I don't know.
So let me ask you a question. If you knew you were getting Travis Kelce in this draft, you wouldn't take him at 20?
But that's loaded, Gene. No one knew Travis
but
Kelce was Travis Kelce.
The Kincaid and Mayer are the closest you're ever going to get to Kelce and Gronk in a draft.
That's lofty.
Will Levis on the phone. Well, he's just looking at his phone.
I don't think Seattle should do that. I think that's a very
It's Will. Oh my God.
Please, God.
bro. He's so
He's texting
miserable.
somebody. Oh,
He's
yeah.
miserable.
Absolutely.
He's texting his girlfriend that he got when they thought he was going to be a top 10 pick. And she's like, "Yo, dude, you're not. I'm calling Anthony Richardson up."
Russell
probably
Wilson
like-
all over again.
He's probably like, first round picks still get a 5th year. I mean, come on. Give me a
They
chance.
still
All right,
have
so-
the pick in for Seattle. What is going on? 48
So-
seconds left.
I just want to put points out about Travis Kelce. He's drafted in 12, I believe, right? He played one game his first year, might have been injured. The next year, 16 games, 67 catches, 862 yards, 5 touchdowns.
That's good for a tight end.
It is, but Travis Kelce level is year 3, which is a pattern with tight ends where he went 1,100 yards and 85 catches. He catapulted up in that year, and then it's been lights out ever since.
Can you read me out his quarterback his first year?
It's probably Alex Smith.
Okay, I'm just
But
wondering.
Alex Smith was serviceable, especially at the tight end position.
Serviceable.
But listen, that's the Andy Reid effect, though. Also, with that offense, he's on.
Yeah, but
blocking
Andy
much.
Reid's never had a Travis Kelce, though. I mean,
Well, that's what I'm saying. He can use him as a slot receiver. He don't block him very much. He gets in there sometimes, but he's letting him do what he wants to do. He's a really.
I'm just
big-
saying that's a lofty expectation. Gronk didn't really go off till his 2nd or 3rd year either. I remember that his signature game coming out was the 3 touchdowns against Pittsburgh. I know you remember that, Kyle, when he was younger, right?
Well, they had the guy that we can't
Looking at the
say.
Seattle War Room, they don't look very thrilled. There's nobody hugging, no jubilation.
You think they hit the enter button by accident?
I don't know. The pick's in. We'll see. It can't. I don't really. I can't see.
If
this
they
being
took Will
Levis.
Levis,
I
that's a
can't-
disaster.
I
Oh,
can't see
you're
this
gonna love this pick.
It's got to
I
be
mean,
Dalton Kincaid.
The only person smiling was like Pete Carroll
Nope.
in the room. So who
Nope.
knows who that could be then?
You're gonna love this pick, Gene. You're gonna feel inspired by this. You're gonna be like, what? You're just gonna be.
I
tickled.
love my reactions to somebody's pick so far.
Is it offense or defense? Give us a little clue.
Offense.
I don't understand who it could be. You're gonna go wide receiver.
Is it Jordan Addison?
Smith and Jigba?
Is it a reach on a tackle?
No. Well, it could be a reach on tackle. I would think it would be a wide.
Pete
Hello?
Carroll smiling, Addison USC, Pete Carroll
Hello?
USC connection. I don't know.
That's a good point, Kyle. Very good point.
Hello.
Pete Carroll has not had a USC connection in like 10 years. Oh, it's
You're-
Smith and Jigba. He's playing the cat.
Oh, okay.
I know what he's doing. He gave it away.
Yeah,
I think it's a bad pick for them too, if I'm being honest with you. They still have DK and Tyler Lockett under contract, right? Am I wrong here?
yeah. I mean, I don't get that pick either.
So I'm guessing you're telling me it's Smith and Jigba. I'd love the draft party to actually be a draft party, and you.
I didn't
not
say it
do
was.
every pick.
But well, this
Really?
one I thought would set you off. It probably will. I mean,
Who is it? Now
It's
I'm
not going to
curious.
set me off if it's Smith and Jigba.
how many people they got to bring out to announce this draft pick? I mean, come on.
TV
The
money at
girls
its
flying
finest.
players.
It's TV money at its finest.
Who are these guys?
Oh, she tore her ACL. The Pioneers. That's definitely a torn ACL.
Yeah, I saw the knee brace. Yeah.
Yeah. That's terrible. We're bad people. Yeah, it's Jackson, Smith, and Jigba.
I think the guy wearing
is the number one wide receiver on the board. I get it.
Is that Gardner Minshew to the left of Goodell?
I hate you.
Now, so he got to play slot now?
I mean, I guess so. He's played slot. He played slot with Olave and Garrett Wilson. His best year was with Olave and Garrett Wilson in the slot. He actually started in the slot this year. Marvin Harrison and Mbuka played on the outside for Ohio State before he had a hamstring injury that cost him the entire season. I've never seen a player make $1.2 million in NIL money and not play all season due to a soft tissue injury.
I have a player in another sport that didn't play a whole season because of a soft tissue injury.
Who's that?
Kawhi Leonard.
Kawhi.
I remember I told you the other night on the chat that they were related. I don't know if you knew that or not. Kawhi and Jackson Smith.
You're a bad person.
First cousins. Listen.
I mean, Dylan, who's a Seahawks fan, loves the JSN pick for the Seahawks.
I don't think it's a bad pick. I just think they had other needs besides wide receiver. What I don't get is, what is their plan? Did they pick up some free agent that I'm not sure of? What is their plan to stop the sieve of the run game or defense against the run game?
Looks like Tarzan plays like Jane.
Oh, the Dolphins have the next pick. Psych.
You're a bad person.
That's fucked up.
I mean,
they picked up Bobby Wagner. They got him back.
Oh yeah, great. Is he gonna call the defense from a rocking chair or a recliner?
Wagner like 40 by now?
Here's where I don't understand. You guys need to help me out real quick.
Okay.
So their secondary is going to be Devin Witherspoon, Tyreek Woolen, Quadre Diggs, Jamal Adams, Kobe Bryant. Like what? How many corners do you need?
Sounds like a funnel defense to me.
I would run the ball every play.
That's Jamal what everybody else did.
Linebacker, I guess.
The Rams didn't the Rams beat them with like John Walford one game?
Yes.
Because they ran the ball all over them, and like
I want to read this out to you guys real quick. I think it's funny. I just read you their secondary, right? I'm gonna read you your defensive line. Draymond Jones, Brian Monet, Jaron Reed. Their linebackers are Darrell Taylor, Jordan Brooks, Ochina Nwusu. I know Nwusu. I don't know why I just did that. And then Bobby Wagner.
That sounds like the Memphis Showboats defensive line from the USFL.
Eastside Harrell. I'm guessing he's a Texans guy. Yeah, right. Texans had a great draft so far, bro.
Yeah, love what they did.
C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson Jr. You can't argue that. Yeah. I mean, it's very obvious that the Seahawks are concerned with their offensive line and their secondary.
What do you think the Chargers take here? You get receiver, defense?
No, they're not going to take a receiver. And I don't know how Nolan Smith's listed as the best fit. They have Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa. Like what do you mean he's the best fit? Where's he gonna play?
So I'm gonna play you a clip. This reminds me of when you just you talked about the defensive line of the Seattle Seahawks. Hold on, I want you to hear this real quick.
Friedman? I never heard of most of them. Mitchell Friedman? What is that in the eyes?
That's Japanese for they're shitty. So I'm just, dude, I don't know what the Seahawks are doing. I mean, everybody said that last year about them though, and they turned out to be right somewhat with what they did. But I think they're tempting fate again. I don't, when they're
just telling teams, don't you dare throw on us.
They're saying this is do you see this on the screen? That was the wide receiver room. Jameson Williams had to transfer out because he couldn't beat down any of those three guys in Ohio State. Like that was their receiving room. Wow. Wilson, Olave, and Jigba and Jameson Williams. Could you imagine walking in that receiver room like, what the hell am I doing here?
Right.
The mock simulator, is projecting that the Chargers take Nolan Smith.
I don't understand that pick.
Yeah,
Did they lose Bosa? Am I missing something?
Is Khalil Mack getting long in the tooth?
No, he looked great last year.
Yeah, they looked fantastic though when they were up by 30 points in the playoffs. Well, not 30.
I guess they're see, the problem is they play a 3-4. I could see them taking a nose tackle. I just can't see. I could see, it's funny. I could see them taking Murphy from Clemson. Because he's more of a run stopper to be like that lefty end in a 3-4 base. But I can't see them taking an edge rusher like Nolan Smith.
By the way, I hate how Pro Football Focus puts ED for edge rusher, I guess. And every time I see it, it makes me think erectile dysfunction. And I don't understand why they can't just do DE. Why do they have to do ED?
Because there's two types of DNs. There's an edge rusher that plays outside linebacker, and there's a DN that plays in like a 4-3 DN, like a Brandon Graham type.
Yeah, but all right. Yeah, I guess you're right, because I'm looking for some Ds on here, and it looks like there is.
Chargers pick is in. Let's see. I really think no.
This is hilarious. In the simulator has Will
okay.
Levis
This makes sense. Quentin Johnson, wide receiver out of TCU. This is the Alshon Jeffrey pick, in my opinion. Guy is huge. He's just a faster version of Jeffrey. He's 6'4". Guy's big-bodied receiver. Godfrey thinks this guy's the biggest bust out of the wide receiver room.
Well, I don't think he's the biggest. I just don't like how he catches the ball. Like, when I watched him, he does a lot of body catches, man. It's not good in the pros.
I get it.
Now they said that about DK coming out, and they were able to correct that, so maybe they could work on that with him. But
DK couldn't run a route. He ran a route worse than Dempsey.
But he turned out good. I will say that, the problem with the Chargers is they have the defensive genius Brandon Staley at the helm. So
the defensive genius gave up a 28-3 lead at halftime.
Yeah, and he's got Bosa and Khalil Mack. I don't know. Fuck me, right? Like, I don't know who is this guy. Like, Brandon Staley is. He sucks. He just sucks. I've never seen anybody do less
never
with
a
more.
more clear. This is the worst route. Did you watch that route? Has anybody else watched that route that I just watched? Like, why were two receivers running the same go route? On
yeah.
the right
What is that?
That's a terrible offensive design.
This pick says, "Hey, Mike Williams, you're gonna have to be on the field more, or we're gonna replace you immediately because you're hurt all the time, Mr. Glass." He's hurt a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Ravens are on the clock. Where's Jordan at?
Louisville, Coopertown, Louisville.
Bro, when he said that, I fell out of my chair.
Yeah,
Danny, we had a
he's saying he thinks Addison.
Show. And we said, one of the trivia questions was, where's the Baseball Hall of Fame located? And he goes, Cooperstown. We're like, we need city and state. He said Louisville. Cooperstown, Louisville. He goes, close. Like Louisville Slugger? I said, Louisville's not a state. Are you out of your mind? I couldn't. I fell off my chair.
So just to give you an update here with that Quentin Johnson pick, the out for the contract that they just signed with Mike Williams would happen to be 2024.
I guess that makes sense. Keenan Allen's getting a little long in the tooth also.
But they need him because of they need him in the slot, the way they run an offense. And if he's not there to play the slot, that offense hurts.
Eckler's asking for a trade. He wants out. He feels like he's being severely underpaid.
I would trade him I think he is to an extent, but I would trade him he was off the field too much, in my opinion. He got lucky with all the touchdowns he got.
If you could guarantee health and you brought in DeAndre Swift, he put the same production up as Austin Eckler.
Yeah, well, I think people, the unpopular opinion, I still think Spiller might have something to show. I knew he wasn't going to start right away.
I'm trying to get Jordan on for you, Gene.
What do you mean? Is he in the backstage?
I'll back out.
No, he's in our chat, and I was like, Jordan, come on the show.
Well, can you get a fifth person in here, or does it stop you because of the screen?
If he goes backstage, I'll try it.
Okay.
Who would trade for Austin, though? Who's giving up picks?
That's the problem. I don't see anybody wanting to give up draft capital for him.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at here, let's look up his contract. That's really what it's about. I mean, at the age he's at,
Austin Eckler would be a perfect fit for the Buffalo Bills.
Perfect.
That's where he would fit perfectly.
But you think they're giving up their draft capital if they're losing all the couple players?
No. The answer is no.
I mean, the Bills did get Damian Harris, but yeah, you could still get Eckler in that room.
God.
Yeah.
That's the end all be all.
Yeah.
We're no longer looking for a running back. We have Damian Harris.
Well, I bring up that question because people are the same thing with Dalvin Cook and Derrick Henry. People are hesitant on them.
Bro, Dalvin Cook and Derrick Henry are going to get given away for nothing. You'll see. You see what it takes to get Dalvin Cook or Derrick Henry. People are debating whether a third-round pick is too much or Derrick Henry.
Shit. I'll take him for a third-round pick that we probably don't even have because we tampered to get Tom Brady.
Bro, I tell you right now, Brian Flores, I you know how high I am on Brian Flores.
Yeah.
I was super high on Brian Flores. I think that the Dolphins made a huge mistake there.
Stephen Ross, that's the answer. Telling your players to lose and trying to do all this stuff.
So Jordan's backstage. Let's see if we'll let him on.
So the reason Austin
We got a
Eckler
fit.
is
What's going on? What's going on? Can y'all hear
Austin
me?
Eckler.
Jordan.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we
is
hear
under,
you.
What's going on, fellas?
Austin Eckler is underpaid.
I need hold on. I need his live reaction to the Ravens pick.
Yeah, before we pick, we're still on the clock. Just not in it. But
Wow, Ravens pick Will Levis.
Receivers
I'm
are
joking.
still on the
I'm
board,
joking.
man.
Jordan
so-
Addison is still
Addison, Zay Flowers.
Addison, man.
I don't know why you're getting a receiver for him.
I don't know why you get a receiver. Your quarterback can't throw to them.
Don't troll, bro.
They
There's
are
no
not trolling at all.
Looks like
wait,
there's
is that
been a trade.
hold on. Who is it there? Is that Dempsey, bro? He's in the chat. Yeah, what's going on, man?
What's up, brother?
I see you in the chat all the time.
The
How you doing,
simulation
bro?
Good.
has them.
Where'd he go? The simulation took him out.
Simulation just eliminated Godfrey. He's been simulated.
He's been
So
traded.
Who do y'all see us taking? Zay Flowers or do you think it's going cornerback? Or I think we're getting receivers, to be honest.
I don't
Ravens take
understand why you
Godfrey.
keep wasting draft capital on receivers.
I mean, they're excited, so let's see. They're
I need you to do me a favor. I don't want you looking at your phone. Put your phone down. Unless you're on it for this thing.
I'm
Don't
on mute or
No, don't look at your phone. I want you just to watch the screen. We will read the pick out, and I need your live reaction.
We need to see it.
Bro, what are you doing? I didn't even put your.
Well, I
Are you
think it's
using your
about-
phone to call in?
No,
So if you're basically, Jordan, if you're watching the draft on your TV in front of you,
yeah.
don't look at it.
That's bullshit, yo.
No,
All
we
right.
will read it to you.
Gene's gonna read
We
it out.
want your live reaction.
Yeah,
I'm on my phone, Gene. I'm on my phone. I'm not on my
But
laptop.
don't watch the TV.
yeah.
All right.
Gene will tell you the pick. and
I'll
let's
tell
see
you
how
the pick, and I
react.
need your live reaction. We've been doing it all night for people's fans that
Okay.
tune in here.
Jordan's one of my favorite people.
Hey, man. Yeah, it's good. Like when I see you I saw you on the live when I got home. I didn't, man, it's good to see you, man.
Same.
So
Where's-
Godfrey is booted.
Are you a Miami
We'll
fan?
bring him back in.
After that game when we blew a fucking lead, a 40-point lead, yo. We are up by about 35 points, yo, and fucking Tua went off.
All
I
right,
was in
the
Baltimore.
pick is in. Here, the pick is in. The Ravens pick. They didn't trade. I'll read it to you.
Yeah,
and
they didn't-
I
I'm surprised. So I'm pretty sure could be a lot of talent on the board still.
want to see who this is.
I'm either going Zay or Addison, either one of the two. Oh,
You want wide receiver. Who would you be unhappy with?
I don't know. There's so much talent on the board.
He's
So
such a Ravens fan. He'll take anybody.
Whoever they pick is going to be the best player. For
Should
the
I mute my TV because I hear the pick?
No.
Yeah,
I
mute
will
the
read it
TV.
to you. You can watch TV
Mute the
afterwards.
TV.
Pick is in. Here we go. With the 22nd pick in the NFL draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Zay Flowers, wide receiver, Boston College.
Let's go! Let's
That's,
go!
That is my That pick is what I'm going to call the tits on a bull pick.
Hey, man. I mean, I thought he was gonna go like top 10, top 15.
No, he was never
No.
going top 10.
Never going top 10, brother.
That's lit.
He would have went top 10 in the XFL draft.
Yeah, he definitely would have.
I'm not mad at this pick. He is 5'9", but it reminds me of
Can you
Hollywood Brown.
explain to me how Jordan Addison's sliding? Is anybody not?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on in this draft, to be honest with you. It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, I got to tell you right now, my team,
Here's
Eagles,
where he goes right here. He can go right here with Justin Jefferson, Minnesota.
That's
he
good.
has been
Thielen.
linked. He has been linked to them. That's for sure.
I'm surprised Buccaneers went with didn't go with a quarterback.
Well, I'll tell you what, you're not getting DeAndre Hopkins if you just got. You're not getting.
Lamar said he smells some good news dropping soon. Oh shit.
DeAndre doesn't want to go to Baltimore.
No, Lamar just tweeted like just now, like I'm smelling more good news dropping soon. Oh shit.
Well, maybe it was the Zay Flowers pick.
I don't know. He tweeted it after the Zay Flowers. So.
Okay. Well,
This
just happened.
pick for me came out of Louisville, New York.
But I'm very, very happy.
I'm glad you're happy. I don't think it's a great pick, but
For us? You don't think it's a good pick for us?
no, I don't. His NFL comp is Tyreek Hill.
No, that's
Good
close.
luck with that.
I don't understand it.
Maybe
He's
because
one
of
of my favorite receivers, but Tyreek Hill,
That's not a good comp because he would have had to punch a pregnant woman and get drafted in the 5th round because Tyreek Hill is a poo-poo head.
Oh my god.
I mean, am I wrong? Is he a good human being?
No, he's a terrible person.
Terrible person.
He's fast as hell, but still a poo-poo head.
it reminds me of like the Hollywood Brown, but with the whole height.
So if he reminds you of Hollywood Brown, you've already seen this story then.
I know, but I heard that Zay is.
Well,
great.
I mean, there's good news for Jordan. Most of his catches have been inside the hash marks, and that's the only place Lamar can throw the ball, so that's good.
Look at the Ravens fans getting excited. Like, yeah, another receiver for the Ravens, and Lamar's going to say it's the offensive coordinator, and they're going to run him out of town.
Now, Godfrey, like you make a good point because with Monken, like he can. Cause I heard Zay as a better route runner than Hollywood Brown, so we'll see.
That may be true, but
Zay is the most unpolished receiver in this draft. He is raw talent. He's very good. He's very talented. He's just not.
And I don't think he had
he's a good route runner. Is silly. That's not the comparison I would give.
Correct me if I'm wrong. He didn't have an injury either, right?
No, he's not injured. No.
Yeah, so because we drafted Bateman, he had an injury.
This makes too much sense. Joey Porter Jr. is going to Minnesota.
We were either going receiver, or we going cornerback route. I was looking at Deontay Banks.
Joey Porter Jr. is still on the board. Kid's a stud.
Brian Flores is in Minnesota. Why not give him a corner?
Bro, you ain't kidding. I don't think Minnesota had a cornerback last year. They took some guys out of ShopRite.
yeah, they had Patrick Peterson out there with the AARP jersey patch on his back.
So Kyle, I think the Pacers traded their pick to the Steelers, right?
Yep, we got Christian Gonzalez.
I mean, I thought JSN was going to the Ravens, but they picked. I'm surprised he didn't go they didn't pick with defense.
I would love if this happened. The simulator has Will Levis going to the Giants at 25.
There's no way. I don't know why the simulator would have that.
Yeah,
he just signed Daniel Jones to the worst contract in NFL history.
Jordan Addison, they have going 29 to the Saints.
Oh God, Jordan Addison going to the Chiefs would disgust me.
Oh, that would be
no the Saints, but the Chiefs. If they
said Jordan Addison going to the Chiefs would disgust me.
Yeah. The simulator is like fixated on Miles Murphy to Dallas.
I hope so. I think it's going to be Michael Mayer.
He's the highest
now
to play in the Shrine Bowl in over 20 years.
They're saying Nolan Smith is going to – now this is a simulation, not the actual pick – going to go to Georgia at 23. That's what they're projecting.
Georgia is –
I'm sorry, the Vikings. Nolan Smith of Georgia is going to go to the Vikings.
Well, the Vikings had to go defense, right?
Yeah.
They had
their defense was awful last year.
Weren't they negative point differential?
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the D line was really the problem for that, though. I think that was more. I mean,
Yeah, look, Raven fans are all around Zay Flowers. They're loving it.
They don't even know who Zay Flowers is. They never watched the Boston College
Yeah.
game.
They have no idea.
I
They
think
just know he's a wide receiver. That's all
Bro,
they care
that's
about.
that's why I was so annoyed with the Bijan or Bus guys. I'm like,
He
if you
went-
watch anything besides his highlights, I just don't like. I'm not saying Bijan's bad. He's not bad. It's just I think Zach Charbonnet is the same running back, and you can get him in the 3rd round.
well, the people were making him sound like I had people that weren't Eagles fans saying to me, "Oh, if he's on the Eagles, you guys are going to the Super Bowl." I'm like, how does that? I'm like, why? I'm like, and then I would say, and no, they don't want to continue the conversation after that. I would ask,
So let me ask you
who
a
were the
question,
running
Blake.
backs for the Chiefs last year?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. Isaac Pacheco. Who's the running back for
And
the Rams?
Jared
2 years ago?
McKinnon.
Cam Akers. Who was the running back? Like, you can go through it. Who's the running back for the Patriots throughout their dynasty?
And by the way, Cam Akers averaged
Jake
1.9 yards in
Castle.
that Super Bowl per carry.
So I'm just going to go through this real quick. Like, let's go to the last 5 Super Bowl winners and tell me who their running backs were. The best one was Leonard Fournette. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Bijan would take us to the Super Bowl. Thanks.
And the assertion is though the Eagles have a good offensive line. I'm like, I know. That's why Miles Sanders had his best year last year. I mean, really, for me, there's guys out there in the draft that I would like a guy if the Eagles are drafting a running back, which I think they should. My wish list for them is going forward. I want a receiver that could play in the slot, that can get physical. I want a running back that could take it to the house, and I want a D end. Hopefully, the D end's the next pick, but if Nolan Smith is there at 30, they better take him. That's all I'm going to say.
I was like, the Eagles need a linebacker. They never draft a linebacker though.
Not in the first round. It hasn't happened. I wasn't even a sperm yet. It was like 79. I wasn't even in anybody's nut yet.
But correct me if I'm wrong. That's the only weakness I see on the Eagles is a linebacker.
I don't know. I think the linebacker's going to be all right.
Slow down. Nakobe Dean's going to be fine.
That's one. There's like usually 3 or 4 that you need.
Eagles don't value linebacker, all right?
But, yeah, I know they don't. I'm saying that to pick a weakness to be devil's advocate.
No, the Eagles' biggest weakness is their safeties. They have none.
I mean, the kid Brian Branch is still on the board.
That's who I would love. The Eagles' biggest weakness right now is they have no safeties. Their starting safeties right now are Terrell Edmonds and Reed Blankenship.
I think Terrell Edmonds was a sneaky pickup. I think he can be better than he showed last year. I mean, why don't you think he can play? I mean, he's not a rookie. He's had a good year before. I mean, you think he's like going to be cut in training camp? Like he's that bad?
No, he won't be cut in training camp, but
I mean, if I'm not always a fan of what Pro Football Focus says, but I believe they had him ranked pretty high.
Yeah.
I'm not always the biggest PFF guy. They had Anthony Smith ranked real high when we picked him up. That was really great.
Where'd he go? He went like 5, right? 4 or 5.
Richardson went 4 to Indianapolis.
Woo.
They're going to try to recreate Jalen Hurts with Shane Steichen.
So
The Minnesota Vikings pick is in, and here comes the skull chance from the bunch of idiots that are in Minnesota.
No, Dylan's there right now.
I can't stand Vikings fans. They're almost as bad as 40 Winers fans.
But the thing is, with Bijan, wasn't he? Did he have like an injury, like a heart problem though, and like he was or something like that? I heard that he in Texas he wasn't really. Yeah, he was injured. He had an injury.
He didn't have an injury.
Yeah, I don't remember that one.
Wow.
Oh wow! So you're right.
Jordan Addison. I just said that. And
Yep.
You know what the funny thing is? You know my Jordan Addison comp is? Poor man's Justin Jefferson.
That's gonna be a nice duo right there.
Yeah, I just said that a minute ago.
They'll play well off.
We were just talking about that.
Yeah, I know. You said that.
The Jaguars, they said the best fit's Dalton Kincaid. I guess they don't believe in the resurgence of Evan Ingram.
Will Levis is still in that Lamar Jackson like sliding down.
Will Levis is not getting picked in the next round.
Will Levis is gonna have to wait till tomorrow.
Oh, you think he's not gonna be picked up?
I don't see who's gonna take him at this point.
Well,
You
who's
got Jaguars, Giants, Cowboys.
He ain't
Bills.
going to the second round.
he's
there's
Man,
no
He's
way.
not going anywhere tonight.
No fucking way.
Who's the last pick of the Chiefs, right?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Chiefs are going to take Will Levis to back up Patrick Mahomes in the 8-year contract left.
Imagine he goes to the Cowboys. That would be amazing.
I would love that. That would be the best pick ever.
I mean, I wouldn't. I would listen. Dak is not the same player after that ankle injury, and you see it on the field. I mean, whatever. I mean, I'm not.
Who's their backup? That oh my god! Oh, they got Hendon
Cooper
Hooker.
Rush.
Hendon Hooker's still on the board too.
Hey, Josh Rosen in the chat.
Josh Rosen in chat. The quarterback.
Yeah. The Bucs.
I was so wrong on him. I was so happy when the Dolphins got him. I was like, yeah, we made it. We got a quarterback.
I was wrong about Josh Rosen also. I thought
I
he was
think a
going
lot
to
of
be better
people
than what he
were.
was.
Yeah.
Also, I
guys
can
should-
admit, there's been players I've been dead wrong about. I'm going to write a lot of players. It's really fun to be wrong about a player.
So, if you guys know what a mush is, if I had to pick a mush organization, it would be the Arizona Cardinals. They're the mush organization of the NFL. They're bad luck. They're a
I'll
jinx.
tell you-
The players pay for food.
I'll tell you this real quick. Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah. What is that?
Want to know the most wrong I was on draft night ever?
Tell us.
Who was the kid that Oklahoma State had that the Jaguars drafted that flunked out of the league, the wide receiver?
Blackman.
Justin Blackman.
I said on draft night,
I thought he was going to be good too.
I
But
said
see-
on draft night, Justin Blackman will make the Bengals and Falcons regret taking AJ Green and Julio Jones.
It wasn't because of lack of abilities. He
That
kept
was
getting
the
choked for
worst
smoking.
take I've
Yeah,
ever
he was
had
just a
in my life.
knucklehead.
He was kicking. Listen, he should have got as many chances as Josh Gordon got. Okay, like Josh Gordon.
I don't understand that either.
Yeah, I mean Justin Blackman was his crime was only smoking weed. That's what it was.
Mhm.
I said Justin Blackman was the next Terrell Owens.
He played well when he was in the game,
Yeah.
though. Man, he couldn't lay off the
The
sticky
second
icky.
greatest receiver ever to play the game. I compared him to. Wrong.
We definitely does. Might have a pick or nah.
No.
No, they don't have a first round pick.
We tried to give Tom Brady ownership, and they stole all of our picks. Then we got Bradley Chubb, another Ferrari with no gas that gets injured all the time.
The Giants
Oh.
pick is in.
That's my friend Josh Rosen on
And
the
you know what best
on the
part is?
chat. So
the only thing
that's
I was
it.
worried about the Giants doing was going out and getting a wide receiver to help Daniel Jones, and 4 receivers just got taken in a row.
They got
See,
Paris. They got Paris
The
Campbell.
Giants are always on the shit end of the stick.
I hate the Giants, so I love it. They
and
got Paris
I'm not
Campbell.
worried about them getting a tight end because they just signed Darren Waller to a ridiculous contract.
Do you think they take Mingo out of Ole Miss here?
I hope they don't take Joey Porter because I really want to root for the kid.
Do you
They
think?
love taking Penn State guys I love.
Yeah, we need Freddie on here, man.
Do you
I mean,
think?
this is his squad. He should come on.
I mean, I called him out because he said Ravens are a poverty franchise.
Do you think that?
Giants are a poverty franchise.
You think the Ravens?
Oh,
or-
Darren Jones run for 4,000 yards.
What?
like that's what Freddie
No,
said.
Yeah, Freddie said Daniel Jones will run for 1,400 yards.
Or 1,400 yards. My bad.
was he high?
Could have been.
I think this is high on the Giants smoke pack, man.
Oh my god! Man.
I love
don't-
Brett. Is he a Giants fan or a Rams fan today?
Well,
he was
I
a Rams
think-
fan for the Rams Super Bowl, and then he jumped off that
Right.
bandwagon so hard.
They try to tell
All
us.
right,
I was a
so
Giants
I'm going to
fan
do
from
this to you
day
again.
one.
I think the Giants pick might be a head scratcher.
I love
okay.
hearing that.
Yes.
It
I
might be-
love
I
hearing
could be
that.
wrong. I'm not so sure. of
I
this
know you're
guy,
not
but-
well versed with college football players, but if you haven't heard us talking about this player tonight, that means it's not Joey Porter Jr., which I love. I don't want it to be that. It's not Nolan Smith. It's not Brian Branch. They're the 3 players I don't want the Giants
So-
to take.
Do you think that Darren Waller will be signing tennis balls for the walker that he's going to be using because he's such an old man the way he runs down? Darren Waller, I don't think that was a good trade for the Giants. I mean, as an Eagles fan, I like it, but he's not a threatening tight end anymore. It's like, oh no, Darren Waller, how are you going to match up with that guy? Is he over the hill?
The quarterback that's fallen in the draft is Josh Rosen Jr. It's Will Levis, sir.
Every time they show him in the waiting room, I think the last time they showed him, he's standing up, stretching. So
He was
already
crying, bro.
He already knows it's time to pack up and go home.
By the way,
for
I know that guy in the chat, and that's an actual real Josh Rosen, not the Josh Rosen, but a Josh Rosen. Just to let you guys know.
Okay, so the Jaguars and the Giants made a trade.
All right, before I have a question after the pick.
They did?
Okay, so the Giants trade up to this pick.
Yeah.
That's why they're on the clock.
I mean, they're clapping, so fuck.
Well, they're happy.
All right, I think it's a head scratcher, but I mean, I haven't heard anybody talk about this guy, so we'll find out. I know what it is, but I'm give you a little bit of.
What team needs a quarterback that would trade in for Will Levis? That's the question. With maybe the Eagles.
Well, what he signed? What did Daniel Jones sign that 1 year? Or like what he signed?
The Eagles?
No, I'm saying what team would trade back into the first round?
Oh, trade with the Eagles. I got it.
Would it be the Eagles?
Well, if you want Will Levis, you should trade to the end of the first round because you get that 5th-year option if he turns out to be good.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. What team you think would do that though?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oakland? Or Las Vegas?
Yeah.
How's this pick taking this long?
How are all these picks taking this long?
It's 11 o'clock and we have like 7 more picks to go. I think we should get this done by midnight.
I think my dog just shit on the carpet.
I got to give you guys credit, man. There's not been anybody leaving for a bathroom break. We're 3 hours and 31 minutes in.
I was locked in for this. I wasn't going.
Well, I don't know if you know this or not, but I have about 50 paper towels under me. I'm just peeing in my seat.
All right, the New York Giants with the 24th pick. They traded up to get this guy. They traded up with the Jaguars because they were so excited to get Deontay Banks, cornerback out of Maryland. I mean, I know they need what is
that a
wrong
head
with
scratcher?
Joey Porter?
Yeah, what's wrong with Joey
Did he
Porter?
beat someone up? Is he drunk? Did he rob somebody?
Jesus,
Is that a head scratcher? Do you know who Deontay Banks is?
I know who he is.
Yeah, I know he is.
I wanted him as a cornerback, so he's a good cornerback for Maryland. He's pretty good.
You're just saying that because you're from there. Like
No, I mean, that's serious. I wanted him as well.
You're one of the 10 people to watch Turpin football. That's what that has to be. No one's watching Maryland Turpin football.
I'm people that watch Turpin football.
Okay, maybe, but I'm not me. I'd rather watch the Memphis Showboats.
I don't watch them either. I just know that I just did some highlight or some like research on him.
What current NFL coach was a starting quarterback for the Maryland Terrapins?
Who? What?
I'm sorry, he was a backup quarterback for the Maryland Terrapins. What current NFL coach?
I have no idea, bro.
Frank Reich.
I didn't know that.
Oh,
Yeah, I think he backed up Boomer Esiason, or was it Phil Simms?
Is Frank Reich the greatest backup quarterback ever?
He has the most comeback or the biggest comebacks in college and in NFL, right?
That's amazing.
Yeah, so I can't remember right now. I'm looking up Frank Reich. It was either backed up Phil Simms or
Jaguars
Frank
trade
Reich.
to the Bills.
And so,
oh wow, so the Jaguars came back again. Yo, the Philadelphia Eagles might fall into Brian Branch or Nolan Smith.
Who do the Bills go here though? What do you think?
I don't know. They have a secondary.
Yeah, because Micah Hyde's coming back.
Do they go Nolan Smith?
Jordan Poyer's coming back.
I mean, would you go with Nolan Smith? They have Von Miller and Gregory Rousseau. They just drafted in the first round. They got Ed Oliver. I mean, their defensive line stacked.
Milano's
a linebacker. They got Tre'Davious White, maybe a corner. Maybe they go Joey Porter.
Yeah. Maybe they get more defense.
That's all they need.
So the Frank Reich story, he basically he backed up Boomer Esiason in Maryland, and Boomer Esiason got hurt, and they were down by like 30 points, and he brought him back to win. So then years later, when Frank Reich came in that famous game against the Oilers for the Bills, he said, "Watch out, he can actually do something here," and it actually happened. So weird how history repeats itself, but he backed up Boomer Esiason in Maryland.
Wow.
Yep.
Interesting story.
Yeah, I did not know that.
All right, so the Buffalo Bills have now traded up with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Yo, so this sucks because Dallas is definitely getting Kincaid or Mayer.
According to my projections, it's Miles Murphy, so relax.
Bro, if the Dallas Cowboys don't take Kincaid or Mayer, I will dance around on this live stream.
Please,
They're
I want
both
this to happen.
stud
Well-
tight ends.
Well,
Can we put it on TikTok?
I'll just be quiet here.
So, gentlemen, I got a question.
Gibbs already went. He
Yeah,
went
Gibbs
12.
went way earlier than we thought.
Tell
He was-
me how he went 12. I don't know.
So a little, what's that noise? So we
It's a
have
drum roll.
break in between the picks. So like, I wanted to know what your reaction was for Lamar extension. Like, think that.
Well, if you listened to the show earlier, we gave our full reaction.
Well, I was on our date, on my date. So
How'd that go? Did you ask her to be your girlfriend?
no, but I'm gonna do a third date. So
What's her name?
Imani, it's on Instagram, but
Spell it for me.
I'm sorry, Imani, Imani.
Imani. What's
Yeah.
her last name?
It's Bell, but it's like Nicole Bell. It's just private.
I'm gonna tag her in the chat.
No, please don't. Please don't, because she don't have no Facebook though. Like she's not really on Facebook like that.
Like I got a guy on here that wants you to be his girlfriend.
No, please don't, bro.
Hey, man, Jordan, we got you. You know,
Bruh. No, she's probably sleeping though, because she's a teacher. She has to get up early.
okay.
There's no such thing. It's draft night.
But no,
Get her out.
Take it out to the end like the rest of us.
it went. That's why I missed the take. I was at Sabachi.
I can't give a full opinion on the contract
Mhm.
until I see the breakdown and what the cap hit is year by year.
I'll say that this pick coming up, I know the result will be a good dynasty pick or a fantasy pick.
Oh, so it's
possibly.
an offensive. Yeah, it's got to be a tight end. It's got to be Kincaid or Mayer. And that's why you trade ahead of Dallas to do that. So it's
Yeah,
got to
that-
be
that
Kincaid or
makes
Mayer.
Sitting there, chilling.
I hate the Bills.
They keep showing Will Levis. Look at him.
He's like,
Draft
stop
Will
putting the
Levis.
camera in my face.
Draft Will Levis. Come on, Will Levis. Here we go.
What was he? Like,
Girlfriend waving to the camera. She's already getting ready.
what,
I
is
guess
that
they're
his
giving
girl?
up on Dawson Knox.
Is that the girl to the right? I mean, he
I
got.
think
Do you think they go Kincaid here or Mayer? I think Kincaid.
I mean,
makes more
that's his. I think his mom has his sister. They're all blondies. So I thought they were like.
Jordan, you can hop off now.
Huh?
Nothing. You're just saying a lot of weird stuff.
No. I'm looking at the.
He's trying to look at Levis's, arm candy, trying to figure out
His
who's who.
family?
Yeah, I'm sure
His
the one
sister's
his
17, Jordan.
They just showed his.
I'm
We're all
I'm
going to
kidding.
jail now. We're going to jail.
I'm just kidding. I have no idea how old she is.
Ah.
Just wanted to make Jordan feel uncomfortable for a minute.
Oh, see, I was about to leave. I was about to leave too, bro.
Jordan
Like,
tried to
A
catch
friend
a
of mine
case
just
on a
texted
live
me.
stream.
He says that Will Levis has 3 cougars around him.
that's what I'm saying. Like they're all like freaking on his jock, man.
Will Levis is the next Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
Hey,
I want to
Will
holler at
Levis-
Zach Wilson's mom.
wait, Kyle, what was he protected? Like Will Levis, like top 10?
Oh, they had him all over the.
They
Yeah,
had
some people had
one-
him top 5. Yeah.
The Buffalo Bills, the pick is in.
Miami sleeps into the draft against Levis because 2 was one concussion away from being retired.
I think that if the Dolphins drafted Will Levis and sat him behind Tua, it might not be the worst thing ever. He's got a cannon for an arm, and he can throw the ball deep to Hill and Waddle.
But we don't throw the ball deep. We throw the ball-
Dalton Kincaid, tight end out of Utah. This kid is George Kittle-esque, man. I really, really like
They
this
have
kid.
Dawson Knox.
He
though?
also will sell you a sweet life insurance policy.
Jordan, Dawson Knox is nothing compared to Kincaid, right?
Yeah.
Like, the athletic ability is totally different.
That's what I'm
One's
saying.
like a blocking tight end that kind of catches the ball in big moments. That's about it.
Dalton Kincaid is my
Dalton-
number one tight end on the
Or
board.
like a goal line.
Which I'm telling you right now, Dallas is taking Michael Mayer. I predicted this last night when I did the mock draft, and it's the
6'3",
perfect Dalton Schultz replacement.
Well, I'm telling you, they still say Miles Murphy in my mock simulation.
I
so
don't care what your mock simulation is.
If it picks Miles Murphy, I'm gonna laugh my ass
That's
off.
true. Brett. You don't pass on King.
It's been consistent. It changes a lot, but I'm telling you that pick has been on the money every time for some reason when I refresh it.
Well, I will say our mock draft on the big three, Mayer was there for the Cowboys, and they didn't take him either.
Branch and Nolan Smith are still on the board, and the window's getting smaller to the Eagles pick 30. I mean,
Bro, do not get me excited. I've already got Jalen Carter. If you give me Branch, I will. My night will be complete.
so if those guys are there, you got to make that pick.
I might mail Howie Roseman a nice postgram, a handwritten letter.
He actually texted me. He told me that if you truly want to show your allegiance to him, you need to buy an authentic Jalen Reagor jersey and wear it.
I'll pass. He said last year in his
You can get it
press
$10
conference that he made a clear mistake drafting Reagor. I mean, we all knew it, but he finally said it in the press conference.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wish someone like walked past him while he's having that
Michael
conference.
Mayer's and I hate saying this for Cowboys fans. I think Michael Mayer's the perfect fit for them. I really do.
For Dallas.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if this is a hot take or a take, but I think that Hendon Hooker is going to go before Will Levis, like in the second round.
I don't think it's a hot. Well, it is a hot take if you said it before the draft, but I don't think it's a hot take now because I think that a lot of people look at Hendon Hooker as a more successful project,
more complete project.
I wouldn't call it a hot take. I would call it like lukewarm oatmeal.
I mean, that's just my since Will Levis didn't go yet, and Hendon Hooker because he was over the place too. Like he was late round and he moved up and then moved down and back up. And,
Yo, Brett just really just shit on Jordan. I feel bad for Jordan. Brett goes, you don't pass on Dalton Kincaid because you have Dawson Knox.
I definitely agree, Brett. I just thought that why do they need a tight end because they got Knox, but
this is the pick right here. They keep showing Michael Mayer, Jerry Jones got that shit-eating grin. Yeah, I'm gonna make another splash. America's team.
I ain't gonna say nothing because
isn't Notre Dame fans and Cowboys fans the same people?
Yeah, dude.
Yes.
Dallas Cowboys, New York Yankees, Los Angeles Lakers, Notre Dame, Duke Blue Devils, Alabama football. Just take them all off the list and throw them out.
Talking about me?
No, I'm not talking.
I mean, he hit on most of your teams, Jordan. He hit on most of them.
Well, other than which one did you not? You say
other than Notre Dame, because you're not a Notre Dame fan.
Simulation has Joey Porter Jr. going to the Cowboys now.
I would throw up.
Did you feel that way when they picked your boy there, the linebacker?
I would, yes, because I could see Micah Parsons being like, take Joey Porter Jr. I would throw up. The only thing that makes this night better is that the Giants,
we got to get a Patron going.
Giants and the
Patreon
Commanders
account.
made bad picks, and if the Cowboys make a bad pick, I would be great. I don't think they are. I think Michael Mayer's the guy here.
You think they're talking about
look, his NFL comparisons, Jason Witten. I called that one. Didn't I just say that an hour ago?
Yep.
They're talking about changing the Commander's name when a new owner gets put in place, and they're talking about making it go to the Click Commanders. I don't know if you've ever heard of that name before, but
God,
man,
Clip that.
Never mind, man. You said CLIT, right?
Oh my God, I spelled it out.
No, I think they click like click.
Jordan, this is why we
I don't know
on
what to say. I don't know what to say right now.
You're gold, bro. You're gold. We invite you on podcasts because you say shit like that every
This is
podcast.
TikTok famous.
If I'm ever in Louisville, New York, I'm buying you a slugger. With
bro,
your name
you gotta
on
go
it.
to Louisville, Cooperstown, Louisville, bro. That's where you gotta go. You know, like Louisville Slugger.
No, it's fuck. There might be Jesus, man.
I think this is, if I was projecting the next 3 picks, I think Dallas goes Mayer. I think Jacksonville, look, they're all going nuts because they got I think Dallas goes Mayer. I think Jacksonville goes Brian Branch. And I think Cincinnati goes with Joey Porter Jr.
Oh, man.
You know, I'm looking at that room that war room, and I have a feeling it smells like old ball bag.
I don't see no black people in there, man.
There's one dude
There it is, right in the back. There you go.
Right there on the right,
Guys,
man.
wait, come on. All right.
There's
Like-
security guards on there.
Where's the diversity? Where's like Goodell with the diversity? Where's the diversity?
Oh man, they're so full of shit.
I seen a mixed guy.
Oh my
They
god!
had one
Well,
in the room, okay?
Listen, all I'm gonna say to you, Gene, is that you are gonna be thoroughly entertained by this pick when you see what it's announced. Thoroughly entertained by this.
Wait,
pick.
so this ESPN is ahead of the draft, like because like
I have special powers. You will be thoroughly entertained by this, Gene, in so many ways. You have no idea.
I'll be entertained by this.
I think you'll be entertained. Yeah.
Well, that means
Now,
it's
I don't
not
think it's a
Mayer.
bad pick,
Is
but you'll be entertained by what the pick is.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'm happy it's not Mayer or Joey Porter Jr. then.
It's probably like
I mean, I could tell you that, but I would like to leave you in suspense. So,
No, you're telling me it's not by the way you're reacting, which makes
watch
me
it
happy.
be Luke
It's
Musgrove,
not.
tight end from Oregon State.
I mean, no, but you're gonna. I think I've heard of this guy, but
I think I love that. This is the whole reason I wanted Godfrey on this draft. Godfrey and Jordan are golden for these drafts. They have no idea what college football is.
I mean, I watch a little bit. I've tried, but I mean, I'm more of a pro guy. But listen, I think it gives a good perspective because I can analyze it. But like, it's
Well, here we go. Dallas Cowboys pick is in.
oh, you're gonna love this. You're gonna love this.
the whole season. So I don't know how that works.
Will Levis. I'm just kidding.
Oh, that would be I would get rock hard if that happened. But you're gonna love this, Gene. This might be the highlight of the night for
You
you.
draft a punter? All right.
No, that would be awesome.
You know, if they took Will Levis, the Cowboys fans would convince themselves that's the greatest. Who is this
I
dude?
know this guy very well. Shally loves this guy, Maisie
Mozzie.
Smith.
Okay.
Michigan, Maisie's. He's a D tackle. He's a run stuffer. That's what he is. Shally loves this guy.
But is he a first round grade? I guess he
No,
is.
absolutely not.
So it's a
Shally didn't even take him in
Look
the
at the
first
Cowboys
round.
fans. They're clapping like it's the greatest pick ever.
Of course they are, because
I love that. This is like the greatest pick ever this is amazing for an Eagles fan.
yeah, that's why I was saying you're gonna love it. So Kyle, I don't know. You know how people tap like a slogan when they walk through the tunnel in a football stadium a lot of times?
Yeah.
Well, when you go into the war room, Jerry Jones, you have to tap his ball bag.
I
So-
understand why they made this pick though with Michael Parsons. This is a guy that eats up blockers in the middle. That's why it makes sense. This is a Dan Quinn.
I don't know who that is, to be honest. So good.
Well, I know.
Couldn't
You don't know
you get, like-
90% of people going in.
But couldn't you get a guy like this later?
I don't know if they have an early pick in the second round.
But Kyle, would
They
you
don't think they
let
need
me
him.
let
And
me
he's not-
use my special powers and tell you, I don't think the Cowboys have a pick until pick 58.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't think that
Yeah.
they would have got him at 58. So if they think he's this special, then you just take him. And
But see,
Well,
the Cowboys.
Brian Branch has been linked to Jacksonville since before the draft, like weeks and weeks and weeks ago. This has got to be Brian Branch here, right? Am I like wrong?
Well, the simulator says Nolan Smith.
I think that's a great pick for Jacksonville. I think Brian Branch, but they just took Trayvon Walker last year. So they're going to get both edge rushers out of Georgia.
But if
Maybe-
Branch was there, like if Jacksonville passes on him, wouldn't Cincinnati take Branch?
You know what's annoying?
I think
about,
Cincinnati takes Joey Porter. I think they need a cornerback, bro.
you know what's annoying about Dallas is
Oh,
they're
it's
like
because Bates left for Atlanta. So
That makes sense.
Dallas is like the Yankees, right? Every player they pick, it's the greatest fucking player ever. Oh my God, this guy's going to be a stud. Did you see who the Dallas Cowboys picked? Like, I mean, they're look at the way they were reacting to this pick. You're telling me it's not even a first round grade, and they're in there high fiving themselves. Like,
yeah, they were high
most of
five.
those guys didn't know who that guy was.
He's ranked 5th in D tackles in the mock drafts, isn't he? There's 4 other people rated higher than this guy.
Yes.
I mean, listen, maybe they're hoping that they get the same pedigree they got from Taco Charlton out of Michigan.
Like this was like what the whatever, man.
Gene, remember that when Taco
I feel like
Charlton
Jordan's
was
having
given
a
the
full
next time?
conversation with somebody else.
No. I was saying Dipsy. His like reaction was like, "Oh, well, shit." They're pissed.
I had no idea. I thought he was talking to somebody else in the room. I heard what you said now.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I don't know him. So, yeah.
Didn't Taco Charlton? He played for Miami too. He was amazing there.
Was he?
No, he was
No,
horrible.
yeah.
He was
I
god
think-
awful.
It
It was like
I think-
Deion Jordan that was a great third
Deion
round pick.
Jordan.
Yeah, like,
Remember that
Oh,
pick?
man, I
The
remember
Eagles
that
fans were
one.
talking about getting Deion Jordan over Lane Johnson.
Yeah, I
I
think
wanna
Taco Charlton is somewhere running an ice cream truck, Mr. Softy, with Ben Simmons. So I don't know.
Talk about Taco Charlton. Sounds like a Choco Taco.
Yeah, that's what I always thought about when I saw him. I was like, all right, yeah, oh, he's a Cowboy. But I mean, I remember when they picked him, they're like, oh, that's a solid pick. He's going to be great. And I'm okay.
Who's Jacksonville go with here? Jacksonville's on the clock now.
has to be defense, right? They got a lot of weapons on offense.
100%. They got Calvin Ridley now. This has got to be a defensive pick.
Yeah, I just started a Twitter handle called Hot Bets Are Us, and I just tweeted Ridley, give him a parlay. and he was like, I'm in. I mean, listen.
I think Jacksonville goes Joey Porter Jr. here.
Yeah, they have a lot of holes to fill. Like they can go either way. Defense.
Now, I think this would be a great fit,
Mhm.
but the simulator has Michael Mayer going to Cincinnati.
Yeah, that's a good fit.
Mhm.
I actually make that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
The simulators actually made a good, solid sense right now.
You know what's funny? Would Mazzie Smith or Miles Murphy been a better pick?
Miles Murphy.
I think Miles Murphy goes here.
You think he's what?
I think we'll go here.
I hope so.
I think Miles Murphy is severely overrated. Well, I don't think he's overrated now. I think this is
Right.
properly rated.
So it sounds like you're saying he is a recipient of the Reggie White War. You're saying the guy on the other side of the ball is the more dominant rusher, and he benefited from it. That was playing on the other side from him.
I think Miles Murphy reminds me a lot of Brandon Graham when Brandon Graham first got drafted. Now, if you can promise me that Miles Murphy will have the work ethic and drive that Brandon Graham did, then I would be fine with it. But the issue is Miles Murphy he's not elite at anything, right? Like he's not an elite run stuffer. He's not an elite pass rusher. Like, what would you say Brandon Graham's elite at? And my answer would be work ethic or drive.
Yeah.
That's it. So, good.
I did not like him as an Eagle when he came out, not because it was his fault.
We all wanted Earl Thomas.
I wanted JPP, but I felt better after he shot all fireworks, and I was like, maybe it wasn't a good idea to pick him anyway.
I'll be a little bit. I'll be very honest with you. Brandon Graham turned out to be a better pick than Earl Thomas.
He did long term, but for the
You
first
talk about a guy that's been an Eagle. Like you look at Eagles, it's Jason Kelsey and Brandon Graham, and then Fletcher would be third.
Wow, that was okay. Never mind. I'm gonna be quiet here.
Now Will Levis has a new girl on his arm.
Oh, yeah, I will tell you. Yeah, he's probably having.
Jaguars make another really bad pick.
No, but yeah. Oh shit, man. Well, I'm happy as an Eagles fan because it's gonna give us options.
This actually makes sense. I'm not like
Okay.
This actually makes sense. So they really need to protect Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I have a first round grade on this kid. Like Anton Harrison's a good offensive tackle, but he's not it makes sense. It's logical to me. They need to protect Trevor Lawrence.
Well, isn't Cam Robinson? Isn't something going on with him?
He's suspended for 6 games.
Oh, yeah, so that had to factor into it, right? I mean,
I don't know, but I know this kid.
it was a PED suspension, so they didn't know what was happening until
and
recently.
He'll be a starter in the NFL for the next 7 to 10 years. I'm not saying he's going to be an all-pro. He's not going to be he's not going to be what Ike Ekwonu is going to be for Carolina. He's not going to be that, but he's very good, man. He's good hands. He's agile movement of the feet. There's no issue. I don't have any issue with this pick.
That's a good area to take him.
Yeah, well, I think they had to because Cam Robinson's 27 and he was. I mean, he's going to be suspended for 6 games. I mean,
Cam Robinson sucks.
but he's their starter. I mean,
don't lie to yourself. Cam Robinson sucks. They franchise tagged him last year. I don't know what the hell they were thinking.
I mean, they hired Urban Meyer. What were they thinking when they did that?
You tell me, man. But Doug Peterson's really got that team headed in the right direction. So
Urban Meyer is a fraud.
Yeah,
He's been a fraud.
I was never a fan of him. Like when they hired him, I was like, what?
The Eagles
What are they
are picking
doing?
in 3 picks,
Yeah.
and I'm telling you right now, they have the opportunity to get Nolan Smith or Brian Branch, and I can't unsee it.
You
If
know what's
they
going to happen
walk
now, right?
away from this draft with Nolan Smith and Jalen Carter, or Brian Branch and Jalen Carter, I might flip the table.
Bengals got to go Joey Porter, right? The team up with Eli Apple, the best.
Eli
cornerback.
Apple's gone, bro. They don't have
Oh,
him.
Eli Apple was trash.
Oh, I know.
Eli Apple, yeah, man. Like,
So bad.
They have Dax Hill. They drafted last year. He's a safety. He's good. But they really don't have much on both ends as far as their secondary goes. I'd be shocked if the Bengals didn't go secondary here.
all right, that's not going to work.
I don't. What, we're trying to play the sound from the draft.
No. There's oh wow.
Okay,
I love Godfrey's reaction.
that's a reaction that I don't know. Okay.
Offense or defense here?
It's defense, and as an Eagles fan, I'm going to be happy because
Oh.
two of those guys are still on the board.
So Joey Porter.
Yeah, it's defense, but
That sounds like Miles Murphy, just by his reaction.
Kyle, didn't you say the Higgins? I know he's still on the team, but with Burrow's, we'll see. Hold on, because you said like with his contract, like they might not be able to keep Higgins.
They might not be able to re-sign Higgins. That's fine. Cincinnati Bengals with the 28th pick select Miles Murphy, defensive end out of Clemson. Yeah, it makes sense.
Oh, Murphy. Miles.
Put him on the opposite side of Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah.
He's going to be a good run stopper. I just don't. I don't think he's that much better than Sam Hubbard. I really don't. Like I don't. Like what?
I don't get that pick. I don't think that's a good pick for them.
No. They need help in the secondary. I would have went Joey Porter here.
Yeah, because their cornerback base is.
I think the Saints actually take Michael Mayer here. I think that's where he goes.
Yeah, Mayer to the Saints makes sense. No, I'm saying that Bates went to the Falcons in the offseason.
He went to the Falcons, right?
Yep.
So now the Eagles get to pick who they want now.
They get the pick of the litter. Brian Branch and Nolan Smith. I think it's going to be Nolan Smith. Just judging by what the Eagles do.
Someone in the chat said, well, Levis might go to the Saints, so maybe. We'll see.
I mean, that's a possibility. I think that Michael Mayer makes more sense. Like, who's their tight end, right? Derek Carr's whole career is like to throw the ball to tight end.
I don't know. I don't know their tight end, to be honest.
That's my point.
Jawan Johnson.
He stinks.
He had a decent year last year, to be honest. But, I mean, playing with...
We got Andy Dalton throwing the ball. Check down Dalton.
Yeah. And Taysom Hill throwing him naked pictures of Sean Payton's wife.
What? Why are they doing Will Levis like this? They're just so Miles Murphy just destroying him. like the night's not going bad enough for him.
Are we doing like a second round or nah? Like a reaction?
Wait, quick question: has this ever happened when they invited someone, especially a quarterback?
Oh, plenty of times. Geno Smith. You don't remember the Geno Smith?
Oh shit, yeah.
Happens all the time, actually. If I'm the Eagles, I'm not kidding with you. If there's a team like that picks first or second in the second round, I might fall back because you can get Nolan Smith or Brian Branch in that position and allow a team to trade up to get Will Levis, so they get that 5th-year option.
Yeah,
that's what you want out of quarterbacks. You want the 5th-year option.
Yeah,
you get as much information as possible before you have to pay them.
Yep.
You don't need that essentially with a defensive lineman or a safety. You know what they're going to do right away. They're going to start right away for you. Brian Branch is smart. He's literally a replacement for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I'd be happier with Branch than Nolan Smith. I would like both, either one, though.
Do you think that if the Saints are on the clock, Philly's on next, do you think that if Philly, your team, or Godfrey and your team doesn't pick Joey Porter, do you think KC picks up Porter for secondary?
They could. Joey Porter is another really interesting slide.
Yeah.
I have him ranked as my second best corner on the board.
Yeah.
They say he's too handsy. I'm like,
I heard that, but who cares? You can work on that once it gets into your facility.
Physical corner, bro. He reminds me of a better version of Al Harris.
That's not a bad comparison. I mean, I thought Porter was going to be in play for the Patriots, but since Gonzalez was there, I think they had to kind of take Gonzalez. But I didn't think Porter was going to fall this far after Gonzalez got picked.
Right.
Shout out to you, gentlemen. We've been 4 hours strong. We've kept a strong viewer count the entire night. So to people in the chat, thank you. To you guys on here that have been dedicated all night, thank you. Shout out to Sports Empire Network. We've had solid numbers on YouTube, solid numbers on Facebook all night. So appreciate you guys tuning in.
I have poop on my butt. I'm joking.
Will Levis might fall to pick 38 because the second round is Steelers, Cardinals, Lions, Colts, Rams, Seattle, then the Raiders.
You know what? If they really wanted to motivate Kyler Murray, he's going to be hurt for a little bit. Draft another fucking quarterback. Put some competition in.
Can't do that. You paid him too much money, bro.
Yeah, in the second round, though, too, yeah.
You can't do that. You paid Kyler way too much money, and it's super guaranteed.
Yeah, they're fucked. Bad organization.
Bad organization, two bad organization things. I think Mayer goes here, and I think the Eagles take. Is
Jalen Carter still on the board?
Jordan, we'll talk to you tomorrow.
I mean, I missed half the draft because I was on that.
You're talking about the second best player in the draft. Is he still on the board at 30?
Well, I know he had those issues.
No, the Eagles drafted him at 9.
Okay.
Yeah, he went a while ago.
Well, that's interesting.
Did they go with Brian Branch? You sound very disappointed.
No. I'm elated. I just didn't expect that name to come up. It's not a quarterback, I'll tell you that. But
Okay.
it's that. Yeah, I didn't expect that to be the next pick. But
Zach Charbonnet?
no, I'd be pissed about that.
Okay.
That would be upsetting. I think no one's really on him. I don't think he goes to late second round personally.
I
think
love Zach Charbonnet.
I like him
If
too.
the Eagles get Brian Branch and then Charbonnet in the next round, it would be like the so ideal draft.
I'm not even going to watch the rest of the draft.
Why? Why watch it anymore? It's done.
Yeah, there is a sleeper receiver I think they could get later on, and I would like to see the Eagles get him and put him in the slot. I'm gonna give you a name. Tell me if it's smash or pass on this. I like Cedric Tillman of Tennessee.
Smash.
Yeah, he's
Jalen Hyatt would be the better one, but I think he'll go way before.
Well, the reason why I like him is from what I've seen, he's a physical receiver, and
Hyatt might go here. Actually, is Hyatt here? Is this Hyatt? Well, we'll find out shortly.
It's going to be the DN from Kansas State.
No, but I could see this being Hyatt because they really only have Olave. Michael Thomas has been a ghost for 3 years.
No, correct yourself. He's been a bank robber.
Who do you guys think the Dolphins are going to take at 32?
Yo, you're the worst. The New Orleans Saints select Brian Brees. I actually love that pick.
Okay.
I think Brees is the better Clemson defensive lineman.
You were saying it earlier, right?
Yeah. I believe that, man. The guy's a heavy motor guy. I love Brian Brees.
It says the Eagles need D tackle.
Well, they don't need it. No, that was one of their needs, and they selected it.
Oh, okay. I was like,
it's green. That's why it's green.
Oh, my bad.
What's it say? Safety.
DN,
Wide
inside.
receiver,
linebacker, and
guard, safety,
Yeah.
D interior.
I don't think they need a guard. Cam Jurgens is going to start right guard this year.
Do they have Pennington?
What?
That's on the defensive side, right?
No. Cam Jurgens offensive line. So
No. Pennington from last year's draft.
who?
Pennington from last year's draft.
Chad Pennington?
Yeah. he's on the defense side of the ball, right? On the line.
Maybe in high school.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't even know who you're.
Gene's like, I'm done. I could.
I'm ready for the draft to be over. 11:36.
Lineman that they drafted last year, the Saints, in the first round. Trevor Penn, whatever his name is.
Oh, you're talking about their offensive lineman, Penning.
Yeah, Penning. Yeah, Penning.
Right. Yes.
Not Pennington. I'm sorry, wrong last name.
No, you're fine. I get it now.
It's time
I
for
thought
me
you
to
were talking about, first, I thought you were talking about the Eagles.
Yeah, that's what I thought too, and I was like, I don't know who that.
I'll
You're
say
talking about Trevor Penning. Yeah, he drafted. Yeah, he's their offensive lineman. This is a defensive line. Brian.
So
Brayton.
the big board of overall players right now, the rankings go 7. Will
Can
Levis.
you not look at your phone, Godfrey? Or like
No.
not?
This isn't a pick.
No. But for the Eagles pick, can you just put it down like everybody else has all night?
I haven't been getting that from my phone.
No, or wherever you're getting it from, the simulator. Put it down.
I'm not going to tell you. Don't worry. You're going to be good.
Do you already know it?
No, I don't. It's not even in.
Can you please just not look at it and we do it live?
Yeah, we'll do it live. I don't know it, but
Eagles just
best
traded
players left
Miami.
on the board. They
Is it
traded.
really?
No.
Says the best players left on the board in this order is Will Levis, Nolan Smith, Branch, and Michael Mayer, and then Joey Porter. That's Pro Football Focus. I don't,
Well,
Kuiper
Smith
has
or
Levis,
Branch.
Porter
Smith
Jr.,
or Branch,
White,
I'm
Mayer.
extremely happy with. I'm happy with either Smith or Branch. That's the two I would like.
I'd be happy with Branch. I mean, they need a DN, but they need a safety too. So I mean,
I think a safety's a more important need, and Brian Branch is 100% a very smart, knows the field, great option.
I just don't see them taking a safety though in the first round. When's the last time they've done that? It's been a long time, right?
They don't have a safety on the roster.
No, in the first round.
I get it, but
I just
took
see them
Michael
going.
Lewis in the second round.
I see them going Nolan Smith. That's just totally their move.
100%. That's the Eagles.
Why are
thing.
they putting these animals?
They're probably on a group call with Jalen Carter, or in a group text with Jalen Carter, Howie Roseman, and Jordan Davis. Like, yeah, get Nolan. Yeah, get Nolan. And N'Kobe Dean too. I forgot. My bad.
Why do they put under Will Levis like 0.1% chance he goes here? Well, obviously.
Oh, if they picked Will Levis, the Eagles fans would melt down and burn down the Ben Franklin Bridge. There would be a full scale riot, like from Northeast to South Philly. It would be just the city would burn.
Pittsburgh picks 32nd.
I'm watching on the TV just for Eugene. They're taking a long time. I feel like this is a Mike Tice type of move.
Yeah, I'm gonna say where they go, like what route they go. To the Eagles.
This has to be defense. Has to be.
Well, who's gonna fill?
Maybe they're working on a trade.
Nah, I don't think they're gonna trade because who's left on the board? Like you're not getting down. Like you're not getting.
Who? How are the Eagles gonna fill C.J. Gardner-Johnson's role?
I feel like they feel. I mean, Gene disagrees with me, but I feel like Terrell Edmonds. They feel like is gonna fill that role, but.
I'm okay with Nolan Smith. I'm not against it. Brian Branch is the guy I'd prefer.
Pick's still not. I mean, why does it take it so goddamn long? That makes me think there is a trade coming up.
For the Eagles, Howie's the trader. He's always a trader. We got 2 more picks tonight, and then we're done.
Yeah.
No, one more because the Dolphins, right? Or no, I guess no. It says the Steelers is round 32. I mean,
Yeah, but I
32 is
think
round
that's
2.
They got Philly and Kansas City.
Yeah, I think that's second round. Yeah, the Steelers are.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
still,
just Philly and Kansas City left.
Howie's still on the phone, so he's smiling. So he's something's going on.
Some sucker.
He's calling the player. That's what he's doing right now. He's calling a player to let him
He's
know.
like, hello, Mike Mamula. Would you like to be an Eagle?
The Eagles are doing much better with diversity, man.
Yep, they're putting Nick Sirianni on the phone to say that they're talking to the player. They know the player.
Yeah.
Andy Kalu, would you like to be an Eagle?
A lot of people know this pick already, but I don't want to see it. I'm trying to avoid everything so I can watch it live. I like getting a live reaction. The pick is in. It seems like people are happy. I gotta not look at my phone at all. I just seen one comment, and it's not a person, but it kind of gives something away.
I think what you're doing is called edging right now.
I'm edging 100%. I am super hyped right now. Give me Brian Branch. Give me Brian Branch. Give me Nolan Smith. One or the other. I'll take either one, and I'll be very happy.
They just never mind.
Well, I mean, Kansas City's on the clock, so the pick is in.
Yeah, the Eagles pick's in. They're about to announce it now. You'll find out shortly.
Announce it. They're being dick teasers.
There's a coffee right there with the mask.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here we go. With the 30th pick, I mean, it's listed as 31 because they still have the 21st deleted. But with the 30th pick in the NFL draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select
Jordan Jean-Louis.
This is so long. I feel like the Eagles pick has been the longest wait from when it's in to when it gets said. Maybe it's because I'm an Eagles fan. Come on. Come on.
Oh, they're bringing the Kelsey's mother out? That's nice.
Kelsey's mom's coming out and doing it?
Oh, you're not watching the TV?
Yeah, kind of, but don't tell me the pick, please. I'm behind you, I'm streaming it.
Marcus Smith.
I will lose my mind. Nolan Smith or Brian Branch?
Yeah, she's out there with the dude perfect guys.
Brian Branch. I don't know who.
No way it's going to be Brian Branch. They're not taking a safety in the first round. I don't know if they've ever even fucking done that in franchise history.
Bro, he's the right fit.
So is Micah Parsons. Technically.
I hate you.
But they didn't take him, did they? They
Nah,
could have had him.
Reaper, though.
They did. But Micah Parsons would have been nice. I mean. Who the fuck are these tool bags?
Dude perfect.
Yeah,
I don't know
dude
who
perfect
Dude
guys.
Perfect is.
What the
They're
hell
like
is that?
trick shot artists on YouTube and stuff.
Oh, he's about to do one.
No, dude, it's a Jason Kelsey coin.
Oh, that's awesome.
All right.
I hang that in my living room.
Don't say anything, Jordan. Don't say a word. Let me read the pick off, please. Nobody say anything. I'm going to watch it live.
Yep.
Nolan Smith, baby. Georgia. The Philadelphia Eagles.
Woo!
4.39 defensive end. Nolan Smith. Let's go.
And I wanted him
You
at
have
10.
Hassan Reddick and Nolan Smith going after your quarterback with I love it. Let's go.
Oh, man.
They better get that offensive lineup in NFC East. That's all I know.
How do you not pick them to be number one in the NFC East and the NFC? That has to be the favorite.
Bro, you have Jordan Davis, Fletcher Cox, Jalen Carter, and on the edges, you have Hassan Reddick and Nolan Smith.
That's crazy.
Oh, my God, bro.
That is
I'm hype. This kid is so the Philadelphia Bulldogs are legit.
This is why you don't need safeties. They don't care about safeties or linebackers.
This kid is I love it.
That's a good pick.
Yes, it is a good pick. Correct.
That's a bad pick, man. No, it's perfect, man. That's a pick that the Ravens would get like late round, like a player like that. Someone who's
Wait.
deep hungry.
I don't know if this is true or not, but I have some breaking news. A clip leaked showing Broncos head coach Sean Payton ripping a bong during the NFL draft.
That's amazing.
If that's true, I hope it's not clickbait. It's fucking great. I think that's. Oh my god, no way.
I'm ecstatic with this draft. I would have been all right if they traded their second first round pick to go up to get Jalen Carter. They got him and they didn't need to. I'd have been all right if they stood pat at 10 and took Nolan Smith at 10 and they got him at 30. I cannot be happier. Oh,
well, listen. I mean, yeah,
look at the Georgia defense. Carter, Smith, Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean. Oh, my God. Kirby Smart and Nick Sirianni have become best friends.
I mean, listen, they were getting all those players, right? I mean, and I listen, the Eagles need – listen, I know you want to branch, but I felt like the way their defense is built, they need some youth at edge rush, and you still got Fletcher Cox there for a year more. You still got Brandon Graham, so you can ease these kids in.
This is a 3-4 defense now, bro.
Wait, they went 3-4?
I mean, that's what it's going to be. Nolan Smith's an outside linebacker in a 3-4. Son Reddick's an outside linebacker in a 3-4. Jordan Davis is a nose tackle in a 3-4. Fletcher Cox is a D end in a 3-4. Brandon Graham's a D end in a 3-4. Jalen Carter is a D end in a 3-4.
Who's the D coordinator in Philly now?
The guy from Chicago.
Oh,
he was in Seattle last year, wasn't he? I think he was in Seattle last year.
Sean Desai.
Did they ever hire Matt Patricia?
Yeah, unfortunately, they fucking did. I don't know how you can have the guy that got the Philly special, like nuts dropped right on his chin. Yeah, I'm going to teach you guys about defense. Hey, did you catch that? See that Philly special coming yet? No?
Yeah,
okay,
Sean
cool.
Desai was in Seattle last year, but he was the Bears coordinator for like 9 years.
Okay.
Yeah, and they bought the Super Bowl trophies out for the Chiefs.
Well, they have the last pick, and they deserve it. And
he also was a Temple coach as defensive special teams. He was assistant head coach, defensive assistant, defensive coordinator. Yeah. I mean, all right. I'm happy with the draft so far. That's for sure. I want the Eagles to get Chardonnay in the second round.
Chardonnay?
I want that dude in the second round. That's the number 2 running back. If they can't get him, I want the kid from Pitt, but that kid from Pitt you can get in like the 4th round, I think. So I just think I don't think there's that much separation between him and Bijan. I just think Bijan got so much hype that no one was even thinking about.
You're 100% correct.
Yeah, I don't think anybody.
Can I ask you a question real quick? How crazy would a Michael Mayer pick be here for Kansas City?
I mean, they're going to be running. I don't see that happening, but I mean, that
winning
would be.
Franchises do winning things, bro.
Sure.
And if you have Michael Mayer with Travis Kelce,
you know what? My guess is, if I'm going to guess the position they go, I think they're going to go receiver.
The only one that makes sense would be Jalen Hyatt.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing about the thing about receiver and in an Andy Reid offense, and I've seen every year of Andy Reid, being my age and growing up, there is very few receivers that will come in the first year and be successful in his offense. The only one that ever did it was Deshaun Jackson.
How did the Steelers have the 32nd pick?
Because technically it is the 32nd pick. Because
no, but how did the Steelers have the Houston Texans first pick in the second round? Or sorry, Carolina. Wait, who had the first pick? The trade out.
They got it from Chicago.
Oh yeah, they got. I know exactly what they got. They got it in that that deal for Chase Claypool.
Yeah.
That's so bad.
Oh man.
Think about all the talent that's on the board, and Chase Claypool was the.
Yeah.
I think Claypool is a little maligned. I think he can be resurrected there. I mean, I'm on the out on that, but I still stand pat on it. I think he's still got potential. I liked him a lot coming into the league. He had a good first year. I mean, 9 touchdowns was kind of an aberration because you have 3 against the Eagles in that one game. But I don't think he's awful. I mean, maybe you overpaid for him, but they're going to use him.
Overpaid. You give the 32nd pick for him?
Nah, I probably wouldn't have done that.
It's kind of crazy. It's the last pick of the first round, and we're going to end our live stream right after this pick. We'll talk about next week. We'll talk about or the following week. We'll talk about whose draft has been the best, and it's been a really successful watch party. So I appreciate everybody that's tuned in.
I can't believe we've been on here for 5 fucking hours. Wait, 4
hours and 20 minutes. Yeah.
I think they could go. I don't know. The simulator has them taking Joey Porter Jr., which would kind of make sense.
Yeah, it would. Winning franchises do winning things.
I think Joey Porter should be a first round pick, so why not? And he fits a need.
I mean, they have Trent McDuffie and they have Jalen Watson, so it's not really a huge need.
I didn't really see that one coming, but all right. Pick is in.
I'm interested to see what a winning franchise does.
Well, I'm interested to see what you think if this pick is indicative of a winning franchise. I don't know if it's bad. I wonder if he's related to a certain player that's already in the league.
Will Levis just got drafted by the Seattle Sea Dragons. I'm just kidding.
Listen, I don't think he could beat out Ben DiNucci right now.
It's terrible.
He's been on fire, man. I've been watching those games. Ben DiNucci's playing with some swag in the XFL, my friend.
Bro, Michael Mayer is a very good tight end at sliding.
If I was the Cardinals, I would take him in the second round immediately.
Or Steelers.
Yeah, I mean, I could see the Detroit Lions taking him in the second round. I don't know. I mean, that's a need of theirs. That would be a great fit.
100%. I think he's better than Hawkinson tomorrow.
Yeah.
Hawkins had a good year last year, though, man.
Hawkins is a very good tight. Michael Mayer's baby Gronk, bro.
So let me know what you think of this pick when you find it out, Gene. But
yeah, it's about to load up now. Well, Commissioner's coming out now. They're over dramatizing this pick. I get it. It's in Kansas City.
They don't even know who the fuck this guy is. They're so full of shit. That's why I love draft parties. They're, oh yeah, I had that guy in my. No, you didn't. I mean, I believe some people like that will go as far as like. I mean, dude, I used to go to the drafts when in New York religiously. You know what I mean? So I didn't really start getting into like a couple, like month and a half before looking at all the players.
Wow.
This is an interesting pick. I just seen it. I mean, they just drafted. Yeah, it's a reach. They just drafted Karlaftis last year.
Mm-hmm.
I think, and I guess they're replacing. They have Chris Jones already.
Frank Clark, is he gone?
Yeah, Frank Clark's gone. I guess this is the Frank Clark replacement.
Well, you need
Andy Reid always loves to get after the quarterback. That's been his MO for his whole life.
Right, and so as defensive coordinator, that's their MO as well, right? I mean,
yeah.
So
it makes sense. It's not like it's not a crazy pick. It's not anything to write home about. He's not like a huge edge rusher. He's a good run stopper, just like Karlaftis. He's very similar.
Did Frank Clark retire?
I don't know. You won a Super Bowl, you might as well. He's getting a lot of money to play just in the playoffs, basically.
Yeah, 5 sacks last year. That's not,
Yeah, but he plays in the playoffs. Probably had just as many sacks in the playoffs as he did.
Let's see how many sacks he had in the playoffs. 2.5 sacks.
I mean, if you only had 5 in the regular season, 2.5 in the playoffs, that's good production.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's washed.
I feel like I
mean-
remember him more for jumping off sides than anything. You seem to always do it at like the wrong time.
Guys, that is the draft. We did a full draft party. We went through every pick in the first round. 4 hours and 25 minutes. I appreciate everybody that's come through. I appreciate all the, Danny, Brett, Chris Charlton, Gordon, Guard of 3. I don't know if I'm missing Ian.
Yeah.
I don't want to miss anybody. I appreciate everybody stopping by. And shout out to Sports Empire Network. Chomping at the bit, taking it deep, wire to wire. Any final thoughts, gentlemen?
And man, I appreciate y'all for having me on, man. Basically my first kind of episode on the Pregaming Pigskins. Pretty dope. It's gonna be a while sticking around, so
I think the second round is going to probably be one of the most entertaining second rounds in a while, just based off who's on the board still. And I think, you got Levis on the board still. You got Hooker on the board. You still got Joey Porter, Brian Branch, Michael Mayer. I mean, you got a lot of people on the board still that are quality players.
Mm-hmm.
And second round is going to be entertaining. And I was right. Will Levis is the second round quarterback. He might even be a third round quarterback the way this plays out. But I feel like someone's going to take him in the second round.
Yeah.
They'll take a shot on him. That's wild to me that, and Hendon Hooker's still out there. I mean, last thing I'll say is based off the simulation, they got Hendon Hooker going to the Raiders.
I mean, that makes sense. I can see that. Well,
They
gentlemen,
got
I have an early conference call. It's midnight. I appreciate everybody tuning in. I am signing out.
me too.
If you guys want to continue the conversation, more than welcome to. I have fulfilled my requirement.
I gotta go pee. I gotta piss like a racehorse. I could taste it. I'm out.
We're
Go
signing
Birds.
out, gentlemen. Take care. Thank you.
All right, guys.
Go Birds.
Go Raiders, big trust.